Chapter 267. With a loud roar, a huge amount of energy rushed into the evil spirit's eye. The energy that was a little stronger than before rushed in. Yin Nuashing controlled his soul power and forcefully twisted the two pale golden energy matrices that were about to touch together. Pucci. The recoil from the evil spirit eye caused Yin Nuashing's mind to tremble. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Two streams of blood even flowed down from his eyeballs and gathered at his chin. His handsome face looked extremely ferocious at this moment. Although it was a mess, the two energy matrices were successfully rubbed together, and the other matrices were slowly connected to these two lines. Although they were erratic in mid-air, there was still some movement. Now that there was a miserable start, the next step was to maintain the speed and slowly extend it. At the same time, the space within his field of vision slowly expanded and continued to move forward. Casually wiping the blood off his chin, Yin Nuashing smiled faintly. The most difficult step was over. Now, he only needed to wait for it to complete itself, and this wait lasted for 3 months. Halfway through, Zai felt that something was wrong. She took out the core of the divine right weapon and the small green mountain that Yin Nuashing had collected last time. She let the energy here activate it and distort the time here. Little star, you're really making me worry. You didn't think that there wasn't enough time? After setting up this core, Zi clapped her hands and helplessly rolled her eyes at Yin Nuashing, who had his eyes closed. She then glanced at Ziyin and Ming Ming, who were still cultivating, and ignored them. She transformed back into her original form of purple night dark flame and retreated back into Yin Nuashing's body. It could be said that Yin Nuashing had misjudged the time needed for the evil spirit eye to advance. If he hadn't collected the core of a divine right weapon and left the power of time inside, and if I hadn't helped him activate it, he really wouldn't know how to deal with this. He would probably end up with a reputation of being a coward. At this moment, the outline of the pale golden array floating in front of him had already been revealed. It was about 5 feet in size. The beautiful and mysterious patterns had already taken shape. The center of the array had already been outlined. What was left was the problem of the energy matrices on the sides. However, at this moment, Yin Nuashing didn't dare to speed up. He was worried that if he got too excited or anxious, it would ruin everything. No one dared to act recklessly at this moment. If Muingzi saw this, he would definitely be amazed. This speed of advancement was too fast. Compared to his, it could be said that he was firing a rocket, as expected of a 5-elemental blessing. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Although the time in this room was completely fixed, it was still a long time for Yin Nuashing and the others. The surrounding energy had also decreased a lot because of the appearance of the divine right weapon core. Fortunately, the green mountain had the ability to circulate energy, so it didn't absorb all the energy. Although the remaining time energy in the core could stop time, it couldn't be used too many times. After Violet Knight obtained it, he calculated that the remaining time energy would allow him to use it 2 or 3 times, with each use lasting about 2 months. If he used it too much, the already damaged core might collapse even further. At that time, it would be even more difficult to repair it. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to repair it at all. If that happened, it would really be a loss that didn't make up for it. Although the remaining power had been used once, and it was unknown when it would end. Fortunately, the Yin Nuo star's evil spirit eye's advancement was almost complete. After more than 10 days, the entire array had been condensed, and there were still a few array lines that were like threads, threading a needle, slowly weaving the remaining areas. And in this period of time, the evil spirit eye's field of vision had expanded to a distance of several hundred miles. In addition to the extension of distance, Yin Nuashing also saw something else. Her vision could pass through someone's mind and reflect it in her eyes. She could actually see a vivid image of an object. She could even feel what that person was thinking. It was like a mind-reading technique. However, she wasn't reading but looking, the so-called penetrating divine eye. This discovery made Yin Nuashing slightly stunned. Then, she couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect that other than X-ray vision, she could also see through someone's thoughts. This time, she really saw through everything. There was no privacy left. In the future, it would be another way to deal with her enemies. After all, once she knew someone's thoughts, she would naturally be able to think of a way to deal with it. It could be said that she had the upper hand. Who in the same level could break it? Of course, if there was prying, there would naturally be counter-prying. It wasn't as if the penetrating divine eye could see through everything. Just like the Ling Hong sword could hide the secrets of heaven, some strange treasures could naturally block Yun Nuoxing's prying. At this time, Xian quietly opened an eye. When she saw Yun Nuoxing's slightly raised lips, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 10 days ago, she woke up once. Because the energy in her body had reached the point of saturation, she had no choice but to switch out of her cultivation state. However, when she woke up and saw Yun Nuoxing's terrifying appearance, she was shocked. She wanted to wake Yun Nuoxing up, but then she thought that if she disturbed him while he was cultivating, all his previous efforts would be wasted. She could only gently wipe away the dried bloodstains. What made you so happy? At that time, Yun Nuoxing had only woken up once. He just smiled at her to show that he was fine. Xian was relieved. Seeing him smiling at this time, she couldn't help but ask with a smile. The spirit receiving divine body was different from ordinary people's cultivation. Not only did it show in efficiency, it also showed in form. When Yun Nuoxing cultivated, he could multitask and didn't need to wholeheartedly control his cultivation. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for him to cultivate while chatting at this time. Hearing Xian's laughter, Yun Nuoxing slowly turned his head. When he saw her holding two slender legs and looking at him with a smile, he also smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just that seeing that the cultivation of the evil spirit eyes is almost finished. I'm a little happy, that's all." Xian smiled. Mei Mao swept her gaze over Yun Nuoxing's handsome face. Suddenly, she was stunned. Her long, shapely eyebrows slightly furrowed. Her lily-white hand lightly wiped the corner of Yun Nuoxing's mouth. Her lily-white hand was stained with dark red. Clearly, when they were cultivating, Yun Nuoxing vomited blood again. She didn't know if something went wrong. "It's fine, don't worry." Seeing the dark red, Yun Nuoxing's handsome face couldn't help but turn red. He wanted to find a cloth to wipe away the bloodstains on Xian's hand. However, it wasn't easy for him to do so. Unexpectedly, he actually sucked that slender, lily-white finger in his mouth. The atmosphere was developing in the direction of ice. The two's gazes froze at the same time. They stared at each other foolishly. Yun Nuoxing was still looking at Xian with a large array. For a moment, he actually forgot to let go of her finger. He just sucked it like that, and his tongue couldn't help but lick it. "Brother, what are you doing?" At the crucial moment, it was Ming who suddenly woke up. Seeing the two's strange posture, he couldn't help but be stunned. His little face was a little confused as he looked at them, not knowing what they were doing. The sudden sound was like a heavy blow to Yun Nuoxing's and Xian's minds. Their faces instantly turned red and even a little purple. Yun Nuoxing almost lost control of his cultivation. He was so scared that he hurriedly collected his chaotic state of mind and then focused on his cultivation. Xian's face was red as he turned around, his back facing Yun Nuoxing. Mei Mao stared blankly at that slender finger. She felt a little satisfied and happy, as if the knot in her heart had been unknowingly untied. "Little Xian, I believe that one day you'll understand what kind of feelings you have for a little boy." Thinking back to what Yuan Qian said to her that day, her red lips couldn't help but curve into a soul-stirring, beautiful smile. Combined with her faint shyness, her smile was more beautiful and moving than any other smile in the past. Unfortunately, Yun Nuoxing didn't get to feast his eyes on it. Thinking of this, Xian carefully moved that finger to the side of her mouth and lightly touched her red lips. "You'll really understand in the future, right?" Xian folded her lily-white hands in front of her chest and smiled slightly. Ming's lively big eyes glanced at the two who were acting strangely. He reached out and patted Yun Nuoxing's thigh, muttered something, and then closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. Speaking of which, in the past 3 months, Ming seemed to have advanced once. The commotion was so great that even Yun Nuoxing was startled awake. He seemed to have reached the half-immortal level. Yin Nuashing and Xian couldn't help but want to vomit blood. This was a true monster, right? He was only 10 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the half-immortal level. Damn it, how could those young talents who reached the half-immortal level in their 30s feel? Though Yin Nuashing also tried her best to practice the evil spirit eye, she still used some means to improve Xian's cultivation to the half-immortal level. Xian was already at the 11th level of the mortal level. It wasn't a problem for her to improve by 2 levels. It can be said that they all gain a lot from this closed-door training. Of course, Yin Nuashing was the only one left. The evil spirit eye had also reached the final stage. In the light golden array of 5 feet in front of them, there was a golden silk thread which tirelessly passed through hundreds of lines and was busy drawing some mysterious patterns. Seeing this, Yin Nuashing gave a sigh of relief. She could finally relax her mind, which had been tense for 3 months. At the last step, as long as the array was completed, there would be no problem. However, thinking of the bet with Xia Ning, she frowned again. Now, there's a big problem. Can the second stage of the evil spirit eye see through the stones with special smell? The bet with Xia Ning must be carried out in the stone workshops of some powerful forces, such as the 8 ancient families, the 9 temples of elements, or other holy places. Anyway, they won't go to any ordinary places. Yin Nuashing has seen the stones collected there. Most of them have special smell. That is to say, they're taken out from the forbidden area. They are all treasures of the garden. If Yin Nuashing's piercing eyes still can't see through the smell and see what is inside, he will suffer a great loss. After all, Yin Nuashing didn't learn any proper crystallization, nor was she a so-called crystallization master. The only crystallization she knew was from Mr. Liu, who claimed to be a dabbler. She couldn't be of any help. That is to say, if the evil spirit I can't see through it, Yin Nuashing can only rely on the illusory things like luck to be on the safe side. Thinking of the consequence of losing, Yin Nuashing twitches her face. She will have to pay a piece of 11th grade material. Yin Nuashing gives a sigh. She strokes her chest and nods. Ziyi, well, I have predicted it. I am ready here. You may leave the rest to me. Hearing her call, Ziyi smiles at once. She says in a tone of I have known it. No wonder you are the beauty in my heart. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing can't help teasing and praising her. Of course. Ziyi feels complacent at once. Then, he turns serious and says, protect your heart, meridian, and soul. I'm going to start. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing becomes serious at once. She moves her mind, and her soul power is gathered between her eyebrows. Then, she covers all the meridians with her immortal energy. Come on. Chapter 268. Yin Nuashing had already thought that if the piercing divine I could not penetrate it, then he could only sit and wait for death. In these 2 months, he had been racking his brains to think of a way to avoid such a situation. He thought of the Purple Night Dark Flame. The Purple Night Dark Flame was a divine item nurtured by the heavens and earth. Because it had been strengthened by the divine spark, the flame contained a faint divine aura that could suppress a little bit of shielding. If it was added to the evil spirit eye, it should be able to increase the penetrating effect by quite a bit. However, this process was a little dangerous, leading the flame to the brain, then injecting it into the eye, then spreading it to the light golden array that had just been woven. If he made a single mistake, then it would all be over. Who knows, Yin Nuashing might even lose his eye. In the worst-case scenario, it might even burn his soul. Although he knew that the consequences were extremely serious, Ziyi did not open his mouth to persuade him. After following Yin Nuashing for so long, how could he not understand his character? Once he decided on something, even the 9-headed dragons would not be able to pull him back. Since that was the case, Ziyi could only help him. Because the control was in her hands, her actions had to be especially careful. The two who were always shouting that their hearts and minds were as one naturally had great chemistry when they made their moves. Just as Ziyi activated the Purple Night Dark Flame, Yin Nuashing began to guard his soul and meridians. This was an extremely dangerous matter, but if it succeeded, there would be benefits. Just being able to increase the effects of the evil spirit eye by 10% was enough for him to take the risk. After all, he could not attempt to advance to the third level in a short period of time. It was not realistic. The light purple flame flew in his meridians, turning into a fluorescent flame that slowly drilled into his head along his neck. Just as the purple night dark flame drilled into his head, Yun Nuashing felt an unbearable heat surrounding him. Although Ziyi was desperately restraining the temperature of the flame, just a little bit of temperature was already very terrifying. His face instantly turned completely red, and white steam could be faintly seen rising from the top of his head. Even his light purple hair floated upwards, looking rather angry. At the same time, a large amount of purple flames rushed out of Yun Nuashing's body, enveloping the light golden formation in one breath. The blazing high temperature caused the energy mist in the room to boil, and the temperature in the room suddenly rose by a level. The sudden change in the room shocked Xian and Lin Yiqian. They quickly turned around and saw Yun Nuashing's pained expression. Before they could say anything, Yun Nuashing quickly waved his hand. The high temperature steamed his tears. His half-crying, half-laughing look was a little funny. He gritted his teeth and said in a nasal voice, "It's okay. It's normal. Don't worry." Yun Nuashing didn't want to tell them about his post-production actions. Any normal person could tell that such actions were very dangerous and could even be said to be crazy actions. He was afraid that telling them would make them worry. Little Star is so gentle. Ziyi, who knew what he was thinking, quickly took the time to tease him. Then, he quickly focused and controlled the purple night flame to slowly move towards the pair of eyes. Hallelujah! Yin Nuashing's eyes suddenly became extremely hot. It was so hot that it seemed like they were going to burn. He let out a strange cry and covered his burning red eyes with both hands. He clenched his teeth and grabbed the skin outside his eye sockets as if he wanted to dig his eyes out. Yin Nuashing was in so much pain that tears flowed down his face. His tears flowed like a river from his palms and dripped onto the ground, creating splashes of energy. His mind trembled violently, and he almost withdrew his protection. This made Xian and Lin Yiqian, who were closely watching from the side, worry. However, it wasn't good for them to disturb him at this time, so they could only watch him. They also knew that when cultivating some secret arts, there were situations where the cultivation would fail. At this time, outsiders couldn't casually disturb him. At this time, the 5-colored eyes that were covered by his eyelids were surging with bits of purple. They spread from the outermost position to the center, causing his eyes to become even more resplendent and colorful. The faint golden formation was also slowly dyed with a bit of purple under the burning of the purple night flame outside. From the looks of it, the most dangerous part should have been passed safely. However, Yin Nuashing seemed to be in great pain for the rest of the process. The blazing heat continued to burn his eyes, and even his soul seemed to be fading under this high temperature. It flickered as if it was going to be extinguished. Little Star, stabilize your soul. If this goes on, your soul will be annihilated. Ziyi hurriedly shouted when she sensed the weakening of his soul. She couldn't take care of Yin Nuashing now. Once this matter started, it couldn't be stopped. If she carelessly pulled out the flames, it might cause further damage to Yin Nuashing. She could only continue. I know. It hurts so much. Under the piercing pain, Yin Nuashing gritted his teeth and groaned in pain. Even his voice was very hoarse. His entire body was tensed up, and the veins on his forehead and hands were popping out. Hearing Ziye's words, he responded with difficulty. After a while, he activated the soul burning technique and converted his immortal qi into soul energy, stabilizing the flickering ball of soul light. You can't even take this bit of pain. What are you going to do in the future? Ziyi teased him jokingly. Although she said that, Yin Nuashing could hear the anxiety in her voice. Furthermore, he felt a gentle flow of energy flowing through his mind. This was Ziye's soul energy. You multitask. Don't fall down again. Yin Nuashing couldn't even complete his sentence due to the piercing pain. He felt Ziye's movements. but he still forced himself to speak. I'm worried that your soul will scatter in the next second. If that happens, I'll have to find someone else. I don't think that person will be as fun as you. Z couldn't help but pout coquettishly. It seemed like she was still very worried about Yin Nuashing. Ha! Don't all divine beings yearn for freedom? Being subdued, isn't that a form of restraint for you? Why? Yin Nuashing used his overloaded brain to think. He couldn't figure it out, so he decided to ask directly. Z was stunned when she heard this. She was silent for a long time, so long that Yin Nuashing even forgot about the pain. You're different, Z finally said after a long time. After that, she didn't say anything else. Hugging his head, Yin Nuashing thought about what Z meant. He couldn't figure out what she meant by different for a long time. After being burned for so long, Yin Nuashing seemed to be a little numb. He gradually felt that the pain wasn't as painful anymore. He slowly opened his eyes and wiped away the tears on his face. He looked at the 5-meter-tall formation in front of him that was submerged in the purple flames and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, other than the diamond-shaped part of his eyes, the other parts of his eyes were dyed with a faint purple color. At this moment, more than half of the formation had turned from a faint gold color to a purplish gold color. Only the eye of the formation and the 3 inches around it were still firmly guarded. He could see golden energy rapidly flowing through them. The faint gold energy flowed out of the eye of the formation and was burned by the purple flames. It was dyed a purplish gold color. It circled around the formation once before returning to the eye of the formation. This cycle repeated, but the eye of the formation wasn't dyed a purplish gold color. It was still a faint gold color. Yin Nuashing turned his head and saw Xian's worried expression. He couldn't help but smile and say, I'm fine. This is a little troublesome. Ziyu was a little troubled when he saw that the position of the eye of the formation hadn't changed. In this situation, he didn't dare to increase his strength. He was afraid that he would really burn Yin Nuashing to ashes. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing turned his head and glanced at the small green mountain. The emerald light flickered faintly, and the frequency was extremely high. It seemed to be reaching its limit. It seemed like the time stop this time was reaching its end. Let's give it a try. I can make it through. I should. Seeing the appearance of the small green mountain, Yin Nuashing knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He sighed and chuckled in his heart. Hearing this, Zi fell silent again. Yin Nuashing didn't rush him either. In the end, Zi obediently listened to him and muttered a little heavily, You're not allowed to die. Hee, I'll leave it to you. Yin Nuashing nodded. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sound could be heard. He seemed to be mentally preparing himself. Zi replied in a muffled voice. He seemed a little unhappy. Are you angry? Yin Nuashing knew that he was a little uncomfortable, so he smiled and asked. A little. Zi admitted it very straightforwardly. Yin Nuashing was a little stunned. Shouldn't he deny it? Before he could figure out why, the temperature in the room increased by dozens of times in an instant. It made him sweat profusely. The light purple flames in front of him gradually turned purplish black. A destructive aura quietly reverberated in the room. The moment the flames in front of him changed, the light purple flames around his eyes also turned purplish black. At this moment, a pain that was countless times more intense than before suddenly exploded in Yin Nuashing's mind. The tyrannical force collided with his mind, causing him to groan directly. A little blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Xian and Yin Nuashing, who were worried at the side, immediately felt their hearts in their mouths. The purplish-black flames directly blasted into the light golden area, sandwiching the front and back sides. The surface turned into countless purplish-black little drills that crashed into the eye of the formation. As soon as the flaming drill bit touched the eye of the formation, the latter emitted a thin layer of golden light, blocking the drill bit less than half an inch away. However, it was this thin layer of barrier that the drill bit could not penetrate no matter how much force it exerted. After failing to directly seize the eye of the formation, Z also changed his direction. The purplish-black flames condensed in Yin Nuashing's head, then burrowed directly into his eyes. The blazing waves of fire hit his pupils, causing Yin Nuoxing, who had just dried up his tears, to cry again. His eyelids trembled violently, and he couldn't help but close them. In just a moment, Yin Nuoxing cried out in pain. Although he clenched his teeth tightly, he still spat out the blood. His mind became a little blurry under this even more intense energy. An intense pain came from his soul, and even his vision turned a little black. Seeing that Yin Nuoxing's soul was showing signs of fading, Ziyi also became anxious. As he released his soul energy to help Yin Nuoxing guard her soul, he also increased his strength to attack that thin layer of barrier. A strange energy came out of the flaming drill and bombarded the light golden barrier, instantly causing the barrier to tremble. That was the power of godly, right? Yin Nuoxing suddenly opened his eyes. 2 streaks of crimson overflowed from his eyes, and it was very terrifying. The diamond-shaped pupil in his right eye was already purplish-black, but the pupil in his left eye had completely transformed into a brilliant gold. It seemed to have completely stabilized, releasing a resplendent golden light that dyed the energy mist in the room golden. Furthermore, there seemed to be sparkling golden particles flying around in the air. The energy is leaking. Yin Nuoxing grimaced as she hugged her head with both hands. Sensing this change, she wanted to close her eyes, but her eyelids seemed to be propped up by 2 giant pillars. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't close them. Even when she used her palms to cover her eyes, she couldn't do so. That faint golden pupil was actually turning gray under the continuous outpouring of energy. It seemed that if the gray color occupied the entire pupil, this eye would be crippled. That girl, come over and help him guard his soul. Ziyi was so anxious that she was about to go berserk. At this moment, she could only hurriedly speak. Hearing this voice, Ziyin was stunned for a moment. She didn't know who was speaking, but since it was related to Yin Nuoxing, she didn't have time to ask. She immediately rushed to Yin Nuoxing's side and hugged his head with her jade-like hands. She was shocked when she saw that his eyeball was gradually turning gray. She hurriedly channeled her spiritual energy into Yin Nuoxing's mind and enveloped that ball of transparent light that had already dimmed. It's Sister Ziyi. Ming immediately recognized this voice after not hearing it for a long time. Her little face lit up as she hurriedly wiped away the sweat on her forehead and exclaimed in surprise. She knew that Ziyi was helping Yin Nuoxing. The moment Ziyin's spiritual energy enveloped Yin Nuoxing's soul, the flames that filled the entire room turned a deep purple. The purple was so dark that it was almost black. Scorching heat waves slammed into Ziyin's body, causing her to sweat profusely. Even her soul felt a stabbing pain under such high temperatures, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. The instant the flame turned deep purple, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the flaming drill bit, finally piercing through the thin layer of pale golden barrier. The faint golden formation core was swallowed up by the ferocious flames and turned purplish gold in an instant. That half-gray, half-gold diamond-shaped pupil also turned purplish gold at this moment. Chapter 269. The moment the purple gold array was completely formed, the dark purple flames in the room and Yin Nuoxing's body dissipated at the same time. The array also disintegrated as Yin Nuoxing closed her eyes. Xing Xing. Ziyin was slightly shocked when she saw Yin Nuoxing collapse in her arms. She hurriedly wiped away the sweat on her cheeks and helped Yin Nuoxing up. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Yin Nuoxing was still breathing and had only fainted. Rubbing her somewhat heavy head, Ziyin bitterly smiled. At the last moment, if she hadn't used all of her soul power to protect herself, her and Yin Nuoxing's souls might have been fiercely attacked. However, in just a matter of less than 10 seconds, more than half of her soul power had been consumed. Ziyin carried Yin Nuoxing to the bed and sat down on the edge of the bed. As Yin Nuoxing fainted, the heaven refining array automatically dissipated. Ling Hongjian also turned into a silver light and retracted into Yin Nuoxing's arm. Ming patted her small chest and looked at the charred room with lingering fear. She had seen the power of the purple night flame in Yuyan City. If the purple night flame hadn't forcibly suppressed the temperature of the flame, this palace might have been burned down. Even so, how was she going to explain the current situation to Yuan Qian and the others? Ming glanced at the unconscious Yun, Nuoxing, and Zian, who was a little confused because of the lack of soul power. Then, she trotted onto the bed and pressed her small hands on the two of them. Faint, immortal energy flowed out of her body and surged into their bodies, trying to relieve their fatigue. Zian, who was a little confused, looked at Ming and Yun Nuoxing. Finally, her eyes locked onto the bed. She pushed Ming and Yun Nuoxing a little harder. After being pushed, Kaming turned her head around in confusion, only to see that Zi Yin had fallen on the bed. She was shocked, and her small hand quickly pressed on the center of Zi Yan's eyebrows. She carefully examined him, and when she found that he was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, why are you all asleep? Who's going to accompany me? Ming's little face scrunched up as she looked at the two people who were sleeping on her left and right. She grumbled unhappily, complaining that the two of them were ignoring her. His large eyes that were filled with intelligence looked left and right. Ming carefully crawled over Ziyan's body and stood beside the bed. He placed his two small hands on his small waist and laughed softly. His gaze swept over the two people again before he directly pushed Zi Yin forward and sent her into Yun Nuoxing's arms. He then took a blanket from the side and carefully covered the two people. Don't thank me too much. Ming looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. She snorted and couldn't help humming. Then, she sat down on the stool in the room and supported her cheeks with her hands. Little girl, you did well. I'll give you full marks for this assist. In Yin Nuo Planet's spiritual world, Zai saw Ming's actions and smiled weakly. He wrote down this matter in his diary with trembling hands. Then, he took out a blanket from somewhere and wrapped himself up. He turned over and fell asleep too. I wonder how the two little guys will react when they get up and see the distance between them. Ha 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 ha. In the quiet room, there was only a red crystal and a green hill shining. The three people in the room were all sleeping peacefully. In the Holy Sky City, the bet between Xiaoning and Yun Nuoxing has become a hot topic in the city. No one knows the name of Yun Nuoxing, and it hasn't been spread out. However, Xiaoning is well known. She is the most excellent young talent of the Xia family and the second runner-up of the Last Stone gambling contest. She is very famous. However, many people don't think Yun Nuoxing will win the bet. They think that he is lifting a stone only to drop it on his own feet by agreeing to the bet. There are even some gamblers who have started the bet. The odds of Yun Nuoxing winning is 1 to 499. Not only the Northern Wilderness, but also people from the other three regions come to the Holy Sky City to join in the fun. That young man is really unlucky. Of all the people, he has to be entangled with Xiaoning. How can you say that? I think the young man is quite capable. Or, he wouldn't have agreed to the bet. And the ice stone is at 0 degree. That is a 10th grade material. The young man must be very confident to agree to it. Then, why do you bet on Xiaoning? This old man is appreciating it spiritually. The news that there's a 10 billion bet in the Holy Sky City has been spread out. Now, all the forces in the Northern Wilderness know about it. It is also spread to other regions. People from other regions of the godly lands travel across the sky and come here. Many of them come specially to see the super bet, which is rarely seen in 10,000 years. Most of them have heard of Xiaoning's name and come to join in the fun. Some of them even want to make some money by the way and place bets in the bet in the Holy Sky City. However, most of them bet on Xiaoning. Sister, I bet that the boy will win. In a gambling city, a woman dressed in white, as beautiful as an angel, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief, directly slapped a piece of paper on Yun Nuoxing's portrait. From the looks of it, this person was indeed Yuan Qian. Behind her, Yuan Qi and the others helplessly shook their heads. They had been persuading her for a long time, but they still couldn't stop her. Everyone hears the voice and turns to look curiously. They feel a little confused. After all, most of the people who bet here bet on Xiaoning. However, Yuan Qian is the only one who bet on Yun Nuoxing. Yuan Qian ignores everyone's stares. She looks at the portrait of Xia Ning and snorts. Then, she leads the others to leave. She doesn't even stop for a long time. Everyone sees Yuan Qian leave. They gather around and take down the piece of paper to have a look. They feel as if their heads are about to explode. They all take a cold breath. They can't believe their eyes. They wonder if they are dizzy because of old age. Who is this little girl? She bet 1 billion. If the boy really wins, it seems that the gambling city will go bankrupt. Well, it depends on whether the boy can win. Xia Ning comes from a family of crystal technicians. She has received formal training. It is impossible for her to lose. I think she's crazy about money. She bet recklessly. Everyone looks at Yuan Qian's back. They all smile and shake their heads. The boy still has the chance to win. You are scared by the name of Xia Ning. In the gambling city, a white-haired old man says indifferently. If they look carefully, they will find that the old man is the crystal technician of the Qi family. Why? Everyone hears his words. They feel a little surprised. They don't know why the old crystal technician says so. Every time when the boy looks for stones, he makes a decision after a few glances. He cuts the stones violently, but doesn't hurt the material inside. In addition, he can cut out a material of level 11. Do you think he doesn't have some skills? The crystal technician of the Qi family lifts his eyebrows. He indifferently glances at everyone. He doesn't say anything else. He directly writes a number on the paper and slowly sticks it on the table with Yin Nuoxing's portrait. Then, he directly leaves. When everyone heard what he said, they were all stunned for a moment. Then, they lowered their heads and fell in a deep thought. Everyone in the Divine Sky City had witnessed the commotion caused by cutting out the 0-degree ice stone and the echo stone. It was only now that everyone thought of this matter, and they all gasped. It is said that Xia Ning has cut out holy crystal, but no one knows whether it is true or not. It is said that some of the rumors are false. However, it is obvious to all that Yunhua Star has cut out an 11th grade echo stone. So, it seems that the young man is not to be underestimated. In an instant, the Holy Sky City is in chaos. There are countless forces in the Holy Sky City. Now, because of a bet, people from other regions are attracted to the city. The flow of people in the city suddenly increases, especially in the street of the stone workshop. It becomes busy all of a sudden. People go in and out of every stone workshop. The Qi family stone workshop manor receives a lot of attention. Many people want to cut out another material of level 10. Because Yin Nuoxing is still in seclusion, he doesn't show up in the Holy Sky City. However, Xia Ning goes to the stone workshops of different forces and shows her skills several times. People can't help praising her. Her amazing crystal technician is young, but she shows the style of a master. Even some senior masters go to her to ask for her advice. At the same time, Yin Nuoxing and her friends don't show up for a long time. There are many rumors in the Holy Sky City. It is said that Yin Nuoxing is afraid of Xia Ning, the crystal technician genius, and doesn't dare to show up in the Holy Sky City. Some people even say that they have seen them run away from the city overnight. Yin Nuoxing hasn't shown up for a long time. People gradually believe the rumor. Yuan Qian hears it and feels very angry. She almost wants to rush out and raise her hand to slap Xia Ning away. However, she is stopped by Yuan Qi and others. Let me go. I'm going to beat that bitch. Yuan Qian knows that the rumor must be spread by Xia Ning and her friends. She has to go and teach them a lesson. My dear elder sister, calm down. Now, there are all kinds of people in the city. No one recognizes us, but it doesn't mean that those from the west regions can't recognize us. Yuan Qi holds Yuan Qian's left hand and holds it tightly. His face turns red because he uses too much strength. If we take action, it means that the Yuan family takes action. 7 Yuan Han holds Yuan Qian's right hand and forcefully pulls it back. His feet draw 2 long traces on the ground. Even if Xia Ning is disabled, the bet won't be canceled. 5 Yuan Fei holds Yuan Qian's slim waist tightly. I am afraid that it will attract the attention of other forces. Our Yuan family has quite a lot of enemies in other regions of China. 6 Yuaning pulls Yuan Qian's dress. Mr. Yun won't want to see you in danger, will he? Yuan Shi and Yuan Shui hold one of Yuan Qian's legs respectively and lie on the ground. Sister, calm down. Xia Ning is from the Crystal Technician family. If you kill her, it will be a little troublesome. Third Yuan Chong pushes Yuan Qian in front of her and stops her from going forward. 8 Yuan Yang girls and 4 Yuan Yi girls directly open their arms and block the door. Don't stop me. Today I have to slap that bitch to death. Yuan Qian is really a powerful woman of the magic level. She directly puts on the 7 human-shaped shackles on her body and drags her feet to the door. She shouts at her 2 younger sisters at the door. Yuan Yi and Yuan Shui rush to her and try to stop her. At the same time, they shout at once, "Sister, calm down. Let me go." Yuan Qian is determined to go to the Shifeng Street to beat someone. She ignores her younger sister's-in-law's words. She looks ferocious on her pretty face. "Sister, if you're really caught, do you want Mr. Yin to save you? What if Mr. Yin gets involved? Sister, if you really love him, you have to think about him." Yuan Shui drags on the ground until her clothes are messy. She even bumps on the ground several times. It is so painful that tears drop down from her eyes. However, she still shouts calmly. It has to be said that this sentence seems to be quite lethal to Yuan Qian. She is stunned for a moment and immediately withdrew all her strength. But now, 3 people are pushing in front and 6 people are pulling in the back. The former immediately withdraws her strength. Suddenly, a series of tragic screams resounded in the hall. Suddenly, a group of people drew a beautiful arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! My waist! Yuan Qian's instant stop caused the 10 people to fall back. They are like a human pyramid, one layer after another. The hall is instantly filled with wails and sounds like a torrent of water. Yuan Qian, who is in the middle of her younger sisters-in-law, stares blankly at the ceiling. No one knows what she is thinking. After a while, she curses in a flustered and exasperated manner. "Then what do you want me to do? That bitch ruined my little boy's reputation. I can't wait to tear him into pieces." As she spoke, she struggled with punches and kicks, causing Yuan Shi and the others who are at the bottom to suffer unspeakably. "Elder sister, it's about time. Mr. Yun is about to come out of seclusion. When he appears, those rumors will be dispelled. So, you don't have to worry anymore." Yuan Shui is at the bottom. Perhaps it is because she cultivates music, but even her painful voice sounds very beautiful. There's a subtle rhythm that reverberates. Hearing this, Yuan Qian fell silent. It seems that she is compromised. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Why is elder sister's usual calmness gone? A girl in love really has an IQ of 0. Seeing this, Yuan Yi and Lin Luoran heaved a sigh of relief. They slowly climbed down from the small mountain of human-shaped objects. Just as they were about to descend, they suddenly saw a beautiful figure dashing out as though she was flying. "I still want to kill that bitch." Yuan Qian suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the door with her long and sexy legs. That speed scared Yuan Shi and the others so much that their eyes widened. They were so shocked that they forgot everything. "No, quickly stop her." Yuan Shi, who is at the bottom, finally reacted. His handsome face turned pale in an instant. However, he could not move and could only hurriedly shout, Elder sister, what happened to the compromise? Chase after her. Block the door. Block the door. Quickly catch her and bring her back. Her IQ is in the negative. Shia, call Hung Hung and the others. F***CK. What's the point of calling them in such a short time? Chapter 270. The next day was the last day of the 1-month bet. Everyone gathered on the street of the stone workshop, looking forward to the appearance of the 2 parties. Although it was still early in the morning, the streets were already empty. Countless people were streaming out of the various floating palaces in the sky, filling the entire street to the brim. The Qi family stone square was completely surrounded by people, but most people couldn't enter. The divine city had been peaceful for too long. Even a small matter could cause a huge commotion, let alone a battle with such a huge bet. especially when one of the two people fighting was a crystallization technique genius. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it would cause an uproar. When the Chi family found out that the main battlefield was here, their faces turned green, then white, then black. They had the urge to kill people, but they couldn't bring themselves to kick everyone out. On the other hand, the old man and the crystallization technique master were very calm. They were calm, as if the place they chose had nothing to do with them. In fact, their moods had changed a little. They were not angry, but excited. They knew that they would definitely get a lot of treasures from the garden this time. They were looking forward to it. They had long wanted to get rid of the boulders that had been weighing on their hearts. This time, they could use the hands of others to fulfill their wishes. Oh, I see the little guy from the Xian family. Ah, there's also the Yu family. The little god from the Tian Yuan family is here too. Wow, the little girl from the Daoyin Palace is here, and the little lowly from the Nightmare Hall is here too. So cute. On the roof, Yuan Xian's long white dress fluttered in the wind. She was like an ethereal fairy as she looked down at the people entering the Qi family's manor. Sigh, they're not as good looking as my little boy. In the end, she actually sighed. When the 9 sisters-in-law behind her heard that, they all rolled their eyes. Since they weren't as good looking as Yun Nuoxing, what the hell were you praising them for? Little boy, why haven't you come out yet? I want to hug you. Yuan Xian crossed her arms and sighed. She looked at the distant sky with a bit of nostalgia. Just as she was sighing, 2 figures suddenly jumped onto the roof. They arrived beside Yuan Xian and looked around. One of them smiled and said, "Sister Yuan Xian, where are Brother Yun and the others?" A faint light flickered and shone on the faces of these 2 people. They were Wang Chun and Lu Yi, who had returned home to visit their relatives. It seemed that they had made it in time. Ah, little Chun Chun, the little boy isn't here yet. Yuan Xian turned around and smiled. But there's no hurry. Little brother Nuoxing should be on time. It's not the right time yet. It's just a gathering of the major forces. Jin Hung also rushed over from the Golden Jade Palace. He happened to hear this sentence and laughed. Little brother Nuoxing, you should have finished your cultivation, right? I hope nothing went wrong. Yaoling also came over from the Demon God Palace. Looking at the northern sky, he couldn't help but sigh. He had heard a lot of rumors in the past month and hoped that Yun Nuoxing could overthrow them. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing, who everyone had been waiting for, was still sleeping soundly on the bed. In his arms was an outstanding beauty that could topple countries. Even little Ming Ming was hugging his knees and sitting on the stool, sleeping so deeply that he didn't know how to wake up. A serene aura reverberated in the room, making people sleepy. Perhaps it was this unusual aura that made the 3 of them unable to wake up for a long time. However, the time in the room was still in a distorted state. Therefore, they could sleep for as long as they wanted. It wasn't until the small green mountain on the ground lost its luster and automatically flew back into Yun Nuoxing's pendant that the serene aura in the room disappeared. Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows twitched, and he gently breathed in. As the aura disappeared, he slowly woke up. His spirit was incomparably refreshed. The exhaustion and injuries caused by 3 months of cultivation had completely healed. It could be said that he was now in an excellent state. He even felt that it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight 300 rounds with a god. Thinking about today's bet, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but smile. He gently opened his eyes. Then his smile completely froze. Even his heart was about to stop beating. In his arms, Xian was sleeping very peacefully. The 2 of them were tightly pressed together. Her beautiful face was filled with peace, as if she had found something to rely on. Her jade hands were still tightly hugging Yun Nuoxing. Her deep purple hair spread all over the bed like a blooming flower. Gulp! Yun Nuoxing swallowed his saliva fiercely. He only felt a sense of dizziness in his head. He had just recovered his spirit, but now he actually had the urge to faint. What made him collapse was that he didn't know when, but he actually hugged the Buddha above. I didn't do anything, Lord Ling Bao above. I didn't do anything, Amit Ba. This poor monk definitely didn't start a massacre. God said, I didn't do anything, everything is fine. Everything is fine. Yun Nuoxing nagged in his heart, constantly comforting himself. He slowly moved his arms away from Xian's body. His eyes were looking at that extremely cute sleeping face. Suddenly, he felt a little feverish. He hurriedly looked away and didn't dare to look anymore. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. After all, he was a normal young man. Before Yin Nuoxing could struggle out of Xian's arms, she had already woken up. Her sleepy appearance made her look even cuter. Yin Nuoxing's neck was even redder. His heart was beating like a drum. He was so nervous that even his stomach was jumping up and down. It made his stomach hurt a little. Xing. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yin Nuoxing's handsome face, which was as red as a tomato. Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at the two's posture. Their pretty faces were as red as in an instant, perhaps even more so. He immediately screamed and hurriedly pulled himself out of Yin Nuoxing's arms. How embarrassing! Seeing that Xian had escaped, Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief. Although he enjoyed the feeling of having a soft and warm body in his arms, it was a little too embarrassing. What was going on? Oh my God, can you stop beating? The sound of his heart beating was like thunder. Yin Nuoxing only felt hot and uneasy. He hurriedly reached out and hammered his heart, trying to calm it down. Hearing the heavy hammering sound, Xian, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, froze for a moment. Then, he saw Yin Nuoxing continuously hammering his heart. Suddenly, he was stunned. Then, he burst out laughing. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Even his fists stopped hammering, and his heart suddenly calmed down. I don't sleep well. I'm sorry. Xian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled embarrassedly at Yin Nuoxing. Very cute. Just take it as eye candy. Yin Nuoxing glanced at her with his light purple eyes and smiled without blushing or skipping a beat. Hearing this, her pretty face, which had just calmed down, quickly turned red again. Xian rolled her eyes at him. She seemed to have forgotten that she was shy at this moment. She looked even more charming, and Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Brother, Sister Xian, did you sleep well last night? At this moment, Ming, who had been sleeping on the stool for the entire night, slowly woke up. Seeing that Yin Nuoxing were both awake, he was slightly stunned. He looked at the two blushing people with interest and smiled sweetly. Hearing this, the two of them froze for a moment and looked at him at the same time. Was there something wrong with this sentence? Ming, come here. Yin Nuoxing climbed up from the bed and sat on the edge of the bed. He patted his thigh and smiled, blinking his bright and big eyes. Ming nodded obediently and hopped onto Yin Nuoxing's lap. He even rubbed his little face against Yin Nuoxing's chest a few times, then smiled and said, Big brother, what's the matter? Tell me honestly, what did you do last night? Yin Nuoxing smiled and looked kindly at Ming. Nothing much. I saw that you guys were asleep, so I went to sleep too. Ming blinked and said, Really? The smile on Yin Nuoxing's face became even more friendly, and Ming was a little flustered when he saw this. Brother. Seeing this, Ming looked at Yin Nuoxing pitifully and patted his chest as if blaming him for not trusting him. All right, it's fine. Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing was certain that this matter definitely had something to do with this little girl. However, he didn't point it out. Seeing that Yin Nuoxing didn't insist on asking, Ming secretly laughed in his heart. He thought that his good deed hadn't been seen through. Let's go. There are probably a lot of people waiting there already. Standing up with Ming in his arms, Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh and rubbed his eyes. Today, victory would be decided by these eyes after keeping the palace. The two of them ran wildly on the ground. Along the way, they saw a lot of people running along this road. Their target seemed to be Divine Sky City. Yin Nuoxing didn't know how many people had noticed this crystal spell storm. Just on this road alone, he saw no less than 1,000 people. He really didn't know what the situation in the city was like. As soon as they entered the city, the vast noise exploded in Yin Nuoxing's ears. He stumbled and almost fell. Seeing the scene in front of him, he almost stuck out his tongue. The city gate in the north was the closest to the stone square. It was only a short distance away. However, at this moment, the city gate was completely blocked. It wasn't very possible to walk on the street. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and flew up with Xian. After flying rapidly for a while, Yin Nuoxing saw a group of familiar figures standing on the building beside the Qi family stone square. He smiled and rushed down with Xian. The sound of the explosion breaking through the sound barrier didn't even attract the attention of the people below. I don't think I'm late, right? Yin Nuoxing smiled as soon as he landed beside Yuan Qian and the others. Just as he finished speaking, a white figure flashed past. Yin Nuoxing suddenly felt his feet leave the ground. "Little boy, did you miss me?" Yuan Qian rushed up directly. Her white dress fluttered in the air. She directly hugged Yin Nuoxing tightly in her arms. Her smiling face made Yin Nuoxing laugh bitterly. "Stop fooling around." Yin Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. He patted her head to calm her down and said, "Today's matter concerns my coffin capital. It's fine. If you lose, I'll take care of you." Yuan Qian smiled sweetly. "Why do you have to say this on the premise that I lose?" Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing felt a little sad. It hadn't even started yet, but it was already decided that he would lose. "Hee, little boy, I'm betting on you winning. Don't disappoint your elder sister." Yuan Qian smiled and stuck out her tongue. Her pair of slender eyebrows were raised to the sky. "I'll try my best." Yin Nuoxing sighed helplessly. Although he really tried his best to force his evil spirit eye to the second level, he hadn't tried it yet. He didn't know if he could see through the stones that were moved from the forbidden area. If he couldn't, then there was nothing he could do. "Cough, you two, pay attention to your image. There are people here." Yuan Qi, who was behind them, sighed helplessly and reminded them. "Xiao Qi, you're jealous." Hearing this, Yuan Qian still didn't put Yin Nuoxing down. Instead, she turned her head and teased him. Yuan Qi rolled his eyes. After living with this amazing elder sister for more than 40 years, this was the first time he saw through her completely. Was it really the easiest for girls to see through things when they were in love? "Little boy, let's go." Ignoring everyone's rolling eyes, Yuan Qian smiled sweetly and pulled Yin Nuoxing down. "Sigh, this girl in love." Everyone laughed bitterly. Chapter 271. In the Qi family stone workshop, there is a red god manor. A group of people gather together and look around the manor. Most of them have white hair and beards. They're the kind of people who have half of their bodies buried in the ground. Among them, Xianing, who is in an ice blue robe, is standing there with her eyes closed. Her frozen face, which has been paralyzed for thousands of years, doesn't change at all. "Hey, you are really here." A young man standing by Xianing looks at the door and suddenly sneers. "You are really in a hurry to deliver the stones. Later, I will make you kneel down and beg for mercy." Yin Nuoxing slowly walks in from the door of the independent world with a large group of people. He ignores the attention attracted by his words and turns to look at the stones on the red land. He silently chooses some beautiful stones in his heart. Then, he leads Yuan Qian and the others to go there directly, ignoring Xianing and the others. Everyone is shocked to see him do that. They have seen arrogant people before, but they have never seen anyone as arrogant as him. It seems that he doesn't see them at all. Even Xianing feels a little annoyed. Her cold face becomes colder. With his ability, he has never been ignored like this before. 3 stones. The one who offers the highest price wins. Yin Nuoxing turns his head and glances at Xianing. He says indifferently and covers his mouth to yawn, which makes Xianing angry. Besides the original stakes, there are also the rare treasures offered by the other side. Hearing this, Xianing blinks her eyes and says coldly. Yin Nuoxing nods. He doesn't say anything, which means he agrees. "Then, let's start to choose the stones." Xianing finishes her words. She flings her sleeves and walks directly in the opposite direction of Yin Nuoxing. She disappears in the redwoods. In the God Manor, besides the older generation, there are also some elites from different forces following them. They want to see how they choose the stones and learn from them. Yin Nuoxing walked quickly and walked around the Scarlet Mountain. He had already been here once, so he was already familiar with some of the things here. There was no need for him to run around the place again. Choosing this place as the location of the final battle was because he had taken advantage of the situation. In the Divine Manor, there were many rare stones with sky-high prices, and the price was so high that it could scare people to death. Each of them revealed an extraordinary aura, and they all came from the forbidden area. Moreover, the stone was still perfectly hidden in the background, and it might not necessarily be a stone. For example, the wooden sign that Yin Nuoxing saw now was inserted into the ground in front of him, but there was no trace of a stone on the ground. Little friend, are you interested in this thing? Just when Yin Nuoxing thought that he had inserted the sign in the wrong place, the old man from the stone workshop and the crystallizer master that he had seen once walked over. They stood beside Yin Nuoxing and stroked their beards as they smiled. But I don't see any rare stones. Yin Nuoxing touched her face and looked around, but she couldn't find any stones. Here, the one in front of you is it. Turn the sign around, and you will know. The old man smiled. His eyebrows and beard trembled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and extended his hand to turn the wooden token over. After taking a look, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at his small eyes. His expression was rather comical. Red Jade Mountain, 200,000 caddies of celestial grade glazed crystals. Seeing this line of words, Yin Nuoxing couldn't stay calm. She looked at the huge mountain in front of her, and her mouth opened into an O shape. She didn't know what to say. Little boy, let's change to another one. Even Yuan Qian sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of joke was this? How could a mountain be sliced? 200,000 celestial grade glazed crystals were equivalent to 20 billion. Xing, let's look at something else. Xian also couldn't stay calm. She tugged at his sleeve and said, That's exactly what I was thinking. Yin Nuoxing nodded in panic and immediately ran away. However, she couldn't help but look back. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she seemed to be a little tempted. After crossing a mountain, a huge cross appeared in front of Yin Nuoxing. This time, he came for this. He had been thinking about it since the first time he came, but because he couldn't see the inside clearly, he put it aside. This time, he had a level 2 evil spirit eye, so naturally, Yin Nuoxing wanted to take a good look at it. Uncle, is this really not man-made? Yuan Qian touched the cross and suddenly felt a bone-chilling aura seeping into her body. She was shocked and quickly pulled her hand away and asked. The Scarlet Cross was indeed formed naturally. Back then, many people wanted to take a look at it. However, a man who claimed to be a Heaven Vein Master came to take a look at it, but he didn't say anything. He just left it here and didn't touch it. Speaking of which, it can be considered the longest standing stone besides the Scarlet Jade Mountain. We wanted to do it ourselves. The old man stroked his beard and said with a bit of regret. Yin Nuoxing looked at it and closed his eyes. He stood straight and even restrained his aura. Everyone was a little confused and didn't know what he was doing. He let out a light breath and slowly opened his eyes. His 6-colored eyes emitted a dazzling light that illuminated Yin Nuoxing's handsome face. The 2 purple gold diamond-shaped pupils rotated slightly, and many small arrays appeared in the surrounding space. They slowly rotated in front of him, and the surrounding air even had a tendency to heat up. This is... The old man looked at Yin Nuoxing's eyes and the small arrays in front of him and frowned slightly. He muttered in an inaudible voice, as if he was thinking about something. Yin Nuoxing, who was so focused, didn't hear his muttering. As the evil spirit eye opened, his vision also changed. It was different from the first realm. At that time, the world he saw was filled with elemental energy that wrapped the world. Even the people he saw were colorful. At this time, his vision wasn't any different from what he usually saw. There was only a little bit of energy fog that lingered in the sky and on the ground. As for the Scarlet Cross in front of him, he saw a layer of strange white fog that shrouded it and didn't leak out a single bit. What made Yin Nuoxing a little happy was that although the blurry barrier wasn't completely pierced through, the shielding effect was slightly weakened. He could see a little outline of the thing inside. It was a light red color, and he couldn't tell what material it was. However, it gave off an abnormally hard feeling. After circling around the Scarlet Cross, Yin Nuoxing stared at a place behind it for a long time. He reached out and rubbed the surface. He saw a line of words and couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly called the old man and the others over and pointed at the line of words. These words, seeing the line of words, the old man and the others were stunned, just like Yin Nuashing. Then the old man took out a book from somewhere and spread it out in his hand. He slowly flipped through it, looking at the words and then at the book. Yin Nuashing curiously lifted the cover of the book and saw that it was titled Quotes from the Dark Age. Clearly, this was a language from the Dark Age. In other words, this Scarlet Cross might be related to the Dark Age. The Age of Darkness was an era after the Age of Mythology. Some people called the Age of Darkness the post-mythological era. There were still people who could investigate the history of this era, but there was really no way to investigate the Age of Mythology. The most mysterious era that lasted the longest seemed to have vanished from the entire Great Yuan realm. Not a single trace of it could be found. This doesn't seem to be a language from the Dark Age. It's just a little similar, but it's not. A few minutes later, the old man closed the book in distress and shook his head. He couldn't find any related or even similar words in it. It didn't seem to be from the Dark Age. Could it be a language from the mythological era? The crystallizer master patted his head and said, "Impossible. How can I not recognize a language from the mythological era?" Hearing this, Yin Nuashing was inexplicably a little excited and immediately rejected the idea. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his handsome face changed color. He covered his mouth and realized that he had said something wrong. He raised his head and saw that everyone was staring at him as if they were looking at a madman. Xian couldn't help but wipe her cold sweat. Yin Nuashing's words scared her quite a bit. "Young man, don't joke around. How can you recognize a language from the mythological era?" The old man shook his head with a smile. He didn't take it to heart and thought that Yi Xian had fainted from sleep. I was a little dazed just now. I mean, how can there be a language from the mythological era?" Hearing this, Yin Nuashing laughed dryly and quickly corrected him. Hearing this, everyone laughed silently. Indeed, the mythological era had disappeared too thoroughly. It was so thorough that it made people wonder if this era even existed. Was it added by later generations for the sake of mystery? Yin Nuashing continued to operate his evil spirit eye. His eyes were wrapped in bright colors as he looked at the strangely large and strangely shaped stone. He walked around it a few times and pondered for a long time. He even kicked it with his foot and frowned. "How is it?" Xian asked with concern. "I don't know. I can see a little bit, but I can't see what it is exactly." Yin Nuashing shook his head and said, "Little brother, I think you should choose this one. The words on the back of the Scarlet Cross are definitely from before the ancient era. Anything related to that era will not be simple." The crystallizer master recommended. "Let me take a look again." Yin Nuashing nodded and widened his eyes. He formed a hand seal with lightning speed. The space in front of him slightly distorted and rotated. A 5-foot-long array appeared in the void. A dazzling purple-gold light bloomed like a small sun. Countless tiny threads came out of the array and wrapped around the Scarlet Cross. The purple-gold light emitted seemed to illuminate the inside of the array. Little Brother Nuashing's crystallization technique is really amazing. In a month's time, it seems to have improved a lot. Jin Heng and Yao Ling, who had just entered the Qi family stone shop, ran back at this time. However, their clothes were a little disheveled. It seemed that they had been ravaged. Hearing this voice, Yuan Qian turned her head and saw that the two were a little embarrassed. She looked at them with amusement. Her evil smile made Jin Heng and Yao Ling shiver. They thought that she was going to hug them and spin them around a few times. They both took a step back at the same time. However, Yuan Qian didn't do that. She just smiled at the people behind them and greeted them in a friendly manner. "Little Sister Meng Yin, I didn't expect to see you here." Behind Jin Heng and the others, a little girl wearing a black dress slowly walked forward. She had beautiful eyebrows, white teeth, and a delicate body. The girl looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, but she had a tall and slender figure. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her small black eyes flickered with a little luster. Her entire person seemed to be born from the spirit Qi of heaven and earth, and even her temperament carried a little bit of spirit Qi. The girl saw Yuan Qian and seemed a little surprised, but she wasn't too surprised. She just nodded and replied with a faint smile, "Hello, big sister Yuan Qian." "Hey, that little bastard from Tian Yuan. Why didn't he come and greet me when he saw me?" Yuan Qian smiled and looked at the young man behind Jin Heng and Yao Ling Erm. "Hello, big sister Yuan." Hearing that he was vaguely pointed at, the divine son of the Tian Yuan clan poked his head out from behind Jin Heng with a dry smile. He could be described as handsome and carefree. There was a faint sense of dignity between his brows. However, when he saw Yuan Qian, he was like a mouse that had seen a cat. He didn't even make a sound. He even pulled Jin Heng and Yao Ling back a little. "Oof, am I that scary?" This small action didn't escape Yuan Qian's notice. She immediately snorted and extended her hand towards him in a restraining gesture. Oh my God! When the divine son of Tian Yuan saw this, he was so frightened that his face turned pale. He hurriedly pushed Jin Heng away and flew away. Everyone who saw this didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xian also smiled helplessly. What had Yuan Qian done to make all the divine sons so afraid of her? Yuan Qian didn't actually restrain him. She only snorted and ignored them, which surprised Jin Heng and Yao Ling. The divine son of Tian Yuan had been ravaged by her evil claws many times. Every time they met, it would be the last time. Why was she letting him go? Chapter 272. Hearing the commotion behind him, Yun Nuoxing woke up from his dazed state after a long time. He stood up and turned around curiously. He saw a group of people standing not far away. The array had not been put away. The bright light swept across everyone's eyes and attracted their attention. Due to the special effect of the piercing divine eye, Yun Nuoxing saw many of their thoughts. He was stunned for a moment and quickly blocked them. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Yun Nuoxing felt a little awkward. He quietly turned around and squatted down to stare at the line of words again. "Little boy, don't be so cold. Big sister will introduce some people to you." Seeing that he immediately turned around, Yuan Qian smiled sweetly and pulled Yun Nuoxing into her arms. She hugged his neck affectionately and rested her chin on his shoulder. She smiled and said, "This is my little boy. You can call him Little Star." The intimate action made Yun Nuoxing's handsome face turn red. When he heard her say that, it was as if she was declaring ownership. He rolled his eyes again and felt that his head was burning. He quickly closed his evil spirit eye, afraid that others would see through him. When everyone saw their posture, they were stunned. Jin Heng and Yao Ling seemed to have thought of something and looked as if they had suddenly realized something. Yun Nuoxing wanted to beat them up. Tian Yuan Shinsi, who had returned, saw this and thought for a while. He also understood why Yuan Qian did not chase after him. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. So Yun Nuoxing was taken. Hey, I saw your shameless thoughts." Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. He looked at Jin Heng and Yao Ling and could not help but transmit his voice fiercely. "Big sister Yuan, who is this little brother? Why haven't I heard you mention him before?" Tian Yuan Shinsi looked at Yun Nuoxing meaningfully and then smiled at Yuan Qian. Hearing this, Yuan Qian smiled proudly and pinched Yun Nuoxing's face. "Big sister just found him recently. What do you think? Isn't he cute?" "Cute. This brother is really too cute." Tian Yuan Shinsi heaved a long sigh of relief and then laughed out loud. His laughter had a hidden meaning, which made Yun Nuoxing roll her eyes. For big sister to be able to bring a handsome man home, it could be considered this little brother's good fortune. Meng Yin's sparkling eyes looked deeply at Yun Nuoxing and said with a smile. Yun Nuoxing heard a bit of astonishment and confusion in her voice. Yun Nuoxing had a stomach full of grievances, especially Meng Yin's words. She clearly looked about the same age as him. How did she become his little brother? "Sister, when are you getting married?" It was unknown when Chu Yilian from the Drunken Immortal Inn had arrived, but she seemed to be following behind Jin Heng and the others. At this moment, she jumped out and looked at Yuan Qian. Her charming and lively appearance was completely different from when she was at the Drunken Immortal Inn. "Stop fooling around." Yun Nuoxing gently struggled out of Yuan Qian's embrace. She felt that if she were to stay any longer, she would definitely suffer from internal injuries and vomit blood until she went into shock. "Little boy, are you angry?" Seeing his gloomy, handsome face, Yuan Qian smiled tenderly and touched his head. She asked carefully, "No." Yin Nuoxing responded weakly. He hurriedly turned around and continued to look at the Scarlet Cross. Although it was a little unfathomable, he inexplicably wanted to choose this one. Maybe it was because of the characters? He walked around the Scarlet Cross again. His serious look made Yuan Qian stick out her tongue. Then, she turned around and gestured for him to be quiet. Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuoxing seriously. She liked to see his serious expression. "Jin Heng, is this little brother the one who made a bet with Xianing?" Shensi Tian Yuan pulled Jin Heng's robe and asked in a low voice. Yes. I think little brother Nuoxing is a good choice." Hearing this, Jin Heng smiled. Hearing this, Shensi Tian Yuan and the others looked at Yin Nuoxing differently. There were not many people who dared to make a bet with the genius of a traditional crystallizer family. This courage alone was praiseworthy. "Well, I will choose you." After looking at him for quite a while, Yin Nuoxing smiled happily, as if he had seen a precious child. Yuan Qian saw this and felt very happy. She moved her fingers. If she didn't have the heart to disturb Yin Nuoxing, she might have directly hugged him and kissed him. He patted the Scarlet Cross with his palm. This weird stone was worth 10,000 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals, which Yin Nuoxing could afford. He nodded at once. With a move of his mind, the golden chain shot out and wrapped around Yin Nuoxing's arm. He swung the other end of the chain and threw it out forcefully, wrapping it around the top of the cross. Everyone looked at the golden chain and felt surprised. They felt that the aura it gave out was a little extraordinary, but they didn't know what level it was exactly. Step back. After winding the Scarlet Cross, Yin Nuoxing turned around and waved his hand at Yuan Qian and Xian. He smiled. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what he was doing, but they still retreated 100 meters away and craned their necks to look at him. Yin Nuoxing grinned, raised his foot, and stomped hard on the ground. Boom! The tyrannical force directly stomped a hole in the ground. Dozens of cracks as thick as an arm spread out 100 meters from the hole. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. A cloud of dust flew up. In the distance, Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but be jolted and almost fell to the ground. Wow, such tyrannical force. Only Yuan Qian and the elder from the Qi family could still stand. The former immediately exclaimed in admiration. She could feel that this was completely based on the strength of the physical body. He didn't use any energy. Yuan Shi fell flat on his face. Hearing his sister's exclamation, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He quickly got up and patted the dust off his body. Rise! Tearing a crack in the ground, Yin Nuoxing grabbed the golden chain and stomped on the ground vigorously, creating another huge pit. The violent vibration caused the people behind him to smile bitterly. Then, with a loud shout, he swung the chain and jumped into the air. With a forceful pull, he directly pulled the Scarlet Cross from the ground and flew dozens of meters high. It drew a beautiful red arc in the sky, bringing with it many egg-sized mouths, and then slowly fell to the ground. Clang! The Scarlet Cross fell from a height of tens of meters and smashed into the ground. Countless cracks spread out like spider webs. Dust flew everywhere, and the violent tremors were like an earthquake, directly flipping Yuan Shi and the others to the ground, falling flat on their faces. By the time they got up, their faces were already dark. This kid is still so reckless. When the old man saw this, he shook his head helplessly. He looked at the destroyed God Manor and could vaguely hear angry curses from afar. It seemed that the tremors had spread over there. After pulling it up from the ground, they could see clearly that the Scarlet Cross was more than 30 meters long. It was like a small mountain. However, it was now embedded in the ground because it was too heavy. Yin Nuoxing scratched her head and looked at the Scarlet Cross that was 3 feet into the ground in distress. She pulled hard on the golden chain and pulled it out of the ground. Then, she dragged it like this and walked towards Xian and the others. Behind her, she dragged a long trench. Young man, are you trying to tear down the manor? Looking at the shocking trench, the old man sighed and rolled his eyes at Yin Nuoxing. It's too heavy. I can't do anything about it. Yin Nuashing stuck out her tongue. Her light purple eyes glanced at the sky, attracting the resentful gazes of everyone. Brother Yin, let me help you. Yuan, she shook his head helplessly and reached out to take the golden chain. Ah, it's very heavy. Hearing this, before Yin Nuashing could stop her, Yuan, she had already taken the golden chain from him. Clang! The ground cracked again. Even the flying dust was scarlet red. Everyone swayed, and Yuan, she kissed the ground for the third time. When everyone saw Yuan, she kissing the ground again, they held their stomachs and laughed so hard that they started rolling on the ground. They couldn't help but hit the ground with their hands. Ha ha! Even Yuan Shi was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He couldn't help but roll on the ground. That! Yuan Shi, are you okay? Yin Nuashing tried hard to hold back her laughter. When she saw Yuan Shi lying motionless on the ground, she couldn't help but shake him and ask with concern, Brother, are you okay? Even Yuan Shui was laughing so hard that she almost couldn't breathe. She quickly helped Yuan Shi up. When she saw his gloomy face, she laughed even more sweetly. Well, let me take this thing. Yin Nuashing shook her head helplessly and looked at Yuan Shi with pity. Woo-woo-woo, you're all bullying me. Woo-woo-woo, I don't want to play with you anymore. Yuan Shi, who had just gotten up, saw everyone holding their stomachs and laughing without any elegance. Even Yuan Xian and the other pretty girls were laughing coquettishly. Suddenly, a sense of grievance welled up in his heart. With snot and tears flowing down his face, he ran away alone. Brother Yuan Shi. Yin Nuashing stretched out her hand from afar with a sad expression. When she saw Yuan Shi's coquettish movements, she couldn't help but laugh. Little boy, you're too bad. Yuan Xian was laughing so hard that she was out of breath. She leaned on Yin Nuashing and couldn't help but pat his chest with her jade-like hand. It's none of my business. Yin Nuashing scratched his head and smiled innocently. Aha, let's go. There are still 2 stones to choose. Yin Nuashing laughed dryly and kept the golden chain. Surging celestial energy attached to the red cross and lifted it up. It floated beside him, and then he looked into the distance. He had already set his eyes on another stone. Xing Xing, you've taken a fancy to another stone? Xian couldn't help but ask when she saw his expression. Yes, that stone. I wanted to choose it the last time I came, but I couldn't see through it, so I didn't make a move. Now, let me go take a look. If it really is... Yin Nuashing nodded with a smile. He paused mysteriously and didn't finish his sentence. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't know what he was talking about. Let's go. We'll know once we take a look. I really want it. Yin Nuashing grinned and kept everyone in suspense. He didn't say anything and smiled cutely. Yuan Qian immediately rushed over and hugged him to give him a good hug. Everyone, she's being love-struck again. Yuan Qian rubbed her pretty face against Yin Nuashing a few times and smiled coquettishly. Little boy, what did you take a fancy to? Big sister will go buy it for you. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly as he was hugged. He looked at the mountain in the distance and smiled. It's over there. Chapter 273. The scarlet grassland slowly receded in front of them. The entire grassland was filled with an indescribable fragrance that made people feel refreshed. Yin Nuashing looked at the boundless grassland and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know how big this god manor was. Not only were there mountains and forests, even the grassland had appeared. It was all scarlet red. Even the clouds floating in the sky were red, as if they had been dyed red by the blood ingots. Even the sky was red. Walking alone on the red grassland and looking at the empty space beside him, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. He felt a little unaccustomed to walking alone. Now, even Ming wasn't in his arms. He didn't seem to have tried walking alone before, right? Except for that time in the Serene Flame Pavilion. Hey, where did everyone go? Yin Nuashing sighed faintly. He looked at the huge floating cross on his right and patted it with emotion. Only you and I are left. On the vast red grassland, there were a few huge rocks that would recede in his line of sight from time to time. Yin Nuashing carefully avoided the huge rocks to prevent the scarlet cross from hitting them. Brother Yun, let's discuss something. In the distance, someone shouted with a sorrowful tone. When Yin Nuashing heard that, he turned around. The Scarlet Cross was like a huge pillar that followed him in a circle and swept across the sky. Damn, Brother Yun, let's talk nicely. Don't be rough. 30 meters away, Yuan Shi and the others saw the huge red pillar sweep over their heads. Although they knew that they couldn't reach it or hit it, their faces still turned pale in an instant. They hurriedly fell to the ground and felt the cold wind lick their necks. They had goosebumps. Little boy, why don't you put that thing down? Yuan Xian also felt the cold wind. Although she was a demon rank expert, she probably wouldn't feel good after being hit like that. Her face turned pale immediately, and she hurriedly advised, "Hey, don't. What if they take it away?" Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the corpses on the ground in confusion. She shook her head and smiled. "Little friend, this old man swears on my honor that such a thing will never happen." The old man was also scared and hurriedly roared. When they first left, everyone was still walking beside Yun Nuoxing, and nothing happened. It wasn't until they crossed a mountain that he tripped, and the huge Scarlet Cross swept across the crowd. The old man should have been able to stop it, but he didn't react in time and was sent flying along with everyone else. From then on, everyone was at least 30 meters away from Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the Scarlet Cross beside her. Then, she looked at the frightened crowd and thought for a moment. Then, she smiled and nodded. "Big Sister Yuan, your partner is so cute." Tian Yuan Shensi turned his head stiffly and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was humming a little tune, and laughed dryly. "That's why he's cute." Hearing the praise, Yuan Qian pouted proudly and smiled as she held Yun Nuoxing's hand. However, looking at her footsteps, for some reason, she looked like she was ready to retreat at any time. Xian ran her fingers through her hair and stood beside Yuan Qian. She smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Ming, who was in her arms, grabbed onto her clothes tightly, afraid that she would disappear in an instant. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with a pale face and cried, "Big brother is a bad guy." "Huh? I don't think I did anything, right?" Yun Nuoxing turned her head in confusion. She didn't know why everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. "Big brother Yun, Grandpa Yun, can you not be like this?" Wang Qin couldn't bear the psychological pressure and was on the verge of breaking down. "That's right. Little brother, can't we get along well?" Lu Yi looked at Yun Nuoxing with lingering fear. "Yuan, I really didn't do anything, right?" Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. She didn't know what she had done. Everyone was furious. F***CK. Put down the Scarlet Cross. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing indeed didn't lift the Scarlet Cross horizontally. Instead, she raised it vertically. It was 30 meters tall and could be seen from afar. "Is this okay?" Yun Nuoxing hung the Scarlet Cross above her head. "No." Everyone was so scared that they were about to have a heart attack. Anyone who saw something that even ordinary demon rank experts couldn't lift would be scared half to death, right? "Little boy, Big Sister is begging you. Don't challenge our psychological bottom line like this, okay?" Yuan Qian was also about to cry. Although she could barely bear the weight of the cross, it was still terrifying to see it hanging above her head. This wasn't a problem of resistance, it was a problem of psychological quality. Even though she had experienced a great battle, her mental state was crumbling at this moment. Calm down, calm down." The old man stroked his beard as if nothing had happened. "Okay." Seeing that everyone was about to cry, Yun Nuoxing helplessly scratched her head and put the Scarlet Cross back into her pendant. Phew! Seeing that this adorable girl finally put away the Scarlet Cross, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yun Nuoxing stopped in front of a volcanic crater. He stuck his head out and looked inside. Then he nodded and said with a smile, "It's inside." Although Yun Nuoxing used her evil spirit eye to scan the entire manor, she didn't look carefully at that time. Therefore, it took her a while to find it. It was indeed inside the volcano. She saw it when she looked inside. "Little boy, you have courage. Big Sister will take you to the lava sea to play." Hearing this, Yuan Qian smiled. She wasn't too worried. Although the lava was an extremely dangerous place for some cultivators with lower cultivation. It was fine for them to go down with their cultivation. This old man will go down too. Although we created this world, so many years have passed. I don't know if there will be any danger. The old man nodded and took the lead to jump down. Xing Xing, be careful. Don't try to be brave. Xian looked at the boiling lava below. Even from afar, she could feel a wave of heat. She took 2 steps back in fear and looked at Yin Nuoxing with concern. And it's fine. Yin Nuoxing smiled. Then, Yuan Qian led her into the lava. The scorching heat waves hit her body, making it unbearable. Immortal Qi broke out of her body along with the purple night flame, completely protecting her and Yuan Qian. The latter also released a majestic demonic Qi, tightly wrapping the two of them and pushing the lava away. All they could see was a sea of red. In a lava world, they couldn't even tell their direction. Violent fire elemental energy rushed towards Yin Nuoxing and Xian. However, when it came into contact with the purple night flame, it was filtered out and turned into pure energy. Little boy, you're fire. Seeing that the violent energy was dissolved, Yuan Qian couldn't help but take another look at the light purple flame. It's just a rather special kind of flame. Yin Nuoxing smiled at her. He didn't tell her about the purple night flame. The divine flame involved too much. Although they had known each other for a while, and he knew that Yuan Qian was trustworthy, he still didn't want to tell her everything. After all, she was different from Xian and Ming. They hadn't known each other for long. The former wouldn't tell her everything. Even Xian, he only told her everything not long ago. Oh, Yuan Qian wrinkled her small nose and didn't ask any more questions. Mei Mao stared down and sped up. However, she didn't see the old man. They didn't know how long they had been diving at this speed. Yin Nuoxing gradually felt a little pressured. He couldn't keep using the purple night flame for a long time. However, if he released it, the surrounding lava would instantly swallow them. He only had the strength of an immortal. It was still fine if he stayed in the lava for a while. However, after such a long time, the pressure of the lava below would only increase. Gradually, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Little boy, big sister is still here. Seeing that Yin Nuoxing was struggling, Yuan Qian gave him a reassuring smile and asked him to remove the power. I can still hold on for a while. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. When he had time, he used the characteristics of the spiritual divine body to absorb the filtered fire elemental energy and recover the energy he had just consumed. The lava would automatically disperse when it came into contact with the purple night flame. It could be said that there were no obstacles in their way. Even so, Yin Nuoxing and the others didn't know how long they had been diving. They saw some marks along the way that seemed to be left behind by the old man. They kept going deeper. Just as Yin Nuoxing was about to retreat, their speed slowed down. The surrounding lava had already turned blue. They didn't know how high the temperature was, but Yin Nuoxing felt a little better. That was because the energy here was denser, and he could absorb it without restraint. For a moment, the purple night flame that enveloped them suddenly expanded. The speed that had just slowed down was raised again. Yin Nuoxing laughed. He released a dense purple flame and condensed it into the shape of an arrow. Under Yuan Qian's astonished gaze, he pulled her and rushed down rapidly. The arrow formed by the purple flame easily cut through the lava. The two of them swam in the lava like fish. After another 10 minutes, they slowly came to a stop. That was because the old man was standing in front of them. A vast aura enveloped him seamlessly, and the surrounding lava couldn't hurt him. Little brother, did you take a fancy to this stone? The old man felt that someone was coming behind him. He slowly turned his head and looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others. He waved his sleeve and merged the two auras together. He looked at them strangely. What's wrong? Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. Actually, he didn't see it clearly that day. He only found it because he saw a very strange thing through the ground. The old man raised his eyebrows and pointed down with his withered finger. Yin Nuoxing and Yuan Qian stretched their necks out of curiosity. They vaguely saw a round object in the blue lava. It was a black stone that was 5 meters in size. It was round like a ball, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. It bobbed up and down in the lava without any abnormalities. Why is this stone here? The old man scratched his head in confusion and asked in confusion, Uncle, wasn't this stone originally here? Yin Nuashing asked curiously. Yes, this black stone is also a treasure of the garden. It's called the Black Ball, and it's worth 12,000 kilograms of celestial grade Qian crystals. It has always been on the stone table outside the forest. A while ago, when I was counting, it disappeared. At that time, I thought I lost it. I didn't expect it to come here by itself. The old man looked at the black ball in confusion. I don't care. I'll choose it. Yin Nuashing smiled indifferently. He waved his hand and grabbed the black ball. Then, he touched it carefully. However, he turned pale with fright and quickly withdrew his hand. What's wrong? Are you scalded? Seeing his handsome face change color, Yuan Qian nervously grabbed Yin Nuashing's hand. She quickly held it in her palm and blew on it a few times. Then, she asked worriedly, No, it's not scalded. Yin Nuashing shook his head and frowned. He said, It's very cold, what? The old man and Yuan Qian were a little shocked when they heard this. They looked at each other and then slapped their palms on the black stone. A chill passed through their palms, causing their faces to change color. This black stone was bobbing up and down in the lava. How could it be cold? After looking at it with his evil spirit eyes, Yin Nuashing grinned brightly. Chapter 274. Let's not care about him. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and thought for a while before giving up. With a mysterious smile on his face, he put away the round black ball. Seeing how carefree he was, the old man and Yuan Qian couldn't help but shake their heads. However, they didn't say anything. They looked at each other and nodded. Suddenly, each of them grabbed one of Yin Nuashing's arms. Huh? Yin Nuashing was stunned when he was suddenly grabbed. He didn't know what they were doing. He turned his head, but before he could react, he felt a terrifying acceleration approaching him. The scene in front of him suddenly became blurry. Yuan Qian and Yin Nuashing released the energy that they had been condensing under their feet like an explosion. They grabbed Yin Nuashing and shot up like a jet engine. A huge amount of energy surged, and the sea of magma seemed to have exploded as it churned vigorously. Splash! It took them half an hour to dive to the bottom of the lava. However, it only took them 1 minute to return from the bottom of the lava. After compressing the lava by 30 times, the three of them jumped out of the crater. With a gorgeous turn, they landed safely on the ground. That was so exciting. Why don't we do it again? Yin Nuashing shouted excitedly as soon as he landed. His eyes sparkled like stars. Yuan Qian pulled him into her arms again and doted on him. Everyone, of course, they didn't agree. They dragged him away. They weren't here to pick stones for you to play. Did you have too much fun and forget about the bet? There's still a bet. They're probably waiting anxiously. Suddenly, Yin Nuashing slapped his head in realization. He suddenly thought of something and shouted in panic. Everyone, you actually forgot about it. What about the other stone? The dozen of them ran wildly on the road in a row. It seemed like a sandstorm was blowing on the ground. Yuan Qian took the time to ask Yin Nuashing. I don't know either. After thinking for a moment, Yin Nuashing gave an answer that made everyone speechless. Uncle, is there any treasure around here? Yin Nuashing asked at the top of her voice. You don't say, there really is. The crystallizer master thought for a moment and called out. Then, with a magnificent turn, he immediately turned left and ran toward a certain place with everyone. Yin Nuashing and the others ran for a few minutes and arrived outside a red bamboo forest. Even the bamboo leaves were red, as if red was the only color in the world. It was a little dazzling after looking at it for a long time. In this bamboo forest, there's a strange stone that many people shook their heads when they saw it. However, with this old man's seventh sense, I always felt that this stone was a little out of the ordinary. However, no one has ever asked about it. If little brother can cut it open today, then it can be considered as fulfilling my wish. The crystal technique master stroked his beard and looked towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Then he led everyone in. Damned seventh sense. Yuanshi couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. That strange stone was very conspicuous. It had a brilliant and gorgeous color. Placed in a red bamboo forest, it was difficult not to be conspicuous. Before Yin Nuoxing walked in, she saw the strange stone from afar, and her eyes slightly paused. Everyone walked closer to take a look and were stunned. At the same time, a thought emerged from the bottom of their hearts. Was this really not artificially made? They couldn't be blamed for having such thoughts. This strange stone was like a pillar. It was 1 meter tall and 2 meters long. It was surrounded by hundreds of spirals. The spirals on the outside even had some weathered holes. Even the pillar itself had signs of corrosion. Moreover, if one looked carefully, they would feel that the gorgeous and colorful pattern was like a girl standing in the wind, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Hee, this is the color hair stone. The origin of the name is the same as what you see. It's just like that. What do you think? Little brother, do you like it? The crystallizer master rubbed his hands and turned sideways to let Yun Nuoxing see it more clearly. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing's face was illuminated by the colorful light like a magnificent gem. Her evil spirit eye opened directly. Looking at this strange stone called the colored hair stone, it was blurry and she couldn't see anything at all. It was even more powerful than the Scarlet Cross. This stone was moved out from the depths of the primordial divine mine. It has been placed here and hasn't been touched. It's worth 15,000 caddies of celestial-grade glazed crystals. Because of the urgency of time, the old man also knew what Yin Nuoxing wanted to ask, so he directly said it. 15,000 caddies. When Yin Nuoxing heard this number, she immediately felt that her brain was about to explode. She was so scared that her evil spirit directly shattered. Although she didn't lack celestial-grade glazed crystals, she had to use more than 1/30th of it for such a gamble. Anyone would feel heartache, right? I've already lowered the price. After all, this stone is from an extremely dangerous place like the primordial divine mine. The original price was much higher than it is now. However, no one has been interested in it for a long time, so the price has been lowered. If no one makes a move this year, this stone may continue to be lowered. The old man stroked his white beard and quietly said, "If you choose this old man will give you 12,000 caddies." Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing's depressed mood dissipated slightly. Looking at him, she asked curiously, "You can even lower the price without permission? We are in charge of the divine manor. Lowering the price a little is nothing." The old man smiled slyly and looked at Yin Nuoxing expectantly. It seemed that he really hoped that she would choose this colored hair stone. Yin Nuoxing looked at the colored hair stone hesitantly. Originally, he wanted to give up because he couldn't see what was inside at all. But now, they had delayed for too long and didn't have time to choose. Moreover, he faintly felt that there might be some unexpected results. I hope that my moral quality is strong enough." Yin Nuoxing sighed and agreed. Yuan Xian and the others were dumbfounded. Since when did celestial-grade glazed crystals become so worthless? Just nodding his head was worth 12,000. Let's go. There's not much time left. Yin Nuoxing shrugged her hands. She didn't explain much. She waved her hand to put away the colored hair stone and led the others to rush out of the bamboo forest. In the center of the divine manor, there was a huge square. In the past, many people came to the divine manor to gamble on the stones. Therefore, the square was specially built for the convenience of people to watch. At this time, the square seemed to be a little chaotic. There were many people sitting there. Some of them looked dignified and powerful. It seemed that some big shots had come. Why hasn't that guy come yet? It has been 3 hours. Is he afraid of the challenge? I don't think he knows how to choose the stones at all. He hesitated for a while and lost track of time. In my opinion, he saw too many strange stones and was a little indecisive. He wanted to buy all of them to try his luck. In the square, sarcastic remarks were heard from time to time. The man in blue stood in the square. His cold face was full of impatience. It seemed that he had been waiting here for a long time. On Xianing's side, there were 3 strange stones. There was a faint smell around them. It was obvious at first glance that they were not ordinary stones. Look, the 3 strange stones chosen by Xianing are Xuanyu Gate, Ding Lingpu Waterfall, and Golden Stage. They are worth 9,000, 10,000, and 12,000 respectively. Altogether, There are 31,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Wow, 100 million Xian crystals of immortal grade. Does he think it is easy to get Xian crystals of immortal grade? Even if he is a genius from a crystal family, it will take him a lot of effort to get so many Xian crystals of immortal grade. Rich people can do whatever they want. They have a rich family. Are they crazy? Buying 3 stones with 30,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade? Even those gods are not so generous. Almost everyone takes a cold breath. That is easily 10,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Those big forces feel sad. How many talents can they cultivate with that? The white-haired old men in the square were the most agitated ones. They stared at the golden stage blankly. They had wanted to buy these treasures for many years. However, since someone shook his head and sighed, they didn't pay much attention to them. Was it because they wanted to see them for themselves? There, they seemed to be coming. Just as everyone was waiting with bated breath, someone seemed to have seen something from afar and hurriedly shouted, causing everyone to be stunned for a moment. They slowly turned their gazes, only to see a crimson sandstorm rising from the horizon. Under the sandstorm, over 10 people run side by side. Isn't the one in the middle Yun Nuashing? Seeing them come, Xiaoning lifts her eyes and sneers. She's just going to shout when she sees the sandstorm. She forgets to speak. At the moment, everyone is frozen, just like her. They only want to say one thing. What a great show. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yin Nuashing and his men run from the horizon. It takes them less than 2 minutes to get here. They step into the square and wave their hands to make the sand behind them fall. They look around and smile. You are finally here. We thought you were scared and ran away. Seeing his bright smile, a young man from a crystal family can't help sneering. The bet is not over. I surely won't run away. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing frowned unhappily. He didn't even look at him. His gaze swept over the 3 tall, strange stones, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The strange stones that the other party chose were also not ordinary goods. Have you made your choice? Xiaoning waves her hand. She takes a step forward and asks indifferently. Yes. Yin Nuashing nods. She touches the pendant with her finger. The light flashes, and everyone closes their eyes. Boom! Before their line of sight could recover, the ground suddenly trembled violently, almost causing everyone to fall to the ground. Everyone hurriedly steadied themselves, but just as they were about to shout out coldly, they were stunned. Then, the entire square resounded with the sound of people sucking in cold air one after another. The 30-meter-high Scarlet Cross stands in the square. Its heavy weight makes the square collapse for a few meters. Several cracks spread. Everyone is surprised by its size. Scarlet Cross, 10,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Black Ball, 12,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Colored Stone, 12,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Altogether, there are 34,000 kilograms of Xian crystals of immortal grade. The old man takes 2 steps forward. His indifferent voice echoes in everyone's ears. Everyone is shocked. Another man who spends hundreds of millions of Xian crystals of immortal grade. Is it easy to find Xian crystals of immortal grade? Cut the stones. Open them and see what is inside. You, check it out. The first to break the silence is the group of old men. They all shout hoarsely. They're all thick-necked and red-eyed. It seems that they are not here to watch the cutting of the stones, but to fight. Yes, hurry up. I am curious. The 6 stones are all treasures of the garden. It is worthwhile to come here. Everyone was infected and started shouting excitedly. The divine manor was in an uproar, and the sound even spread outside. The people outside were all watching the situation inside through the 2 huge crystal mirrors and were also shouting excitedly. The entire street was in an uproar, and the noise was so loud that it seemed like it was going to overturn the divine sky city. Xiaoning also seriously glances at the 3 huge stones. But in the end, she says in a cold voice, "Okay, let's start to cut the stones." Yin Nuashing grins. "Please, Chapter 275. Open the golden platform first. Let's see what's in it. No, cut the scarlet cross first. This is from Fanyan Mountain. It is as famous as primordial mine. However, it doesn't produce many stones. Whatever it contains must be very rare. Bullshit. Of course, we will cut the towering waterfall first. That is from the deepest part of Tianyuan ancient mine. Yin Nuashing has just said the word please, and Xia Ning hasn't started, while the old men have already become excited. They're shouting loudly as if they're going to fight. Don't be excited. We'll do it one by one. They are both annoyed. It is rare that they shout at the same time to calm everyone down. Then, they look at them and remember that Yun Nuashing and Xia Ning are the protagonists today. They smile embarrassedly and shut up at once. You may go first. Yin Nuashing strokes her head and smiles at Xia Ning. Hearing this, Xia Ning screws her eyes. She glances at Yin Nuashing for a while and snorts. She turns around and walks to the 6-meter-long golden platform. She looks around at the towering waterfall and the tall Xuanyu school. In the end, she stares at the golden platform in front of her and holds out her hand. Xia Ning's hand shakes a few inches away from the golden platform. Suddenly, it gives out a weak glow. A blue flame slowly rises from her palm. Is he crazy? Does he want to burn the golden platform? Seeing what he does, many people take a cold breath. They look at Xia Ning as if they are looking at a crazy woman. Hey, what do you know? This is the spirit fire. It is the product of spiritual compression. It is a kind of crystallization flame used to explore the inside of the strange stone. It is not powerful at all. An old man sneers to hear this. Hearing this, the people who scream all blush. They sense it carefully and find that there is no hot energy in it. Then, they see that Xia Ning slowly presses the spirit fire into the golden platform. The green flames melted into the golden platform, and a faint light shone from within, causing the golden platform to become a little more transparent, revealing what was hidden inside. A golden scabbard appeared. God, that is a magical sword. There is a peerless weapon in the golden platform. There are ancient words on the scabbard. It's an ancient, godly weapon. Go and get someone to hold the line. At the same time, when the golden greatsword appeared, the patterns on Yun Nuashing's arm suddenly became a little hot, which made him a little surprised. After sensing for a while, he realized that the source of the disturbance seemed to be coming from the golden chains. Complete set? Yin Nuashing muttered in her heart as she touched her forearm through her sleeve. She looked at the golden sword and smiled. Little boy, what are you laughing at? Yuan Xian couldn't help but ask when she saw the smile on his face. I'm fine. Yin Nuashing shook her head and smiled. There's no need to invite them. There are already elders from various powers here. They're all here to watch the show. Just as the crowd was in an uproar, someone slowly stood up from the stairs at the edge of the square and walked to the center of the square. Yuan Xian suddenly let out a small scream, and her pretty face changed. Then, under Yin Nuashing's astonished gaze, she lifted her cloak that was close to the ground and shrunk back into it. Little boy, my uncle is here. Let me hide for a while. Yuan Xian smiled embarrassedly as she patted Yin Nuashing's back. How can you hide someone like this? Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes when he heard this. How can a cloak hide someone? After saying that, he slowly turned his head and realized that among the 10 people from the Yuan family, except for Yuan Shi, the others had all hidden behind someone else. This made Yin Nuashing's face twitch. As expected of siblings, their way of hiding was so strange. The elders from the Nightmare Palace and the Yuan family are all gods. That aura. Hiss! I feel like my blood is freezing. The elders from Liao Tinga are here. When did these people get here? In the square, a young man in white, who is about 20 years old, slowly walks to the front of the golden stage. He doesn't walk very fast, but his steps are firm. There's a faint power spreading from him. He stands in front of the golden stage and glances at it. Then he nods and makes some gestures with his hands unhurriedly. As his gestures change, a huge array is quickly formed in the air. It rotates from the sky and slowly lands on the square. The core of the array is facing the golden stage. This array is specially used to suppress weapons. It can even suppress god-level weapons for some time. The young man claps his hands. He nods at Xiaoning and says indifferently. Looking at the formation, Yun Nuoxing came to a realization. He felt an aura similar to Yuan Qian's from the white-clothed young man, and it was much stronger. According to his guess, the white-clothed young man was at least a divine underworld-level powerhouse. As if he feels something, the young man in white unconsciously looks at Yun Nuoxing. He frowns and glances at Xiaoning, who has started. Then, he walks directly to Yun Nuoxing. The young man stands in front of Yun Nuoxing. He looks at him from head to toe and stares at him with his deep eyes. "Senior, what do you want?" The young man's eyes scare Yun Nuoxing. However, he still asks politely and calmly. The young man looks no more than 20 years old, but he must be an old monster who has lived for many years. The young man stared at the pair of light purple eyes and smiled inexplicably. He glanced behind him and smiled. He looks behind him and says, "Qian, come out. I can sense your aura from far away. And you have been away from home for 2 years. Don't you want to go back and have a look? Our eldest brother is looking for you all over the world. He is going crazy." In the end, he looks at Xian and Jin Hung and smiles. "We are exposed. Sure enough, we can't hide. Shit. Is sixth uncle a dog? What a headache!" As soon as the young man finished speaking, a few gloomy sighs resounded in the surroundings. After that, Yuan Shi and the others walked out from behind the crowd with bitter smiles on their faces. They glanced at the young man before lowering their heads. They seemed like children who had made a mistake. "Sixth uncle, why do you come to Sacred Sky City?" Only Yuan Qian smiles sweetly and shows her white teeth. She comes out from behind Yun Nuoxing and looks at the young man as if nothing has happened. The young man helplessly shakes his head. He continues to look at Yun Nuoxing and says, "You, sixth uncle, look." Yuan Qian finds him staring at Yun Nuoxing. She feels a little panic. She hurriedly draws Yuan Shui to her and smiles brightly. "Shui, has your curse been lifted?" Seeing Yuan Shui's reaction, the young man feels shocked. Then, he can't hide the joy in his eyes. He smiles happily. "Sixth uncle, I'm sorry to have made you worry." Seeing this, Yuan Shui's Mei Mao blushes. She had been in a deep sleep for a long time. Then, she suddenly disappeared from the Yuan family. Her family was really worried. The young man shook his head. He patted Yuan Shui's shoulder and murmured, "It's good that the curse is lifted. It's good that the curse is lifted." After a while, the young man calms down and looks at Yun Nuoxing. He says, "Oh yes. Sixth uncle, how is father? Is he okay? We left for 2 years. He's not angry with us, right?" Yuan Qian smiled. "It's good that you brought this up. Because of you, the family is in chaos." Hearing this, the young man frowns. He rolls his eyes and smiles bitterly. "Ever since you left, eldest brother has not been able to eat or sleep well. He has been thinking about you day and night. If you want to leave, then so be it. At least leave a message to tell us. Why did you have to sneak away with a mobile palace in the middle of the night? You gave us a fright. If Yuan Shui had not disappeared, we would have thought that you had caused some trouble and ran away in the middle of the night." The young man smiled helplessly. "We didn't do anything bad." Hearing this, Yuan Qian pouted angrily and patted the young man's shoulder. "Now it seems that it was right to send you out earlier. Well done. Shui, Ur's curse is lifted. We can finally relax." The young man nods and looks at Yun Nuoxing. He says, "Sixth uncle, when did you come?" Yuan Qian hugs the young man's arm and shakes it gently. She smiles sweetly. "Oh, I heard that there is a good show going on in the Divine Sky City, so I came to take a look. Half a month ago, I was still looking for you in the EC. In order to come here, I have crossed many portals." The young man sighs helplessly. Then, the young man looks at Yun Nuoxing. He reaches out his hand and is about to put it on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. "Don't touch him." Seeing him reach out his hand, Yuan Qian is completely anxious. She pounces into Yun Nuoxing's arms and puts her hands on his shoulder. She turns to glare at the young man like an angry kitten. She even grits her teeth angrily a few times. Seeing how protective Yuan Qian is, the young man is stunned. He looks at Yun Nuoxing's awkward expression with surprise. Everyone covers their faces. Yuan Qian has changed the topic time and time again because of Yun Nuoxing. They did not expect her to change the topic in the end. They do not know why the young man is so interested in Yin Nuashing. He keeps mentioning her. Could it be that Yuan Qian has been seen through? As a parent, she is not very satisfied with his son-in-law. Is she going to make a move? The young man smiles. He still holds out his hand to slap Yin Nuashing. Yuan Qian sees it. She is so scared that her face turns pale. She directly stands in front of Yin Nuashing and closes her main mouth, as if she is waiting for some sharp pain. The young man passes Yuan Qian's weak shoulder and pats Yin Nuashing. He glances at Yin Nuashing with his deep eyes and smiles. Kid, you may take care of our good-for-nothing girl. What? Everyone is shocked. What? Yin Nuashing is shocked. She widens her mouth. The atmosphere seems to be frozen. Now, everyone is not paying attention to Xiaoning. Instead, they're gathered here. They may enjoy the cutting of the stone there. 6. 6. 6. Uncle 6. Yuan Qi is the first to react. He jumps to the young man and says, "What is going on? They have just met, and he has already decided to marry Yin Nuashing? Isn't it too soon to meet the parents? It is not supposed to be like that." "That's right. Sixth uncle. How can you be so assured to leave my sister to this unknown guy?" Yuan Yi also flies to them. She wants to draw Yuan Qian away from Yin Nuashing's embrace. However, she can't dissuade Yuan Qian. She can only turn a shout at the young man. The others also straighten their ears at once. They want to hear what the young man has to say. The young man is aware of their excitement. He mildly smiles. He stares at Yin Nuashing with his deep eyes and smiles. Her eyes are bright. Her soul is as deep as the sea. The immortal energy inside her is rolling like thunder. She has an excellent bone structure and a strong mind. She is only over 10 years old. She will be a great talent in the future, and she is quite good-looking. Everyone is speechless to hear his words. How can you see through so many qualities at a glance? We didn't see through her at all. Qian, you're not young anymore. The path of cultivation is long, but you're not the young master after all. You don't have to shoulder everything on your shoulders. You've been cultivating hard all these years and contributed a lot to the family. We know that you want to shoulder the heavy responsibility in the future alone, but you're still a girl. We all think that you don't have to shoulder so much. Leave the future matters to your ninth brother. We don't mean that you are wrong. What you do is for the good of the family. We can see that. Sure, is almost grown up now. We think that you can also put down your burdens. The young man pats Yuan Qian's shoulder and smiles. Yuan Qian's delicate body trembled when she heard this. The light in her bright eyes dimmed a little. It was a pity to see her like this. The Yuan family is like the other families. They keep a close watch on the inheritance. Although my sister has achieved a lot now, I am still the Yuan family's God's spiritual body. I am the most promising person in the Yuan family to reach that level. The heavy responsibility should be on my shoulders. However, my sister thinks that I'm still young. She wants to become stronger before I grow up so that she can protect us. At this moment, Yuan Qi transmitted a message to Yin Nuashing and told her some family matters. Do you feel guilty? After hearing this, Yin Nuashing sighed in her heart and transmitted a message to Yuan Qi. No, I feel very proud to have such a sister. She is the pride of the Yuan family. Yuan Qi was stunned when he heard this. Then, he laughed and said loudly. Yuan Qian remained silent. She kept her hand on Yin Nuashing's shoulder and bit her red lips. Mei Mao stared at the ground gloomily. No one knew what she was thinking. Sigh, what a proud little girl. Seeing Yuan Qian like this, the young man shook his head helplessly and said, Forget it. You could do whatever you want. Anyway, I will leave the matters of the younger generation to the 10 of you. It's time for us old men to go home and drink tea and grow potted plants. I will leave the matters of the family to you. Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly. What was he trying to do? When Yuan Qian heard this, Mei Mao's eyes lit up slightly. However, she did not show any special emotions. She only pouted and snuggled in Yin Nuashing's arms without saying anything. Anyway, I will leave Yuan Qian to you. Don't bully her. In the end, the young man smiled and patted Yin Nuashing's shoulder before turning his head away. What do you mean leave it to him to decide? Yuan Qian muttered and patted Yin Nuashing. Her face was a little red, and she seemed a little embarrassed. She gently pushed Yin Nuashing away and clasped her hands together. She lowered her head and said, "I haven't thought about getting married yet." Everyone smiled bitterly again. "Sister, what do you want? You were hugging Yin Nuashing and looked like you would marry no one else but him. Now, you're acting like you don't want to marry anyone. Do you really want to play around, or are you embarrassed? You don't look embarrassed at all." Hearing that, Yin Nuashing smiled embarrassedly. Although he didn't say anything, everyone was talking about him, so he couldn't join in. It was rare that Yuan Qian let him go, so he tiptoed backwards, ready to slip away. "Hey, little boy, where are you going?" Sensing that he was going to hide, Yuan Qian reacted and raised her eyebrows. Her figure flashed and blocked Yin Nuashing's path, giving him a fright. "No, I feel very awkward. Talking about me in front of me. I'm not used to it. You guys take your time talking. I'm leaving." With his path blocked, Yin Nuashing smiled awkwardly and shook his head. His expression changed drastically and he was about to run away. "You're not allowed to leave." Before he could take a step, Yuan Qian reached out and pulled him in her arms and hugged him tightly. "Sister, please spare me. There are so many heroes in this world. Look, even your fifth brother is cuter than me. Why don't you go look for him? I can't accept this kind of treatment." Once again, his feet left the ground, and Yin Nuashing immediately laughed bitterly. "What are you doing in front of your family? If I were to be misunderstood, the rest of my life would be over." Sigh. After he finished speaking, Yin Nuashing looked at Xian, hoping that she would help him. Seeing this, Xian smiled and hugged Ming, turned around and walked away. Ming even made a face at him. Yin Nuashing felt his heart turn cold. "But I only want you," Yuan Qian said softly as she pressed her red lips against Yin Nuashing's ear. This made Yin Nuashing even more miserable. "Miss, what do you like about me? I'll change it, okay?" Zai laughed bitterly in his heart. When he heard this, Zai burst into laughter. "Ah, little star, I warned you long ago to be careful, but you still didn't listen to me. Be careful that you don't become a femme fatale one day." Violet Knight couldn't help but laugh until his stomach hurt. Get lost. Yin Nuashing was so tired that he could die. In the distance, the young man looked at the two of them with interest. He smiled but did not say anything. Chapter 276. When Yin Nuashing is having fun, Xia Ning doesn't stop her work. The emerald chips are splashed and fall to the ground layer by layer. Xia Ning holds the silver knife. She moves skillfully, elegantly, and delicately. The knife moves without any sound. In the end, there are even some shadows. The emerald stone pieces are seen falling slowly. The top of the 8 meters high jade door is also cut off in the fast movement of the knife. After a while, the door also turns into stone powder on the ground. Nothing comes out. Xiaoning is not worried. She looks at the 2 huge pillars and slowly puts the silver knife away. Her mental power flows out from her brain and gradually condenses into a thin and long sword in her hand. The green sword is 10 meters long. It has waves different from Yuanli and other energy. It is also a little different from soul power. It has shape and color, which is quite different from the invisible soul power. Xiaoning strokes the green spiritual sword and weighs it in her hand. Then she raises it over her head and gently slashes at the 2 stone pillars. Seeing this, the crystallizer can't stay calm. He can't help glancing at Yin Nuashing. Why does she use the same violent method as him? Is she crazy? Everyone cries in surprise. Is she cutting the stone? Is she destroying the stone? However, the green sword directly cuts into the stone pillars without leaving any trace on the surface. Everyone is shocked again. They're all confused. The crystallizer method Xia Ning shows is beyond their understanding. They have never seen it before. It must be left by the mysterious Tian, my guru. A moment after the spiritual long sword sank into the stone pillars, the 2 stone pillars suddenly blossomed with an unparalleled light. Then, with the sword as the center point, the jade-colored stone layer on both ends actually slowly fell off. The brilliant color reflected the entire horizon, causing everyone to close their eyes. An abnormally vigorous energy suddenly rose from the ground. Xia Ning holds the emerald sword and moves it down slowly. With the movement of the sword, The stone layer also falls off slowly towards the two sides. The 8 meters high stone pillars are completely cut open in 2 minutes. It is much faster than cutting them with a knife just now. The body of the sword hummed softly and disappeared after a moment. The 2 layers of stone also fell down at this moment, completely revealing the things hidden inside. 2 pillars of grade Xian crystals. The first treasure of the garden shows such things. It is shocking. Xianing's knife skills are unheard of. She doesn't hurt the Xian crystals at all. Well, everyone has the mental power. However, only Tian, my guru, can practice it. In addition, the sword can make the Xian crystals release their energy and open the stone layer automatically. He must have inherited the knowledge of Tian, my guru. With Yin Nuoxing's eyes, Ziyi sees everything. He says with admiration, Tian, my guru, Ziyi, do you know anything about crystal manipulation? Yin Nuoxing strokes between his eyebrows. He doesn't know much about crystal manipulation. Now, he can only rely on his evil spirit eyes. Sorry, I really don't know. Hearing this, Ziyi says helplessly, people of the Qi family see it. They are so angry that they are hurt inside. They feel that their internal organs are heating up. The 2 pillars are equal to 30,000 kilograms of grade Xian crystals. That is to say, the first strange stone can almost make back the cost of the Xian crystals. This time, they really suffer a great loss. Tian, my guru, Xianing has an immeasurable future. It is really enviable. Why don't we change our profession? It seems that learning crystal manipulation is more popular than being a cultivator. Ugh, do you think you can learn crystal manipulation as you like? Learning crystal manipulation also depends on your understanding. If you don't have a good understanding, you won't be able to learn it even after several lifetimes. Everyone is jealous. Xianing casually cut 2 huge pieces of grade Xian crystals out. 30,000 kilograms is equal to the value of all the collections of some second-class forces. It's your turn. Xianing casually pats her sleeves. She looks at Yin Nuoxing and sneers. Yin Nuoxing lifts his eyebrows and nods. He turns to look at the 3 strange stones. He thinks for a while and decides to cut the black ball first. He is curious about what he can cut from the stone that he has been thinking about since they met. His evil spirit eyes are running quietly. However, he doesn't open them to the second level. He only wants to confirm the specific location of the hidden thing. He doesn't need to see what it is. After taking a good look, Yin Nuoxing nodded his head. With a wave of his hand, the sky halberd appeared in his hand. A faint golden light enveloped it. This was done on purpose. He used the spirit acceptance divine body to wrap the sky halberd, so that no one could see the quality of the weapon. It is said that he cuts the stones in a strange way. He doesn't follow the rules at all. He cuts them all at once. Maybe he is also a crystal master. He sees it clearly and doesn't have any scruples. I don't know what that black rolling ball is. It feels like it's man-made. When the sky piercer appeared, some discussions could not be restrained. When the experts of the various forces saw the sky piercer, they were all stunned for a moment. They slightly narrowed their eyes, but after a moment, they gave up and turned their gazes away in astonishment. They actually couldn't see the grade of this weapon clearly. The sky piercer turns for 2 circles in his hand. Then, under everyone's surprised and confused look, he cuts 4 times horizontally and vertically. The stone that is nearly 3 meters long is cut away. There's only a black cube of 2 meters in length and width left in the middle. Unsurprisingly, this guy cuts the stones violently. Isn't he afraid of hurting the treasures inside? Shit, be gentle. If the treasures inside are damaged, can you afford the compensation? If they're damaged, what can you compensate us with? In the discussion of the audience, some young people from the Crystal family say something, which makes everyone frown. Why do they talk as if Xianing is sure to win? Can't they see that the young man is also not simple? Blinking his eyes, Yin Nuo Xingchuan acted as if he didn't hear those people's nonsense. He put away the sky piercer and picked up the black stone. With a flip of his hand, the golden blade that the old man gave him appeared in his palm. His evil spirit once again revolved, and he slowly cut down the concealed area in the middle. Until now, Xianing looked surprised for the first time. She also finds some clues. There is nothing in the discarded stones. However, she doesn't agree with what Yin Nuashing does. She always feels that Yin Nuashing is playing with destruction. Cutting stones should be done elegantly and naturally. However, when it is done by Yin Nuashing, it is just a matter of cutting the stones horizontally. Yin Nuashing doesn't cut as skillfully as Xiaoning. However, there is also a kind of natural beauty in his cutting. It is natural and smooth. The knives meet each other without any interruption. It is swift and agile. Every cut is like floating on the black stone, quietly leaving a shallow crack. Suddenly, Golden Saber stopped at a corner. He sheathed his saber and stood there. Everyone craned their necks, thinking that he was done. In the end, they saw that the black cube was covered with circles of cracks, but it did not open. What's going on? Cut it now. Young man, don't keep us guessing. Cut it now. I can't wait. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing rolls his eyes. He holds the damaged black stone with his left hand and puts some strength in his right hand to slap it. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and black stone fragments danced in the air, exploding in all directions. A shocking light suddenly shot out, as if a small sun was blooming in the palm of his hand. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. After Yin Nuashing seals it and the light weakens, everyone can see clearly what it is. In an instant, everyone feels that their heart stops. He also recognizes what it is. He is shocked. Under the black stone, there is a piece of 9-colored crystal about 5 feet in length and width. The red crystal occupies most of the middle area, while the other 8 colors surround the red crystal. Holy Xian crystal! Even the old men are so shocked that they stick out their tongues. They widen their eyes and rub their eyes unbelievably, thinking that they have seen it wrong. Yes, it is the holy Xian crystal of fire element. And if it were born 100,000 years later, it would definitely become the best Xian crystal. The old man says in a trembling voice. Many crystal masters may not have the chance to see the holy Xian crystal in their whole lives. Now, they can open their eyes. It is a great joy. Such a big piece of holy Xian crystal weighs at least 200 kilograms. It is equal to 250,000 kilograms of Xian crystal of immortal grade. The two levels are not at the same level at all. They are totally different from each other. One is a sacred object, while the other is an ordinary one. A powerful Shunming cultivator is so excited that his saliva splashes everywhere. Hearing this, Xian Ning and the others are all shocked. They don't look happy. They have just cut the first stone, and they are totally defeated. The entire street of the stone workshop was filled with a hubbub of voices. What a rare treasure. This was only the first piece of stone, and it was such a bomb. Holy Xian crystal, an unattainable semi-divine object, had appeared right in front of everyone's eyes. Originally, no one thought highly of Yin Nuo planet, and it could be seen from the bet. However, many people's expressions were extremely ugly at the same time as they were excited. They were even darker than ink because they thought of that bet, and it seemed like it was going to be wasted. In just the first round, it had suppressed the genius of the crystal technique family, causing everyone's perception of the Yun Nuo planet to undergo a 180-degree reversal. Truly, anything was possible. Perhaps within the Scarlet Cross, there was something that could suppress that peerless weapon. Holy Xian crystal is a semi-sacred object. It has many uses. If it is used to refine medicine, it can increase one's lifespan. It is also possible to bring a dead person back to life. Someone says in a low voice and calms down the noisy square. After a while, a group of people stare at Yin Nuashing. As if they are crazy, they directly rush to her. Hey, little brother, I want this holy Xian crystal. I don't care how much it costs. Hey, old man, first come, first served. Obviously, I came here first. I want it. 300,000 kilograms of Xian crystal of immortal grade. What first come, first served. The highest bidder gets it. I offer 650,000 caddies of celestial grade Xian crystals. I am buying the holy Xian crystal on behalf of the hybrid sect. 800,000 caddies of celestial grade Xian crystals. What? What is the hybrid sect? 880,000 caddies. The people who are close to Yin Nuashing are pushed out by the group of crazy old men. Even the godsons are running away in disheveled clothes. If Yuan Xian is not hugging Yin Nuashing tightly, she might have been thrown out too. At this time, Xian is leaning on Yin Nuashing. When the group of old men rushed over like a tide, it is too late for her to get out. She can only stick close to him. Ming is scared out of his wits. His small hands are tightly holding on to Xian's clothes, afraid that he will disappear in the blink of an eye. Everyone calm down. Let's talk nicely. It's not too late to talk after the stone gambling is over. Yin Nuashing was in a miserable state. He wanted to send the two of them out, but he couldn't move at all. He could only roar out loud. Hearing this, the crowd is stunned. They seem to think that it makes sense, so they all backed away. Yes, that's true. Let's not be impulsive. We'll talk about it after it's over. Okay, that's it. Seeing these old men who are crazily fighting for the Xian crystals just now, Yin Nuashing can't help but laugh bitterly. He quickly helps the two women up and tidies his clothes. A group of old men. Did they take aphrodisiac? Yuan Xian patted her white dress unhappily. A few footprints can be seen on the hem of her dress. She doesn't know who left them in the chaos just now. Holy grade Xian crystals rarely appeared in the world. Many people had never even seen one before. The only thing they knew about it was from books. Now that they finally saw one, they naturally had the idea of buying or robbing it. For a moment, they even forgot about their face. Wait, there's something inside. Just when they had calmed down, someone looked at the piece of holy grade Xian crystal and suddenly screamed, which made everyone turn their eyes to the source of the scream. Inside the half-foot wide, 9-color Xian crystal, there's a round thing about 1 meter long. It looks like an egg with very delicate patterns on its surface. It's pleasing to the eye, but from the angle of the egg, it seems a little too big. What kind of egg can be 1 meter long? Even if it's a demonic beast, it shouldn't have such a big egg. Young friend, let me have a look. Everyone naturally saw it, but for a moment, they couldn't tell what kind of magical beast egg this was. A white-haired old man walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Yin Nuashing. His eyes stared at him without letting go. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing puts the Xian crystal in the old man's hand. There are so many people here, so he doesn't have to worry that the old man will run away with the Xian crystal. At that time, the old man won't even need to do anything. The people around will swarm him and kill him. The old man holds the Xian crystal and looks at it carefully. The egg-like thing in the middle is wrapped in a layer of dim light. Its color is very similar to the color of the surroundings, so it's hard to tell. If that person didn't shout, Yin Nuashing probably wouldn't have noticed it. After the old man finished looking at it, he gently returns it to Yin Nuashing. He touches his beard and ponders for a while. Everyone cranes their necks to look at him, wanting to hear what this respected old man has to say. Unexpectedly, the old man takes out a book from his chest and starts to flip through it. Everyone is silent. This old man is an elder of the Wanshou sect. He knows all the magical beasts in the world very well. If even he can't recognize the egg, I really don't know what kind of egg it is. Yuan Xian whispers in Yin Nuashing's ear. Yin Nuashing suddenly understood. No wonder this old man is so enthusiastic. He didn't say anything when they were fighting for the Xian crystal just now and only came over now. The sound of pages flipping continued for a while and only stopped when he reached the last few dozen pages. The old man looks down, then looks up at the Xian crystal. He looks down again, then looks up at the Xian crystal. He looks down again, then looks up again. After repeating this several times, he finally closes the book. However, he uses a finger to stick on the page. If I'm not wrong, it should be the egg of the void spirit dragon. His profound eyes stare at the egg in the Xian crystal, and a surprised expression appears on his face. Void spirit dragon. When Yin Nuashing heard this, he suddenly becomes excited. He has always wanted to have a dragon as a mount. Could it be that this time his wish will come true? What kind of race is it? Is it also a dragon? I've never heard of this kind of magical beast. Old man, you didn't just randomly give it a name and spout nonsense, right? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started discussing again. However, it seems that no one knows about this kind of magical beast. They all had a blank look on their faces. The old man glanced at that person and opened the book again. Then he pointed to the right and said indifferently, "Take a look for yourself." Hearing this, everyone stopped their discussion and hurriedly looked over. The Void Spirit Dragon, according to legend, was born in the void. It has the ability to travel through the void and ignore space obstacles. It is the undisputed king of the magical beast world. However, after the Ancient Age, the entire race disappeared without a trace. It is suspected that they have gone extinct and can no longer be found. A few simple sentences with a picture attached next to it. On the picture, there is an egg imprinted with colorful patterns. It seems that this is the best proof of its identity. There are no other words to describe it. That's it. That's it. After reading the introduction, everyone was dumbfounded. Then they came back to their senses and looked at the egg more intensely. A race that went extinct after the Ancient Age, and now there is an egg left. Perhaps this is the last Void Spirit Dragon. Looking at everyone's eyes, Yin Nuashing was shocked. He knew that it would be difficult to keep it under the eyes of so many people. However, he could not bear to sell it. He still wanted it. There's no need to look. There are no signs of life. It is sealed in front of the Saint Grade Xian crystal. It is dead. At this time, Yuan Xian's sixth uncle stepped forward and patted the Saint Grade Xian crystal. He looked at everyone who had their own thoughts and said indifferently, Chapter 277. Dead? Hearing this, Yin Nuashing is a little shocked. He clearly felt some life waves. Then, he lowers his head. He glances at it and understands what happened at once. The young man patted it and covered the egg with his energy. All the waves were blocked. No one could tell whether the egg was dead or alive. Hearing this, everyone can't help giving a sigh. The elder of the wand, Shou School, smiles bitterly and shakes his head. As people who admire evil beasts, they surely don't want to see the extinction of an entire race of evil beasts. However, this may be the last spirit dragon of Hollow in the world. It gave him a little hope. Unexpectedly, it is gone now. Nobody doubted the young man's words. Gods, underworld, gods, and deities were all famous cultivators. Therefore, nobody tried to find out whether it was true or not. Yin Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the young man had done this on purpose. Thinking about this, Yin Nuashing smiles bitterly. Does the young man really take him as a son-in-law who lives with his wife? Well, it is a holy grade Xian crystal. So what? If it loses, it will be left to the winner. A young disciple on Xianing's side sneers. That's right. We can also take a spirit dragon's egg to refine weapons. It is dead, but its essence is still there. Maybe we can refine a magical weapon. Another disciple also laughed out loud. They had already confirmed that there was a very high-grade weapon in their golden platform. It was very likely that it had already reached the divine level. A god had sensed a unique wave of energy from it. Yin Nuashing doesn't even look at them. He lowers his head to touch the holy grade Xian crystal. The value of a god-level weapon can't be much lower than that of the holy grade Xian crystal. Because it is too difficult to refine, there are not many god-level weapons. Maybe some gods here are still using magic-level weapons. You talk too much. Be careful. Your mouth may rot. Yin Nuashing looks at Xianing. He lifts his hand and makes a gesture of invitation for her to continue cutting the stone. Xianing sneers. She turns her head and grabs the waterfall. She gathers the spiritual sword and shows her skillful cutting skills again. However, this time, the layer of stone falls off by itself. Layers of silver stone fall off. Soon, the two-story waterfall is perfectly broken down. With a wave of his sleeve, he shook off all of the adhering stone skin, and a dazzling 9-colored longboard fell down. The luster flowed and dyed half of the sky in a beautiful, icy blue color. The entire board was 4 meters tall, and there was a half-open scroll inside. It was sealed by the holy grade mysterious crystal, and the blurry light covered it, making it impossible to see what was written on it. Another Saint Grade Xian crystal. There's also an ancient scroll sealed inside. The moment they came back to their senses, when someone saw clearly what it was, they hurriedly cried out in shock. Their voices were very sharp because of the shock. Gosh, is it so easy to produce holy grade Qian crystals nowadays? Usually, there was a price but no market for it. Two items that were hard to find had appeared so easily today. This one is much bigger than that one. That scroll may be an array map passed down from ancient times. Everyone talks about it. The scroll sounds very mysterious. Everyone is jealous of it. Just now, they gathered around Yunua's star, while in the next second, they surround Xiaoning. The bidding sounds are heard all over the place. Xiaoning can't help rolling her eyes. It was no wonder that they were so excited. Even the Yunhua planet wanted the arrayed diagrams that have been passed down since ancient times. In this era, many things have been lost. The current array formations were far from being as powerful as the ancient array formations. Even Yuan Qian's sixth uncle can't help going over to have a look at it. It is an array map. It is a pity. Even though it is sealed in the holy grade, mysterious crystal, after so many years, the records in it are almost worn out and disappear. A powerful man of Shunming looks at it and can't help giving a sigh. The thin layer of light surely can't block his sight. He can see it clearly. Sealing things in Qian crystals can resist the power of time, but it can't resist it completely. The array map in front of them is the best example. A part of it is spread out. It is a little blurry. If you want to completely resist the power of time, you have to use holy grade Qian crystals. However, no one even knows whether such a magical object exists or not, because it seems that no one has seen it. At most, it is just holy grade Qian crystals. However, the remaining patterns are still very useful for the study of arrays. If less than 40% of it is worn out, it may be possible to recover it. Another powerful man of Shunming says, "It's too rare. There are very few things that have been passed down from the ancient times. Even the inheritance from the ancient times has been reduced by nearly 90%. Only a few ancient families still have the inheritance from the ancient times. What a pity! It is a treasure of inheritance." The evaluation of the various gods of Shunming here made everyone feel pity in their hearts. It's your turn. Xiaoning doesn't change much in her eyes, as if she has known it in advance. She looks at Yin Nuoxing and says in a cold voice. Though Yin Nuoxing knows that this is the voice of the expressionless man, he still feels a little uncomfortable to hear it. However, he doesn't hesitate. He goes directly to the colored stone. This stone was bought by Yin Nuoxing after he was coaxed into it. He didn't even see it clearly and didn't know what it was. He wasn't in a hurry to cut the stone, but opened his evil spirit eye. At the same time, various arrays of various sizes appeared. Bright light flooded the area in an instant. It was even brighter than the light of a saint-grade Qian crystal. Are they holy eyes? No, it doesn't look like them. However, they look almost the same. Well, the eyes themselves are a treasure. Judging from the waves, they're almost as good as the holy eyes of Tion, my master. I don't know where the young man got them from. Everyone sees Yin Nuoxing's eyes. They get excited again. Yin Nuoxing shivers. He feels that his eyes will be gone in the next second. However, the result made him a little disappointed because he could not see anything. There was only a blurry layer of light, and it looked the same as when the evil spirit I did not rank up. However, he could see that the energy of heaven and earth seemed to be flowing towards the colored stone, as if it was swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. Why is my heart beating so fast? I feel that I can't cut it open. Yin Nuoxing lifts the sky piercer. He looks around, but doesn't cut it. He walks around the stone for several circles, but still doesn't cut it. What are you waiting for? Can't you do it? Do you want us to help you? Seeing that he doesn't cut it, the disciples of the Crystal family laugh loudly. They don't hide the sarcasm in their eyes at all. Damn, this group of hedonistic disciples. I'll teach them a lesson when we get out. Yuan Shi hears and frowns. He clenches his fists until they creaks. My cutest little brother, you can just let your cutest big sister do it. Yuan Qian pats his head. Her smile is like a flower. It makes people shiver. Yuan Shi's face is full of black lines. What kind of joke is this? If I let you hit me twice, I don't think I need it anymore. Yin Nuoxing pretended that he did not hear anything. His words went in one ear and out the other. He looked around one last time and kept his halberd. He tapped his finger lightly on the colored stone. Immortal chi surged, and the entire colored stone started to tremble. Kacha! The rainbow-colored stone fragments danced in the air, and the sound of shattering could be heard continuously in the air. They turned into smoke and dispersed in all directions. Then, a magnificent light illuminated the horizon like a rainbow, and even the sky was dyed in color. This is a spiritual fluctuation. It's so powerful. It's not inferior to some of the alchemists. What could be hidden inside? It actually has such a powerful spiritual fluctuation. There's still a little breath of life. Could it be a person? Everyone is anxious, but they can only see the dazzling light. They know it's another holy grade glazed crystal. However, their expressions are numb. 3 holy grade glazed crystals appeared in one day. They can't be surprised even if they want to. Now, they're more concerned about the source of the spiritual fluctuation. Divine aura. Yin Nuoxing's eyes are sharp and his hands are fast. His palms are shining with golden light. He continuously patted on the glazed crystal, extracting the energy of the holy grade glazed crystal. Then, he used it on the glazed crystal to seal it. Energy seal? He can seal a holy grade glazed crystal? Unbelievable. This guy is not simple. The deities are a little surprised when they see this. They don't dare to pat their chest and say that they can seal a holy grade glazed crystal. However, seeing Yuan Nuoxing's natural and unrestrained manner, they are very surprised. It seems that he has done it more than once. Yuan Qian's 6th uncle also looks at Yuan Nuoxing in surprise. However, he doesn't say anything. He only nods. In his heart, he thinks more highly of this son-in-law. The light all over the sky gradually converges. Then, everyone can open their eyes to see what is sealed in the glazed crystal. However, at the first glance, everyone is stunned. They even forget to breathe. Inside the holy grade Qian crystal, a young girl was sleeping quietly. She was very peaceful, as if she was carved out of the best mutton fat jade. Her entire body was sparkling and translucent, like a waterfall. Her shiny black hair hung down to her willowy waist. Her beautiful face was somewhat coquettish. Her white skin clung tightly to an extremely ancient garment. In her delicate hand, she held a black bead tightly. There is a person in the stone. A beautiful girl. Is a person cut out? At this moment, Yin Nuoxing is a little shocked. Xianing's face turns pale. No, it is only a soul, not a living person. Someone remembers the spiritual power just now. He sighs and shakes his head. Old cloth. What era is she from? I don't know. At least, she is not from ancient times. Today, it is really worthwhile to come here. Hearing the loud noise, those from the Crystal family feel as angry as the Chi family. A soul has been cut out, and there are fluctuations of the soul. That is to say, this person still has the possibility to be resurrected. No matter how they look at it, it seems that they're going to lose. As for the Chi family, their hearts are bleeding. Everything that was cut out today should have been theirs. If they had been more resolute at that time and made up their minds to cut out these stones, they wouldn't have regretted it today. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world. It is not surprising that she can swallow the energy of heaven and earth. She is maintaining the seal to resist the erosion of time. Yin Nuoxing is enlightened. He doesn't know what era this person is from, but he can feel that the person in the glazed crystal didn't lose much life. After all, there is no such thing as time in the soul. The glazed crystal is just to prevent the loss of the spiritual power. It is more than enough to use holy grade glazed crystals to prevent the loss of the spiritual power. To Yin Nuoxing's surprise, no one rushes to bid for it this time. He doesn't know whether it is because the soul is useless or they have reached an agreement to wait until the end. Let's open the last 2 pieces. Chapter 278. However, though no one offers an exorbitant price, Yin Nuoxing hears a lot of friendly voices. They all extend an olive branch and want to draw him into their forces. He is more powerful than the crystal technique genius and the future Tian, my master. This is what people say about him in their hearts. At this moment, Even those arrogant gods are lowering themselves to convey their opinions. What surprises him is that there are some seeds like gods and goddesses passing on a message too. It is obvious that a tea on my master can bring a lot of benefits to a force. Now, Yin Nuashing is like a delicious cake. Everyone wants to take a bite of him. He has made such achievements at such a young age. He is bound to be a legend in the future. Go on, Xiaoning says coldly. Then, she directly turns to look at the golden stage. A broken soul. It is useless. Can it be as precious as a magical weapon? Want to be ours in the end? The young people of the Crystal Technique family feel very unhappy. They sneer. Yuan Shi and his companions feel itchy to fight. They rub their fists and get ready for a fight. Let's cut it. I hope we can cut something good out of the broken cross. Then, we will get more. They are confident that they can cut out a top magical weapon. They don't believe that the extremely tall cross can cut out anything more precious than this. I hope the cross won't become his grave. If it is not handled properly, it will fall down. Ha! Some people sneer openly. It seems that they really want Yin Nuashing to die here. It was unknown when Yuan Xian had covered Yin Nuashing's ears. There was a faint black energy circulating around her jade-like hands, blocking his hearing. She smiled and said, "Little boy, you didn't hear anything." Why do I feel that your smile is a little scary? When this faint laughter fell into Yin Nuashing's ears, it caused him to shiver. This voice contained an enormous amount of anger, wasn't it? Hee, you just have to quietly cut the stone later. I'll help you carry anything. Yuan Xian smiled as she rubbed her face against Yin Nuashing's back. On Xianing's side, some powerful Shunming cultivators put the golden platform on the core of the array. A vague pressure comes out, which makes his legs tremble a little. You can do it now. Liao Tinga's divine underworld elite clapped his hands as he covered the last part of the formation above the golden platform. Hearing this, Xiaoning nods. However, she doesn't walk into the array. Instead, she enlarges the spiritual sword to 20 meters long. It is far away from the array and can't get close to it. When some weapons were cut out from Xian crystals, there would be a bit of resentment, especially the weapons that were forged in Xian crystals. When they were cut out by force, there would be a lot of resentment. The consciousness left in the weapons would activate the weapons by itself. Therefore, it cannot be said that they had set up so strictly. If the magical weapon goes crazy, there are not many people here who can stop it. Even if some powerful Shunming cultivators unite, they may not be able to stop it. However, Xiaoning has found that there is a weak consciousness flowing in the weapon. He doesn't want to be killed in an instant after he disturbs the weapon. Is the array stable? Some people feel uneasy. The self-recovery of the magical weapon can easily cause destruction to the world. It can flatten an area with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. That is a disaster. Others may not work. However, this array is specially used to restrain weapons. The more powerful the weapon is, the more it will be restrained. Yuan Shi's sixth uncle says indifferently. The other gods nod. They don't worry too much. As a clear sound was heard, the long sword that was transformed from mental power sank into the golden platform. A green light shone brightly while a golden light was released from the golden platform at the same time, illuminating everyone as if they were cast from gold. What a strong pressure! At this moment, an unusually dense aura rushed out. Everyone felt a great pressure, and there was also a special aura energy circulating. It is the breath of the golden forest. A powerful Shunming cultivator frowns and says, "It is just a stone. Why does it have such strong energy? It is a weapon." The energy of the weapon. Everyone looks at the golden platform, which is slightly shaking. They can't help taking 2 steps back. As the light gets brighter, the energy pressure becomes stronger and stronger. Some people even feel their legs tremble. Crack. The golden platform trembles for a while. A huge crack appears on its surface. The energy rushes to the sky like tides. Xiaoning almost can't maintain the spiritual sword. Crack. Another crack opened, and a dazzling golden light shone, accompanied by an extremely tyrannical energy spreading out. A huge force spread out and pushed him away. If it wasn't for the people behind him catching him, he would have landed on his butt. Even so, those people who caught him were also sent flying by this huge force. Unconsciously, an extremely strong sense of killing comes out from the golden platform. People feel cold from head to toe. They can't help trembling. I think we'd better leave. It is not worth watching. That is right. The legendary weapon is born. Something bad will happen. We'd better stay away from it. Everyone sees Xia Ning fly away. They laugh awkwardly and leave at once. Some of them even go directly out of the manor and run far away. Crack! The sudden cracking sound shocks everyone. They look at Xia Ning. Xia Ning also leaves in fear. Now, no one is working on the golden platform. How can there be a sound from the golden platform? Crack! Another sound rang out. Only then did the crowd know that the golden stage had split open by itself. After knowing that, the crowd's complexions all paled with a whoosh. They quickly retreated from the plaza and stood far away. Of course, those powerful Shunming cultivators don't leave. However, they clench their fists to gather energy. It seems that they're going to take action. The legendary weapon is waking up. A powerful Shunming cultivator murmurs. He makes a strange gesture with his palms and gets ready to attack at any time. Crack! At last, a clear sound is heard. The golden stone, weighing hundreds of kilograms, scatters like flowers. At the same time, it gives out a chill to the bone. The crazy killing intent goes into their bones. Many people feel weak and fall to the ground. They are so scared that they almost scream. Retreat! Let's go! Let's go! The murderous weapon is coming out. A clear sound is heard. It seems to go deep into the soul. Everyone who hears it feels dizzy. A sword, about 5 feet long and golden in color, appears from the golden platform. It is engraved with mysterious patterns. The dazzling golden light shines and covers the whole world. It is a top-level legendary weapon. We are in trouble. Strong energy comes out. That powerful Shinming cultivator is shocked. He realizes that something is wrong. At the same time, he starts to make gestures in his hand. An emerald palm condensed by energy sticks to his palm. He suddenly slaps at the golden sword which is trapped by the magic circle. The emerald palm quietly goes through the space and the magic circle. It hits at the golden sword directly. A ray of golden light goes straight to the clouds. It passes through the self-created enchantment and shines in the sky. The whole divine sky city can see it clearly. Everyone outside is shocked. A bone-piercing killing intent soared into the sky. The golden divine sword swept across, cutting the jadeite palm in half. A golden sword ray shot out from the tip of the sword, violently bombarding the 3 layers of formations. Bang! The magic circle releases an energy barrier. It is hit by the golden sword light. It shakes but doesn't break. Quick! Seal it! The legendary sword was awakened and has resentment. Just hold on for a while. The old man raises his hand and presses down on the magic circle. He seals the surrounding space. A palm is formed in the void and presses down on the golden sword. Dang! A powerful Shunming cultivator changes his hand and activates the magic circle. Unparalleled energy soars into the sky. Several energy torrents shoot out and hit the golden sword until it trembles. The golden sword emits a dazzling light. It quickly swings a few times and shatters all the energy that is close to it. It turns into a ray of golden light and pierces the barrier. No, the resentment is really strong. It is going to attack the magic circle. Yuan Shao frowns. He presses down on the barrier with both hands. Majestic energy is continuously released into the barrier to maintain the magic circle. 6th uncle, put away the magic circle. Suddenly, Yuan Qian says with a smile. Little girl, Yuan Shao is stunned. He doesn't know what she means. His hands don't stop moving. Stop it. The little boy has a way. Yuan Qian continues to smile. Hearing this, Yuan Shao was stunned. He took a deep look at Yin Nuoxing. When he saw Yin Nuoxing smiling at him and waving his hand, he was stunned. Since it was his precious niece who said it, there should be no problem. Yin Nuoxing didn't seem to be joking. Thinking of this, Yuan Shao hesitated and slowly dissipated the barrier. Old Yuan, what are you doing? Seeing that he suddenly dispels the barrier, the Shunming experts are stunned. Without this layer of suppression, the Golden Sword's power is at its strongest. They might not be able to suppress it. Yuan Shao bitterly smiled. If Yuan Qian didn't ask him to disperse, he wouldn't have done this. He can only shake his head and say, let's disperse first. The others naturally won't disperse the magic circle without knowing why. They are all desperately releasing energy to resist the impact of the divine sword. Let's disperse. Yuan Shao can't help but say. Looking at Yun Nuoxing's confident look, she doesn't look like she is joking. He can only leave this matter to her. To be honest, even if the Shunming experts take action, they might not be able to hold on for long. Half of his magic circle was destroyed by the golden light. They looked at each other suspiciously. This is not the time to be joking, right? Once the divine sword is released, there will be signs of destruction within 1,000,000 miles. Although this is what they thought, they still suspiciously withdrew the magic circle and condensed it in their hands, just in case. Buzz! As soon as the magic circle was withdrawn, the restraint weakened, and the golden sword immediately rushed into the sky. Its speed was so fast that no one could see it clearly. Even the Shunming experts have a lingering fear. Even they can't catch up with this speed. However, before the golden sword rushed out, it quickly braked and stopped at the edge of the barrier. This made them wary, thinking that it was going to turn around and attack. Unexpectedly, it did fly back, but it didn't start a massacre as expected. Instead, it flew directly to Yun Nuoxing and circled around her a few times. To be more precise, it circled around the golden chain around Yun Nuoxing's arm. Buzz! The two weapons are less than a foot apart. The divine sword circled around the chain, and both emitted a soft golden light, as if they are of the same origin. This? A set? When everyone saw this, they were a little stunned. They couldn't help but speak out what Yun Nuoxing was thinking at the beginning. Only weapons that came from the same person would have a response that resonated with each other. No wonder the divine sword was released. So, this was a reason? The golden divine sword circled the chain twice, and the two seemed to be resonating with each other. No one knew what it was sensing, but after a moment, the divine sword restrained its ruthless aura and slowly calmed down. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The aura just now was really too frightening. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the golden sword suddenly touched Yun Nuoxing's left hand. Before anyone could react, it directly melted into his palm, and the patterns on his arm grew even more. F***CK? Chapter 279. Hearing Yun Nuoxing shout, the crowd finally reacted. However, when they saw that the golden celestial sword had already merged with Yun Nuoxing's arm, they couldn't come back to their senses. They didn't understand what was going on. You! How dare you steal our celestial sword? Despicable person! Quickly hand it over. Spit it out for me. Otherwise, I'll leave your life behind. Seeing that the celestial sword had directly recognized Yun Nuoxing as its master, the young people from the Crystal Technique family instantly came back to their senses and started shouting at Yun Nuoxing without distinguishing between right and wrong. This made some people frown. Everyone clearly saw what had just happened. How did it become a robbery? What does it have to do with me? For the first time, Yun Nuoxing reacted to their words. He frowned and directly shouted back. It was none of his business that the golden celestial sword had recognized its master. Although it was because he had the spiritual, godly physique, it was obvious that the celestial sword had delivered itself to him. What? You want to deny it after taking the celestial sword? I think it's better to send over that piece of holy celestial crystal that contains your soul as payment. Seeing this, the young people sneered. Do you want to snatch it by force? How dare you compete with us? Everything behind you is ours. Their faces were filled with cold and arrogant smiles as they stared at Yun Nuoxing. Their expressions were as if victory was in their hands, which made the latter want to beat them up. Damn it, Yuan Shi cursed angrily. His white clothes couldn't help but tremble. If his sixth uncle wasn't here, he would have rushed up to beat them up. How did it become yours? The things that you cut out might not be as precious as mine. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. and he was about to go berserk. "You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? Such a large piece of holy celestial crystal is hard to find. Don't be unconvinced. Also, you snatched our celestial sword. It's a priceless treasure." A disciple ridiculed. That's right. That scoundrel stole someone else's things and still acted so righteously. I'll endure. Yin Nuashing was so angry that he was about to go berserk. He ground his teeth so hard that they creaked. His original temperament was completely destroyed. He was not a good-tempered person to begin with. Now that these people kept saying snatch and bastard, his head was about to explode. He even wanted to be impulsive. Xing, ignore them. Seeing that Yin Nuashing was about to grind his teeth to pieces, Yin hurriedly went forward and covered his ears. She said softly, trying to calm Yin Nuashing's turbulent state of mind. "Brother, calm down. Isn't that what you usually say?" Ming burrowed into his bosom and tugged at his lapel. The tender and gentle voices caused his line of fire that had reached the critical point to calm down again. "Little boy, calm down. When this is over, I'll help you catch them. You can beat them up however you want." Yuan Xian also said softly. That faint smile in the eyes of Yuan Shi and the others was like the smile of a demon. They knew that if this big sister showed such emotions, then the matter was a little serious. Yin Nuashing nodded and shouted a few times in his heart. "Everything is fine. Everything is fine." After a moment, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and looked at the Scarlet Cross. He said, "Then, let's let everyone judge now. Which one of our items is better?" After he finished speaking, he stood still. Everyone was a little stunned. They looked at the Scarlet Cross and were a little confused. "Why don't you cut it? Aren't you letting others judge? How are you going to judge if you don't cut it? Or are you saying that you can't do it, so you want others to do it?" The disciple of the crystal technique family laughed out loud. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing turned his head and looked at those people as if he was looking at an idiot. He sneered and said, "That's why I said you guys can't do it, yet you're still talking about it like you're so awesome." "Bastard, what do you mean?" "I'm saying, other than blindly competing, what else can you do?" Yin Nuashing glanced at them disdainfully. Then, he looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "This Scarlet Cross doesn't need to be cut at all." "Doesn't need to be cut?" Everyone was a little confused. They didn't know what he meant. Could it be that this wasn't a stone, but an object by itself? Or could it be that this was formed from some mysterious crystal? Seeing that everyone was frowning in confusion, Yin Nuashing shook his head helplessly and sighed. He walked to the bottom of the Scarlet Cross and said, "It means that there's no need to cut it." As soon as his voice fell, he fiercely pulled out the Scarlet Cross and threw it into the air. It spun like a top, shocking everyone who saw it. Such a heavy object, if it fell like this, it would probably smash through the floor, right? "Bastard little." A disciple of the crystal technique family saw this and was a little angry. "You're the one who talks the most nonsense." "Shut up." Before he could finish speaking, he was yelled at. That person felt a little dizzy and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He stared at Yin Nuashing in embarrassment, but he didn't say anything else. Seeing that the person didn't speak anymore, Yin Nuashing snorted and took out the sky piercer. He looked at the Scarlet Cross that was spinning like a windmill in the sky and weighed the halberd in his hand. Then he stepped on the ground and jumped high into the sky. He held the halberd and was about to stab the cross. He's crazy again? Someone saw his actions and couldn't help but say. Because they saw his violent method of cutting the stone, they couldn't help but say the word again. Although this little guy is a little violent, he's still very strong. Let's see what he wants to do. An old man couldn't help but shake his head and say. With the sky piercer in hand, Yin Nuashing approached the Scarlet Cross with a leap. He saw the opportunity and stabbed it fiercely. Clang! A vast sound wave spread out. It was as if 2 iron weapons were fiercely clashing in the air. It shook people's hearts and made them temporarily deaf. The unparalleled sound wave exploded in the sky and tore apart the clouds within a radius of 10,000 miles. In an instant, the sky became clear. What's that little boy doing? It was as if there were 2 giant bells ringing in her ears. Yuan Xian felt a little dizzy. Although she had been warned to use energy to cover her ears, she still felt as if her ears were going to be damaged. Yuanshi smiled bitterly. He had played with crystal techniques for a few years, but he had never seen Yin Nuoxing's violent method of cutting the stone. Now, he was stabbing the cross with his halberd. Everyone also covered their ears and shook their heads. They looked as if they were in pain. They looked at Yin Nuoxing slowly descending from the sky and didn't understand what he was doing. Yin Nuoxing slowly landed on the ground. He held the scarlet cross in the air and threw it on the ground. It smashed a big hole in the ground, and the ground shook twice. He almost flipped people over. There's no need to cut it. This scarlet cross itself is a weapon. He clapped his hands and said helplessly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and felt a little dizzy. They hurriedly looked at the scarlet cross. Now, the layer of red soil and moss on its surface had faded away. It was an indescribable red metal with an indescribable aura circulating around it. This is a level 12 material, sun blood crystal. The whole thing was used to make a weapon. This is a top-grade material that only deities can use, level 12. When this was said, everyone was stunned. Waves of dizziness surged in their heads. This whole big piece of sun blood crystal? A level 12 divine object? How is this possible? When the people from the crystal sorcerer family heard this, their faces turned pale. It was as if they had eaten pigeon poop. Everyone was speechless. It is indeed a sun blood crystal. Moreover, there is no imprint inside and no owner recognition. It is a pure existence. Yuan Shao looked at the 30-meter-tall scarlet cross from top to bottom and then nodded. Hearing this, everyone stared at the scarlet cross and their expressions changed. There was no imprint, which meant that the sun blood crystal could still be seized by others. If it weren't for the fact that there were a few strong deities present, perhaps everyone would have rushed over. At this time, it's better to put down those useless thoughts. Don't act recklessly. Of course, Yuan Shao knew what everyone was thinking. He squinted his eyes and spoke with a faintly discernible aura. He even moved sideways to Yin Nuoxing's side and blocked everyone's path. When everyone heard this, their bodies trembled. Only then did they put down the thoughts in their hearts and hurriedly wiped off their cold sweat. The person standing in front of them was a real deity. The pressure he released was enough to crush everyone present. Seeing that no one dared to make a move, Yuan Shao nodded and turned his head to Yin Nuoxing and said, "Put it away first." When everyone heard this, they sighed a little regretfully. Was the outcome decided? Wait a minute. Someone from the crystal sorcerer family shouted with a face full of resentment. Hearing this, Yuan Shao glanced at them and said indifferently, "What do you want? I don't accept this. Why is it that this bastard has won? The thing we cut out is obviously more precious. The things left behind from ancient times are almost priceless." That person walked up quickly and shouted while pointing at Yin Nuoxing. After Yuanshi heard this, he was very angry and almost roared, "Are you done calling him a bastard?" And the sun blood crystal is a 12th level material. Only deities can use it. It is much more precious than that strange array. Yuanshi and others were shocked. They glanced at him meaningfully. They had never seen him so angry before. It seemed that he attached great importance to Yin Nuoxing. "You're just a layman. What do you know? You cut out the sun blood crystal. However, the ancient array is a kind of lost inheritance. Compared with the sun blood crystal, which is still known, it is more valuable." That person sneered. Then he was going to lead his men to rush over and grab the sun blood crystal. Have all of you cultivated your shamelessness for your age? You want to grab it by force? Not to mention other things. Even the soul of an ancient goddess is more precious than your things. Yuanshi raised his eyebrows and stood directly in front of them, blocking their way. The people from the crystal sorcerer family sneered. Some other old men also came forward and said, "You lost. Those things belong to us. As I said, the better the things we cut out, the more we get. Compared with Xianing, you are far inferior. You lost and you don't want to admit it." Hearing this, Yuan Qian smiled faintly and pulled Yuan Shi, who was laughing out of anger, behind her. She said softly, "Most of the marks on the formation you cut have been erased, and I'm not sure if it can be taken out of the Xian crystals. The sun blood crystal represents the ultimate material, and its grade is one level higher. Compared to the two weapons, the Scarlet Cross is more precious. Whether it is the amount of materials used or the quality, is far better than the godly sword. One item is worth both of your weapons. What else do you have to compare? What is the difference between you and the two weapons? The Sunblood Crystal is a material only deities can use. Ordinary people can't use it at all. That weapon is only a semi-finished product. It is still uncertain whether there are any deities in the world. Not to mention deities. If you can't use it, the Sunblood Crystal is a waste. An old man sneered. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing felt her heart jump. No rebirth state cultivators could be born? What happened? Wasn't Xian in a rebirth state cultivator? Why couldn't she be born? That's right. What's the use of a waste metal? An ancient array diagram was a priceless treasure. It represented a type of absolute art. It is an immortal inheritance. Yuanshi was so angry that he felt his internal organs heating up. He roared, "You are really shameless. How can you turn the exclusive material of deities into waste metal? Black and white are reversed. You are still making trouble. You bastards. Shameless. You. $1. Seeing him curse, Yuan Qian and Yuan Shao can't help laughing awkwardly in their hearts. It seemed that he was really angry. Damn it. Yuanshi was so angry that his face turned red. He scolded them in the end. Chapter 280. There were many people left at the scene, including the gods and goddesses, Chu Ilian and Jin Hong. They didn't leave because of the commotion just now. They were all watching now. When they heard Yuanshi's roar, they were all stunned and looked at him strangely. Brother, you're being rude. Yuan Shui heard and helplessly tugged at his sleeve. Yuanshi came back to his senses and realized his loss of self-control. His face turned slightly red, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Young man, you should be more respectful when you speak. Be careful that trouble comes from your mouth. The faces of several Crystal Technique family elders immediately sank. You're still worthy of my respect. Yin Nuashing also threw caution to the wind and directly scolded. Hearing this, those elders narrowed their eyes and revealed their killing intent. Junior who doesn't respect his elders. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. After saying this, they were about to attack, but Yuan Shao stood in front of them in time. He glanced at them and said, "You guys don't put this old man in your eyes." Seeing him stand out, those few people trembled all over and hurriedly withdrew their outstretched palms. Just now, they were too engrossed in the quarrel that they completely forgot that there was still a god beside them. This god was also a god underworld expert. If he were to fly into a rage, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Senior, it's not that we're unreasonable. We just want to take back our victory trophy. Just now, it was just a misunderstanding. A few young people were still unconvinced. They mustered up their courage and stepped forward. Hearing this, Yuan Shao laughed ambiguously. He stared at them and said indifferently, "Regarding this matter, I've discussed it with a few old friends for a while. We feel that this young friend has won. You guys can stop pestering endlessly." After saying this, those divine underworld experts all stood over. They glanced at Yin Nuashing a few times and stepped forward one by one to pat his shoulder and praise him a few times. Only then did they stand side by side with Yuan Shao and stare at the few people with malicious intentions. Yin Nuashing suddenly understood. No wonder they really stopped when Yuan Shao told them to stop. It turned out that they knew each other. You've clearly lost. Don't bully others with your power. A young man stepped forward and smiled faintly. Although he looked kind, Yin Nuashing sensed that the surrounding heaven and earth energy seemed to be attracted by something. Wait. At the time, Xiaoning, who has been kneeling there silently ever since Yin Nuashing showed the original form of the Scarlet Cross, comes to them. He is still cold. However, he seems to be frustrated and relieved. He stares at Yin Nuashing and says in a cold voice, "You win." Everyone was stunned and felt that it was a little inconceivable. The elders and disciples on their side were struggling on the verge of death, but the first thing he said when he walked out was to admit defeat. A loss is a loss. There is nothing to argue about. I'm not as good as you. Xiaoning gives a sigh. She says in a cold voice, "I will find someone to give you the lost prize." After that, he walked out of the manor without waiting for anyone's response. His back looked a little lonely. Xiaoning, wait. Are you willing to do this? Young master, the disciples and the elders don't care about anything else. They follow him at once. All of them leave. In an instant, there are only a few people left in the square. They all ran away in the chaos, just now. Wow, that's cool. Wang Chen sees this. He is so excited that he dances. However, Lu Yi stares at him and he stops. Generally speaking, he is very excited to see Yun Nuoxing win. Brother Nuoxing, congratulations. It is really not easy to win. Jin Hung pats Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and congratulates her. This time, I have booked another banquet in Longmen Hall. You all have to come. You can't miss it. Yao Ling shakes her sharp ears and smiles. Little boy, it is great to win. I have made hundreds of billions. Yuan Xian holds Yun Nuoxing. She looks like a crazy woman. Yuan Shi and others feel helpless. Thinking of the bet of 1 to 499, they can't help laughing happily. The 1 billion was put together by 10 people. If they lost, they would lose all their money. Speaking of which, this old man also benefited a bit. It's all thanks to little friend. The Crystal Master also smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, making everyone speechless. If I had known it, I would have gone to bed earlier. Lu Yi murmurs. He knew about the bet. However, when he came back, the bet had been made. He had no other choice. Brother Nuoxing, you defeated the Crystal Master and became famous overnight. You won 20 billion. How can you let Brother Yao Ling pay for the banquet? Chu Ilian holds Yuan Qian and smiles sweetly. People around them are surprised. However, they're all good-natured people. Naturally, they won't be shocked. Yin Nuoxing shrugs his shoulders. Before someone pays the bill, he is still a pauper. Little boy, don't worry. I will pay for the banquet. Knowing his predicament, Yuan Qian smiles and hugs him. Gently breaking away from her embrace, Yin Nuoxing keeps the scarlet cross and other things. Among the things present, only the crystal that seals the soul of the beautiful girl is worthy of his attention. After all, whether it is a 12th level material or a divine tool, he doesn't lack them. After putting the most special crystal aside for a while, Yin Nuoxing carefully looked at it. The girl looks to be only 16 or 17 years old. She is wearing a purple gold robe. Her skin is like jade. She looks a little illusory and unreal. Her immortal face is very peaceful, as if she is sleeping. If no one points it out, no one will know that she is a soul and not a sleeping girl. A peerless girl? Nuoxing, are you moved? Seeing Yin Nuoxing staring at her in a daze, Yuan Shi can't help but laugh. When he spoke, his eyes looked at Xian and Yuan Qian. Cough. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing choked. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I am just a little curious. Sister Mengyan, can your eye of dreams see this girl's dream? Yuan Qian pulled Xian closer and looked at the girl's soul. She turned her head to look at the doll like Mengyan and asked. Hearing this, Mengyan shook her head and said softly, I have already used the eye of dreams, but I can't see anything. Eye of dreams? Yin Nuoxing didn't understand when he heard this name for the first time. It can see and affect other people's dreams. Moreover, what happens in the dream can affect reality. Yuan Qian explained. Mengyan shook her head and added, That's not all. Even if it is not a dream, the eye of dreams can also sneak into people's consciousness through their eyes. After that, she looked at Yin Nuoxing and said, You are very special. I have never seen anyone who can make the eye of dreams not react. Even if it is a god, I can see a little. So, I am very curious. Can I ask why? Everyone was stunned. They had all seen her eye of dreams and knew how special it was. What kind of situation could make it not work? Immediately, the way they looked at Yin Nuoxing changed a little. It was a little strange. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He himself didn't understand what was going on. It could be said that he was a mystery. From his birth until now, he had always been a mystery. So, he could only answer, I don't know either. Mengyan nodded and didn't say anything more. She seemed to be used to being quiet. Seeing that she didn't ask any more questions, Yin Nuoxing shrugged and turned to look at the girl in the glazed crystal. However, he was stunned. His expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. When everyone saw his sudden movement, they were also stunned for a moment. They all hurriedly turned their heads to look at the glazed crystal. They didn't know what he saw that could make his expression change so abruptly. However, when they turned their heads, their expressions also changed. Several god and underworld experts even stepped forward to block in front of everyone. The beautiful girl in the glazed crystal had opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful and lively May-mouths stared at them. Suddenly, she said, "Dozens of eras have passed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, the world has changed. Who are you? Why are you disturbing my peace?" After saying that, before anyone could react, the girl seemed to have thought of something and smiled bitterly, because no one could understand what she was saying at all. When is this language? Why can't I understand it? She scratched his head and was a little confused. Everyone also looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on. They had never heard of such a language. Nuashing was stunned and didn't know how to answer. He wanted to see what the others said. However, he saw that everyone was staring at each other as if they had seen a ghost. He didn't know what was going on. He quickly sent a message to Xian. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Xian was stunned and said, "The girl spoke. We can't understand it, huh?" Nuashing was stunned, but he clearly, "Dozens of eras have passed in a hurry. What are you waiting for? We just unintentionally disturbed you. Please forgive us." Nuashing spoke a language that even he had never heard before, causing him to be stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he quickly covered his mouth, because he had already seen everyone's incomparably astonished and shocked gaze, as if they had seen a ghost. "Little boy, you Xing Xing?" "Little brother, Nuashing," several different names were shouted at the same time. Everyone stared at him, not knowing what to say. Nuashing smiled bitterly. This time, he couldn't explain it clearly. He couldn't clear his name, even if he jumped into the East Sea. He shook his head and said, "I don't know what's going on either. If I say this, will you believe me?" "I believe you." Xian and the others answered almost at the same time. He was stunned again and shook his head with a bitter smile. "What was going on? I didn't expect that the people of this era would still know this ancient language. Where did you learn it from?" When the young girl heard this, she looked at Nuashing with a little surprise. I don't know either. I will say it myself." Hearing this, Nuashing continued to smile bitterly and shook his head. He looked straight at the young girl, and the words that came out of his mouth changed almost instantly, causing everyone to look at each other in confusion. "Who are you?" The girl looked at him with amusement and smiled. I still don't know." Nuashing rubbed his hands. He wasn't being perfunctory at all. He really didn't know who he was. He smiled bitterly for a while and said, "I don't know who I am, where I come from, and I don't even know why I'm here." The girl looked at Nuashing with surprise. She didn't speak for a long time. She wanted to reach out and touch him, but she remembered that she was imprisoned in the holy grade Xian crystal. She could only shake her head helplessly. "Can you tell me about it?" Placing her two slender, jade-like hands together, the young girl asked with a quiet smile. Nuashing was stunned. He looked at the girl and hesitated. Chapter 281. You and I are probably the only people left in this world who can still speak this language. What are you still worried about? Seeing his flickering eyes, the girl chuckled. Hearing this, Nuashing sighed. He looked straight at the girl and said, "Can I trust you?" He asked this. Actually, he was a little more relaxed because he also wanted to know his background. Although this girl probably didn't know what he was, she should at least know the reason, right? Of course. The girl smiled very happily. She hadn't spoken for dozens of eras. Being sealed in the Xian crystal had made her so bored that her hair was about to grow. Now that there was someone who could speak the same language as her, she had to say a few words. Nuashing sighed. He slowly told her what he had said countless times. After hearing this, the girl fell silent. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Nuashing. She didn't give any response. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing the two of them fall silent and look at each other, the crowd was a little confused. They looked left and right. They didn't know why Nuashing, who was a little helpless and sad just now, had fallen silent at this moment. Only Xian guessed that Nuashing must have told the girl about him, even though he couldn't hear what they were talking about. Hey, do you know which era I'm from? After a long time, the girl chuckled and asked. Yin Nuashing was stunned. He thought about what she had just said. After thinking for a while, he said, the Dark Era? Or the Ancient Era? I'm not sure which era you're talking about. However, what era did you define as the first era of the Great Yuan realm? The girl shook her head. She had never heard of these definitions. From the birth of the Great Yuan realm to the 40th era, it was the legendary mythological era. The next 20 eras were the Dark Era. The next 20 eras were the Ancient Era. There was the Ancient Era, the Ancient Era, the Ancient Era, and the Ancient Era. After that, it's now, Yinuashing said after thinking for a while. Has it been so long? I slept for several dozen great eras, one era after another. When she heard this, the young lady sighed, feeling a bit sad, a bit sorrowful. When she was born in a large country. Back then, the God realm was different from the present. It was divided into countless empires of various sizes. She was now in the Divine Prefecture. Back then, the Divine Prefecture hadn't been divided into 5 regions, so there was only one region in total. The 4 origin regions of Taiji, Heaven, and Earth were still called the same names and hadn't changed at all. The young lady's name was Lan Hexen. In her country, she was a princess. Her father was an important member of the royal family of the empire. He was the founding father of the empire. Although the empire didn't exist as long as other empires, it was still very powerful in the Divine Prefecture. When she was 18 years old, her soul was extracted by her father. She watched him tearfully seal her in the black crystal and then hide her in the dark underground. What happened after that was a little fragmented. She didn't know what had happened. She only remembered one time when she came out of the ground and saw that the entire world was dark. The world of the gods seemed to have been torn apart. The world was in ruins, and the earth seemed to have been scorched. There was a foul smell of smoke in the air, and an inexplicable energy drifted between heaven and earth. Even the starry sky was dark and lightless, with only 1 or 2 stars illuminating it. Only then did she see the appearance of her surroundings clearly. There was an endless black wind blowing between heaven and earth, and the space shattered at the slightest touch. This is the great samsara, Z exclaimed when he heard this, scaring Yin Nuashing. What is the great samsara? Yin Nuashing was shocked and asked hurriedly. She had heard this term many times and knew that it happened once every 20 years, but she didn't know what it was. Z was silent. After a long time, he said, there are some things that you'd better not know first. Continue to listen. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing was confused, but she didn't say anything. Since Ziyi said that she couldn't know, then she wouldn't know first. After the young lady came out of the ground, she wanted to find her family. However, no matter how long she flew on the ground, she couldn't see anyone. There was no vitality in the world, and even the sun in the sky was dim. Later, she saw a faint light in the distance. However, the energy provided by the holy Gradian crystal was limited, so she couldn't go there. She had to go back to the depths of the earth. When she went back, she found that the so-called burial was just a small pit. It was only a few meters above the ground. She remembered that her father had buried her in a very deep place. After that, I don't know how many years passed in the blink of an eye. I've seen people more than once, but their clothes are different from yours. No one can understand what I'm saying. So far, you're the only one who can understand. But I vaguely know a few things in the past. I've been sleeping for a very, very long time. It seems that my father extracted my soul back then because he wanted me to live, right? The young lady's eyes dimmed when she said this. Her father wasn't the only powerful person in the world. There were many opponents in that country. According to this calculation, he might have passed away in the years. They shouldn't be able to reunite. You also don't know which area you're from? Hearing this, Yin Nuashing was a little depressed. Even Ziyi himself couldn't tell which era this language was from. He had hoped that she could know. There was no aura of the great samsara left on the Xian crystal that Ziyi had mentioned, so she couldn't deduce it. I should be able to deduce it, right? Just barely? The young lady touched her head and smiled cutely. Then, she fell silent. After a long while, she said, Well, how long has it been since that thing? That thing? What thing? Yin Nuashing was at a loss. That thing. That thing. Lon Xin, frowned. She seemed to be very anxious. Don't worry. Think about it slowly. Seeing her like this, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but persuade her. Hey, well, there's a stone appreciation convention in the Divine Land. Is there anything else? The young lady patted her head and smiled in surprise. Yin Nuashing was stunned. He didn't know either, so he had to ask. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They looked at each other and seemed to be a little confused. The Stone Appreciation Convention she mentioned is at the Stone Appreciation Convention in the Crystal Sorcery Realm, where only those with profound attainments, or even those who are going to be Heaven Meridian Masters, can enter. Yuan Shao touched his face and asked. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing expressed that he didn't know, but he still told the young lady. It seems, I don't know. I only saw a group of old men surrounding me and looking at me. I saw that they were all looking at me with ill intentions, so I fought my way out. Many people tried to stop me on the way. Lon Xian shook her head in distress. Thinking about this matter, she still felt a little angry. Fought them out? Hearing this, Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. This young lady didn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. She could actually fight them out. But it sounded like it was the case, so he quickly asked. The Stone Appreciation Convention is still going on, but it's a little different. This Stone Appreciation Convention has been going on for 2 or 3 eras. I can't tell how many times it has been. At the end of his sentence, Yuan Shao clapped his hands and shouted. He looked at Lon Xin as if he had seen a ghost. In one of the Stone Appreciation Convention, it was said that a divine lady was cut out. She was in a spiritual state and spoke a language that no one could understand. In the end, she broke through layers of blockades and escaped from the hands of hundreds of God and underworld experts. Could it be her? As Yuan Shao spoke, he kept stepping back. Yin Nuashing was stunned and translated again. It seems to be me? Lon Xin was a little uncertain, but seemed to be her. Yin Nuashing was stunned and translated. Damn, it's really her. That divine lady. My God, it's been a whole era. It's passed down from the previous era. This is big news. Hearing this, Yuan Shao's good friend shouted and kept stepping back, as if they had seen something terrible. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and translated as long as an era. Only an era? Let me do the math. Hearing this, Lon Xin counted with her slender fingers and said, I was born in an era. When I woke up, it was 2 eras. When I woke up again, it was 3 eras for eras and 5 eras. So it's the 6th era now? When Yin Nuashing heard the girl's soft voice, he was scared to the core. His handsome face turned pale, and he screamed, You're a myth. You're a god? You're a person from the mythological era? Didn't that era turn into ashes and nothing was left behind? The relic of the Tsangyan meteor that he saw last time was only the tomb of the Almighty God. When the crowd heard his scream, they quickly covered their ears. They didn't know what shocking news he had heard. Hey, what mythological era? Hearing this, Lon Xin looked at him blankly and didn't understand. I'm not sure. It's just that I can't tell if I woke up in the same era or in 2 different eras. I just saw that those people were dressed differently. Yin Nuashing was speechless. He slowly told her about the current world. Of course, he didn't neglect the fact that the mythological era was almost a legendary era. I don't know. Every time I wake up, I don't stay awake for a long time. I don't know how much time has passed. I don't even feel it. Lon Xin sighed. She couldn't hide the loneliness in her voice. Being born in a different era might be a kind of sorrow for her. I remember saying, together with the mythological era that you mentioned, I think I know why you can understand what I'm saying. Lon Xin looked at Yin Nuashing and suddenly understood. What? Hearing this, Yin Nuashing was stunned. He quickly pricked up his ears. When I woke up for the 4th or 5th time, I saw it in an ancient book. Although I can't read, I can still feel it with my divine thoughts. I saw a message about the mythological era. Lon Xin thought for a while and said, the ancient book said that in the mythological era, countless deities were born. The blood of the deities was very precious. As for what it could be used for, I don't remember. I only remember a word. What word? Yin Nuashing was a good listener. When he heard her stop, he quickly asked, The descendants of the deities. The descendants of the deities? Yin Nuashing repeated. He didn't know what this word meant, but he vaguely guessed that it should be referring to the descendants of the deities. Yes, the descendants of the deities are born with the language of the mythological era. They don't need to learn it. Normally, they don't necessarily know that they know this language. Once someone uses this language to communicate, it will be reflected. Lonex and her nodded and said with certainty. After hearing this, Yin Nuashing only felt that it was a bit ridiculous. He was actually a descendant of the deities? That's impossible, right? It is said that people who inherit the bloodline of the deities, whether it is cultivation or learning anything, can reach the sky in a single bound. Even their physique will become very special, or they will be born with an abnormal physique. Lonexine racked her brain and finally stopped. She couldn't continue speaking. It seemed that she had forgotten all about it. Little star, I think it suits you. You can reach the sky in a single bound. You don't need to learn swordsmanship. You speak the language of the mythological era, and you have the most mysterious divine body of the deities. You see, it all fits. Before Yin Nuashing could deny it, Zai laughed out loud, which made him feel a little speechless. He could not explain the sword technique clearly, but the cultivation was because of the use of external objects. He really did not believe that a person who fell from the sky would have any blood relationship with the god of the most mysterious era. That's all I know. Now, can you let me out? Chapter 282. Let you out. Yin Nuashing looked at her suspiciously. She scratched her head and hesitated. Yes, I've been asleep for too long. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. I don't know what's the point. It's rare for me to meet someone who can talk to me in this era. I don't want to sleep anymore. Lonex nodded and said softly, Every time I wake up, I don't know when I'll fall asleep. How can I let you out? Yin Nuashing was stunned. She looked at the holy grade celestial crystal and her face darkened. It looks so hard. I don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't have to wait for someone to let me out. I would have gone out by myself. Seeing his helpless look, Lonex smiled bitterly. If she had a way, she wouldn't have been trapped for so long. He sighed. He had no other way. He could only wait and see if someone else had a way. However, before he could ask, Z laughed in her heart. Little star, it's not impossible for you to save this girl. The sudden laughter stunned Yin Nuashing. From her words, it seemed that there was a way. She quickly asked, Do you have a way? Yes, I do. Z chuckled. She suddenly changed the topic and said, But is it really okay to do this? One, I mean, can you really trust this strange person? Are you not prepared at all? Aren't you afraid that she's lying to you, just to get you to let her out? Zia's voice suddenly carried a hint of sharpness. Unlike her worries, Yin Nuashing laughed directly after hearing this. She laughed a little heartlessly and indifferently. She said, I've said that I'll give people a chance to trust me when I meet them for the first time. No matter what the consequences are, I'll bear them. Besides, why would she lie to me? Is there a reason for her to lie to me? Why don't you just say that you're too lazy to question people? Z said. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She felt that it seemed to make some sense, but she couldn't refute it. She simply ignored it. So just take it as it is. Now, tell me how to release Exine You're already calling me by my name. Z suddenly teased, causing his face to turn green and white. All right, I won't tease you anymore. After laughing for a while, Z stopped. He put on a serious face and told Yin the method. Just use the soul. The soul energy is preserved in the black crystal, so it can pierce through the black crystal. Upon receiving this information, Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. However, she did not hesitate and directly split her soul out. Little boy, what are you doing? Yuan Xian couldn't help but ask when she saw his soul split out. Why did he suddenly reveal his soul when they were talking so nicely? Yin Nuashing waved her hand, and the humanoid shape of her soul reached out to the glazed crystal. Are you crazy? You want to release her? Seeing this scene, Yuan Shao was scared out of his wits. He was about to stop him, but was stopped by Yuan Xian. Sixth uncle, let the little boy go. He should have his own plans. Yuan Xian stood in front of Yin Nuashing and shook her head at him. Although she didn't have much confidence in her own words, she trusted Yin Nuoxing from the bottom of her heart. So she stopped Yuan Shao. Sigh. Little girl, you do as you wish. Being stopped by Yuan Xian, Yuan Shao scratched his head helplessly and said in distress, "If anything happens to her after she comes out, I can't stop it." When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Thinking of what he had just said about the Stone Convention, they felt a little uneasy. However, when they saw Yuan Qian's expression, they couldn't really say anything. Moreover, they also wanted to see what Lan Xer would do after she came out. His arm reached into the glazed crystal without any hindrance. Yin Nuoxing reached out to the young girl and said with a smile, "Come here." The girl was stunned and looked at Yin Nuoxing with a little surprise. Although she had only lived for 18 years, but after so many years of accumulation, she didn't sleep for nothing. Naturally, she knew a lot about how to deal with people, but she didn't expect that he would pull her out so easily. "You?" Lan Xen was stunned for a while. Just when she was about to speak, she was stopped by Yin Nuoxing's words. "You said that we might be the only two people in the world who know this language. Why are you hesitating?" Yin Nuoxing said with a smile and reached out his hand. Lan Xen was speechless. She was choked by her own words. Looking at the excessively white hand, she was a little sluggish, as if she couldn't believe it. After sleeping for so many years, she could finally be free? "Come on," Yin Nuoxing still said with a smile, and reached out his hand a little more. When Lan Xen came to herself, she put her small hand on Yin Nuoxing's hand. Suddenly, she pulled her hand back. The pure Maimao looked at him and said, "What is your name?" Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Then he realized that he didn't mention his name when they were talking about him. "Yin Nuoxing. Call me Nuoxing or Little Star. You can call me whatever you like. Then, I will call you Brother Nuoxing." Lan Xen thought for a while and said with a smile, "What?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and looked at her in disbelief. His face trembled and he said, "Well, you are much older than me. Why don't we talk about seniority?" In the end, he muttered in his heart, "I am afraid that I will be beaten to death by Ming. No, I don't think there's anything wrong with it." Hearing this, the young girl ran her fingers through her hair and said with a smile, "I have only lived for 18 years. You are older than me, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to call me that, right? Also, I will call you whatever you want me to. I am the youngest in the family, so I am used to calling you brother. Can't I, Brother Nuoxing?" As long as you are happy." Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing nodded helplessly. He didn't know what to do with her. The young girl covered her mouth and giggled. She obediently placed her small hand in Yin Nuoxing's hand and let him pull her out. When his soul returned to his body and he opened his eyes, he saw a group of people standing in front of him. They were on high alert and had weapons in their hands. They looked at him as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a long time. "Am I not welcome here?" Seeing this, Lan Xen lowered her head and almost buried it in her chest. She looked so pitiful that it made people want to protect her. No, no, no. They were just frightened by me." Yin Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. He kept the glazed crystal stone and led her toward the crowd. When the crowd saw that Lan Xen didn't seem to be hostile, they slowly relaxed. They put away the weapons in their hands and greeted her with smiles. However, when the two sides were introducing each other, Yin Nuoxing racked his brains to introduce Xian and the others. However, because of the language barrier, it was a little difficult to speak. At this time, Yin Nuoxing acted as the best translator, one sentence after another after another. "F***, are you treating me like a messenger?" In the end, he went berserk. "Little boy, you are just a translator." Unexpectedly, Yuan Xian and the others laughed and said straightforwardly, "I at Yin% and asterisk." Yin Nuoxing wanted to fly into a rage, but there was nothing he could do. He glared at the flowers in front of him and waved his hand angrily. Then, he continued to act as a translator. "Haha, let's not talk here. Let's go to the Dragon Gate Hall and have a small gathering. I have booked a banquet there." Seeing that everyone was chatting happily, Yao Ling suggested with a smile. Everyone nodded and didn't have any objections. They should go to a place to celebrate. Yin Nuashing said a lot, and Lan Xen didn't have any objections. She just wanted to find a place to stay. After all, it was inconvenient for a soul to move around. If someone saw her, she might be captured. Yin Nuashing thought for a while, then took out the sky piercer and waved it. Brother Nuashing, you want me to stay here? Seeing this, Lan Xen pouted her lips and furrowed her brows. Her adorable look made everyone like her even more. Even Yuan Qian stood out. Little boy, give Xen another place to stay. Yuan Qian rubbed her head and couldn't help but laugh. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and put away the sky piercer. Then he took out the divine light mirror. Lan Xen looked at it and shook her head. Mei Mao stared at him as if she wanted to say something. Yin Nuashing had a headache. He put away the mirror and took out the golden chain. Lan Xen shook her head. Golden celestial sword, sun god bow, a few ancient swords, mountain-splitting axe. Yin Nuashing took out all the weapons he had, except the Ling Hong sword and the swirling zither. However, Lan Xen still shook her head and looked at him with a pair of beautiful eyes. When everyone saw the pile of weapons being changed, they all gasped. Although they couldn't see the depth of the weapons, they could feel that they were definitely not ordinary weapons. However, when they saw him changing weapons again and again, they felt that their worldview was destroyed. Seeing Lan Xen shaking her head, those who were more sensitive than Yin Nuashing seemed to have sensed something. Yuanshi shook her head and sighed, muttering, Nuashing is really destined to be alone for the rest of his life. Yes, it's destined to be alone. Jinheng also nodded in agreement. Yes, destined to be alone. Yao Ling also agreed. You don't know. Brother is a piece of wood. Ming, who was in Xian's arms, also shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered. When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood. Xin, where do you want to stay? Give me a quick death. After all the weapons were ejected, Yin Nuashing only felt that he was about to break down. He directly surrendered and looked at her with a bitter face. At this time, he realized that this was also a difficult lady to please. Brother Nuashing is really an idiot. Lan Xen couldn't help but sigh, which made him smile even more bitterly. However, she didn't say much. She looked at Yin Nuashing twice and fixed her gaze on the purple-red pendant. However, she shook her head. She didn't intend to choose that. In the end, she chose the sky piercer. She turned into a ball of light and entered the halberd. Yuan, didn't you dislike my halberd in the beginning? When Yin Nuashing saw this, he felt a little confused. However, he didn't think too much about it. He waved his hand and put away the sky piercer. Little star, your harem lineup is getting more and more magnificent. Z had been silent all this time. It was only now that he laughed out loud, making Yin Nuashing feel very awkward. What does it have to do with me? It's not like I wanted it. Moreover, how did it become my harem? It has nothing to do with me. As he roared until here, he paused and quickly changed the direction. It has nothing to do with me, okay? Ha ha ha, there will be in the future. Z laughed loudly 3 times. He was so embarrassed that he was about to explode with anger. Percent, and at yen percent and asterisk. Chapter 283. The news of the stone gambling in the Qi family is soon spread. Yin Nuashing defeated Xianing. Everyone is speechless. They all take a cold breath. They have seen Yin Nuashing's capability. In the past half a month, he was preaching in the stone workshop. He seemed to be a master. However, the master that everyone thought highly of was defeated by the unknown former. How far has he improved his crystallography? Can he be a Tian, my master? However, some people who have seen Yin Nuashing's work spread the news. He is not a Tian, my master, and his means are totally different from that of a Tian, my master. However, he didn't hesitate at all. He cut the stone neatly. A future Tian, my master. Now, in everyone's heart, Yin Nuashing is labeled as a Tian, my master. Many people from different forces know that and want to make him a VIP. A future Tian, my master, has unlimited potential. It is unknown how much he can bring to a force. However, judging from the appearance of the Scarlet Cross, it can't be a small amount. It can be said that if a force has a Tian, my master, It is equal to having a super storage room. They don't need to worry about the lack of energy in the future. When the result of the bet is known, almost half of the people in the city want to vomit blood. In the other game, most of the people bet on Xianing. However, the winner is someone else. The one that suffers the most serious loss is the gambling city. The odds are as high as 1 to 499. Now, the gambling city has the urge to close the door. People in the gambling city nervously stare at the door. They don't even dare to breathe. They are afraid that there will be an old and beautiful woman in white. Now, they all look very embarrassed. They turn pale, and then green, and then black. They feel so uncomfortable, as if they have swallowed a dead fly. Because in this game, Yuan Qian bet 1 billion on Yin Nuashing. Even the crystallography master bet 10 million on her. So, they will have to pay nearly 500 billion, which is equal to 5 million kilograms of Qian crystals of immortal grade. Such a large amount of money is enough to make some first-class forces vomit blood and suffer a great loss. Though they received a lot of money from Xianing in the gambling that day, compared with such a large amount of money, it is nothing. It is even less than 1%. With such a compensation, they will almost go bankrupt. They feel sad and hurt all over. They almost vomit blood to express their grief and indignation. Just as the people in the gambling city were about to close their doors and avoid the world, the elegant and beautiful figure and the old figure finally walked through the gates of the gambling city at the same time, causing the atmosphere in the gambling city to drop to the freezing point. Yuan Shao, the divine underworld expert, also came along with them. He emitted a faintly discernible pressure, causing the people inside to pale in fright. They didn't even dare to say a word. This was simply using power to oppress people, so they had no choice but to pay for it. The owner of the casino was also alarmed and hurriedly ran out. However, he was only a god king and was far weaker than Yuan Shao. He broke out in cold sweat as soon as he saw Yuan Shao. His defense was shaken and dispersed. He hurriedly squeezed out an ugly smile and greeted him. However, in his heart, he was cursing the 18 generations of Yuan Shao's ancestors. They surely come to take the money. He surely knows that. However, it is such a large amount of money. Though the gambling city has been in Divine Sky City for a long time and has accumulated a lot of savings, if he gives it away, he will lose all his savings. Because of the pressure from Shanming, he has to accept it. He can only pinch his nose and reluctantly and angrily give the money to them. He sees the three of them, especially the woman in white, happily walk out of the door. The owner of the gambling city feels that his heart is broken into two halves. He feels cold. I want to check the fraud. It must be a trap. After Yuan Qian and the other two left, the gambling city was filled with shouts. That was the savings of many years. They were unwilling to hand it over just like that. However, it was impossible for them to cause trouble in front of Yuan Qian and the others. They could only shout and shout. Then, some people ran to the Crystal Technique family. Some people in Divine Sky City are shocked when they hear the news. They remember what the Crystal Master said. They can't help smiling bitterly. Unsurprisingly, there's something else going on. Some people who bet heavily on Xianing also go to the Crystal family with resentment. They think that the Crystal family went easy on her and want to ask for an explanation. However, the Crystal family is angry because they have to pay over 20 billion yuan for their defeat. Now someone comes to them. They happen to be in trouble. They don't say anything. They swear at each other and almost fight with each other in the end. This was a bejeweled jade palace. Every inch of the palace was carved out of top-quality jade, and there were exquisite and complicated patterns carved on it. Within the palace, there were even patches of mist drifting about, causing it to appear magnificent and magnificent. It was dreamlike, like an immortal paradise. After Yuan Qian and the others take the money away, they proudly walk out of the gambling city. Naturally, they go to the Dragon Gate Hall as agreed. All of them come, including Chu Ilyin and Meng Yan. The white mist is dense. The palace is located in the clouds. If one looks down from the sky, he or she can see the whole Divine Sky City clearly. The pedestrians below are as small as sesame seeds. In the air, one or two strange beasts occasionally fly by. A group of people is in the big manor outside the palace. They step on the golden stairs and look down. It seems that one person is standing above tens of thousands of people. The mist flows in the sky and under their feet. It is like a fairyland on earth. I don't know when the dragon egg will hatch. Seeing the people in the air rushing away on strange beasts, Yin Nuashing stared blankly for a long time. He retracted his gaze with envy. He always wanted to have his own mount. To be precise, he wanted to ride a dragon and roam the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now, this goal is not far away. Everyone is sitting in the manor, drinking and talking. Jin Hung poured Yin Nuashing a cup and said with a smile, "Little brother Nuashing, actually, I have always been curious. You have always been betting on money. You shouldn't be a greedy person, right?" "Yes, you can know a person's face, but not his heart." Yin Nuashing nodded and smiled seriously. Everyone was stunned. He then smiled and said, "I am just making some preparations for a long-term trip in the future. I just want to earn money as travel expenses. I didn't expect something like this to happen." "Long-term trip?" Everyone was curious when they heard. "Yes, although it is a little ridiculous, I am determined to travel all over the realm of the gods. Along the way, there will definitely be many places where I will need money." Yin Nuashing laughed and silently pushed the cup of wine to Xian. He didn't like the taste of wine. Hiss! Everyone gasped when they heard his great ambition. Who knew how big the realm of the gods was? Just the northern wilderness alone was enough for mortals to walk for thousands of years and still not reach the next area. How long would it take to travel all over the realm of the gods? Even for cultivators, it was an immeasurable amount of time. "Little boy, why are you going so far?" Yuan Qian asked curiously. "The world is so big. I want to walk around." Yin Nuashing laughed, then muttered in his heart, "Do you think I want to?" If it weren't for defiant ultimate god and Cordine, who told him that he had to finish this journey and rush into the starry sky to find out about his identity, he wouldn't have bothered to walk such a long journey. Even though this was his original goal, everyone rolled their eyes. After sitting in the manor for a while, everyone walked straight into the palace. They had booked the whole place today, so they could play and eat whatever they wanted. No one would care. Usually, those who could book the whole Dragon Gate Hall were the distinguished figures of first-class forces or some god-level powerhouses who were hosting a banquet. Drizzling rain fell from the sky, dripping onto the pool and the walls of the palace. It was as if there was a clear sound of music echoing. Everyone used energy to create a barrier to keep the raindrops away, except for Yin Nuashing. He strolled alone in the drizzle. The cool raindrops hit his face, making it itchy. He was the one who suggested the rain. There was a scene of 4 seasons in the Dragon Gate Hall, and he could switch to any season according to his mood. He chose spring. The spring rain that filled the sky fell from the sky. According to him, it was a different feeling, so why should he block it? Everyone saw him walking alone on the white jade paved road, humming in the drizzle. His waist-long light purple hair stuck to his clothes without anything tying it up. It was like a purple waterfall, shining brightly when wet. He even spun from time to time, causing his long hair to flutter. The bright spring sunlight hit his face. It was slightly cool, but also a little warm. He was carefree and satisfied. Even everyone couldn't help but hum along, almost dispersing the barrier together. Splash! Suddenly, Yin Nuashing threw a water ball at everyone's feet when they weren't paying attention. The splashing water soaked the bottom of his trousers and long skirt, and everyone suddenly felt their ankles turn cold. "What are you doing? Come quickly." They looked over in astonishment. Yin Nuashing was still holding a water ball the size of a head in his hand. He stuck out his tongue and looked cute and a little naughty. However, everyone was speechless when they felt the coldness coming from their ankles. But looking at his smile, the anger in their hearts was suppressed. They really didn't have any temper. They smiled helplessly and quickly chased after him. A banquet had already been set up in the palace. The intoxicating aroma of wine made everyone feel relaxed and happy. They couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. However, when the smell entered Yin Nuashing's nose, he was speechless. But he couldn't say anything. He didn't drink wine, but others did. Moreover, The smell was uncomfortable. At least it wasn't disgusting, so he endured it. This banquet is worth at least 50 kilograms of celestial-grade glazed crystals. It's already quite extravagant. Jin-Hung couldn't help but exclaim. However, compared to the legendary banquet of the gods, it's still a little lacking. The demon spirit raised a jade cup filled with fine wine, took a deep sniff, and shook his head regretfully. Sigh, those banquets of the gods can only be booked by people at the level of gods. Moreover, it costs thousands of kilograms of celestial-grade glazed crystals. They also have to be booked a month in advance. Otherwise, it's difficult to get the ingredients. Yuan Xian took a sip of wine. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble because of the delicious taste. She even moaned. Yuan Shi and the others saw her and rolled their eyes. Yuan Xian looked at her sixth uncle, Yuan Shao. Little girl, are you trying to make your sixth uncle poor? Seeing her look over, Yuan Shao's face twitched and he laughed dryly. Anyway, I don't expect to be able to eat a meal. Yuan Xian stuck out her tongue. She knew it was impossible. Isn't a little too exaggerated? Yin Nuoxing sniffled and asked, rolling his eyes. It's not exaggerated at all. For example, the dish Heavenly Dragon Spine is really made of dragon meat. It's the most essential part of the dragon's body. If an ordinary person eats it, his life will be prolonged. If a cultivator eats it, his strength will be enhanced to a higher level, Yuan, she said. Dragon. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. He couldn't even ride a dragon, but a dragon was sent to the dining table. This made his heart ache. His pout and frown made people feel pity for him. In the past, there was tea made from the leaves of the heavenly spirit tree. It's said that drinking a sip can extend one's life by hundreds of years. But now, even the banquets of the gods can't afford this. Lu Yi sighed. Why? Yin Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and touched the pendant. The heavenly spirit tree was originally in the forbidden area of the ghost forest, but it has disappeared. The remaining branches and leaves of the heavenly spirit tree were, of course, put away. After all, it's only used once. No one has the courage to make tea out of the leaves of the heavenly spirit tree. TSK, the existence of the third in the heavenly treasure list already has such a magical effect. I really don't know what magical effect the first two have. The demon shook his head. The second on the list is the heavenly phoenix blood tree. Although it's said to be second, it's neck and neck with the third heavenly spirit tree. No one has any news about its birth. It's said that this tree is watered by the blood of the phoenix. TSK, the phoenix is a divine beast. There's only one in the world. I really don't know what a tree nourished with its blood looks like. Jin-Hung was the divine son of the Golden Temple and the little leader of the Golden Jade Palace. What's the first thing? Everyone was a little curious. They already knew the third and second place. What about the first? The first. Jin-Hung was stunned. He sighed and said, the first is also a kind of tree. That's even stranger. Why are they all trees? Everyone was puzzled. Jin-Hung laughed dryly and said, the first ancient tree is called the God's Spirit Tree. As soon as his voice fell, Yin Nuoxing directly spat out the water. His face was full of horror. Could the God's Spirit Tree be that God's Spirit Tree? Nuoxing, what's wrong? Seeing him spit out the water, Yuan Shi asked. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and said with a smile, it's nothing. I just choked on water. Jin-Hung, you can continue. Jin-Hung nodded and slowly told them about the God's Spirit Tree. It was the same as what Yin Nuoxing learned from Ziyi. Only now did they know that it was the God's Spirit Tree that ranked first on the heavenly treasure list. After hearing this, everyone sighed. A God's Spirit Tree nourished by the power of the gods was hard to find. Chapter 284. I remember that old guy said that there are no more gods in this world. What's going on? Yin Nuoxing thought of the gods when she mentioned the Tree of God. The gods in the legends were actually those who had reached the peak of their cultivation. Perhaps they could be called true gods. Their body structure was different from that of ordinary humans, and they were also very different from the gods. After all, the gods were still considered half a human. Of course, the gods mentioned here were not simply experts in the reincarnation realm. The definition of the gods was that they had to advance about 4 times in the reincarnation realm before they could truly transform into a god. However, people were now used to calling the experts in the reincarnation realm as gods. Although they evolved from humans, they had already shed everything of mortals and transcended to become gods. They were almost another species, the most unique existence in the world. They could order everything in the world with a single thought. Even the gods could only submit to them. No one dared to disobey their orders. With a single thought, the space would collapse and everything would return to the void. They could command the world with a single thought. However, it was this kind of terrifying creature that was still everywhere in the mythological era. But all the species that could be seen on the streets had mysteriously disappeared during the mythological era. The only clue that was known was the mural that was seen in the ruins of the gods on Yunua planet. In the mural Twilight of the Gods had fallen, but no one knew what the so-called enemy was. Yin Nuashing had also asked Lan Shiner, but she did not know what had happened. Naturally, she did not know about the fall of 10,000 gods. I've heard about this from the older generation. When Yin Nuashing mentioned this matter, everyone was silent. Only Yuan Shao spoke softly. When everyone heard him mention the older generation, they could not help but twitch their eyes. You're an old monster who has lived for so long. How old must your older generation be? Ascending to the god realm is actually very simple. From the peak of the demigod realm to the primary god realm, everyone has to undergo a lightning tribulation to destroy their original body and reconstruct a new one. This is an unavoidable process. Cultivators below the god realm and god realm already have physical differences. Although we all look the same, our internal structures are slightly different. That being said, I can't find any differences. Yuan Shao couldn't help but ridicule himself. When everyone heard this, they laughed bitterly. The initial divine rank has 10 ranks: God Son, God Venerable, God King, God Emperor, God Underworld, God, Underworld King, Emperor of the Underworld, and God Emperor. Each rank is further divided into 10 ranks. These 10 ranks are collectively known as the initial divine rank, also known as the gods. After the initial divine rank, there is the post-divine rank. Although there is a difference of one word, the difference is enough to make me spit out my tongue. Just from the peak of the initial divine rank to the post-divine rank, which is the peak of the God Emperor realm, this last step will take the lives of countless people. What the peak of the God Emperor realm faces is called the Abyss of Despair. It is called the 1,000 Layers and 100 Cycles. As the name suggests, the 1,000 layers and the 100 cycles mean that the 1,000 layers of tempering will target the physical body. This is because the post-divine rank is where one can truly be called a god. Not only the cultivation, but the body structure of a god is also very different from a God Emperor realm. This 1,000 layers of tempering will target this point. I don't know how it will change, but it will refine a body specially for the gods. As for the 100 cycles, it will condense and compress the divine power in the body and refine it 100 times. My God, how much energy does a God Emperor realm contain? Refining it 100 times will take one's life. Towards the end, Yuan Shao was a little scared. The people present were all young elites with good temperament. Even if they heard this news, they felt that the future of cultivation was very long. Isn't it just 100 times? It's nothing. Jin Hung raised his wine cup, took a sip, and smiled. Your hands are shaking. Everyone rolled their eyes at him and said helplessly. It seemed like even the godson of the Golden Divine Palace was a little scared. Hee, you don't have to worry about anything. There is still a long time before that day comes. With your aptitude, you'll be able to go very far on the path of cultivation and achieve very high achievements. The rest is just a matter of time. After all, it is the world of the young now. It is time for this old man to drink tea and grow potted plants. Yuan Shao couldn't help but sigh and ridicule himself again. Everyone rolled their eyes again. Generally speaking, they knew that it wasn't that a rebirth realm expert couldn't be born. It was just that it was very difficult to be born. In that case, it's just that it is very difficult to be born. That old man even said something about heaven and earth not being able to give birth to a rebirth realm expert. It scared me to death. Yin Nuashing patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone nodded. Knowing that the end of cultivation was a dead end in advance was a very big test for their temperament. It would be fun if they couldn't take it and misunderstood. No, regarding this point, I feel that what he said isn't unreasonable. Yuan Shao shook his head and said, "This world has changed since some time ago. After going through so many reincarnations, it began to be suppressed by heaven and earth. In addition to the disappearance of the first divine realm expert, there was no one to maintain the order of this world. Gradually, it became dilapidated, just like a garden that no one took care of. It became dilapidated day by day. I read this from an ancient book. We don't even know if there was a first divine realm expert. Could it be that there is a succession of divine realm experts? It is just like the mythological era. We don't even know if there was a divine realm expert." Yuan Shao sighed and said faintly, "Suppression of heaven and earth?" Everyone was a little puzzled. Yes, this world is full of energy suppression. This world is resisting the appearance of super strong experts. After reaching a certain level, it is difficult to make any progress. In fact, other than those who are standing at the peak of the divine realm, even we can faintly feel the suppression of heaven and earth. In fact, my strength hasn't made any progress for many years. I don't know when I'll be able to make any progress. Many years ago, Big Brother just advanced to the divine realm, and now he is also being suppressed. Has this energy suppression existed since ancient times? Everyone asked. I don't know, but according to the ancient book, it has been suppressed a long time ago. Yuan Shao shook his head and said, "What exactly is the great reincarnation?" Yin Nuashing hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but ask. "This I don't know. Just like what you all know, it is something that happens once every 20 years. It has almost become a symbol of the replacement of every era. However, 20 eras, that period of time, is not for us to pass through. It is for some higher-level gods or even divine spirits to pass through. People like us, when the great reincarnation arrives, we will probably be ashes to ashes and dust to dust, right? I remember that the reincarnation realm wasn't originally called the reincarnation realm. It was called the Great Heavenly Reincarnation. Is this name hinting that the reincarnation realm expert has something to do with the great reincarnation?" Yuan Shao knocked on his head. He wanted to recall more things, but he couldn't remember anything else. "Sigh, I'm old now. I can't remember things anymore. What I said was what I read in an ancient book many years ago. The things written in it are already very vague. I barely understood these things through the vague imprints left behind. You all will have to ask Big Brother for more. If we go back, Father will slap me to death." Yuan Qian stuck out her tongue and grabbed Yin Nuashing with lingering fear. She seemed to be imagining her father's ferocious look. After all, she was the oldest of the 10 children. She actually took the lead to bring people out of the Yuan residence without notifying them, causing the whole family to think that they had gone missing. "Ha! Big Brother always talks about you all. He always wants to find you all. Now that this matter is over, you should go back and take a look. Don't make him anxious. Big Brother won't do anything to you. You're already so old. Do you still want to slap him?" Yuan Shao chuckled and said, "Perhaps Father won't do anything, but Mother's side will be troublesome. I can't avoid being nagged." Yuan Qian buried her head in Yin Nuashing's embrace and mumbled softly. Everyone who saw this didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know what to say. Ding-ling. Suddenly, a crisp sound floated. The beautiful sound of a zither slowly rang out. It gradually overflowed like a tide, filling every inch of space in the palace. It was as if there were fairies dancing in the wind, accompanied by the sound of rain outside the palace. The soft sound of the spring breeze filled everyone's heart, causing them to yearn for it. Everyone took the time to look over, only to see Chu Ilian hugging a zither and sitting on the balcony. Her jade-like hands lightly danced on the zither strings. The sound of the zither caused people to be unable to help but indulge in it. For a moment, they threw the matter that they were discussing out of the window. Only Yin Nuashing knew that this zither sound contained a special rhythm. It seemed that he was the only one who wasn't affected. Even Yuan Shui, because her cultivation wasn't deep enough for Chu Yilian, slowly fell into it. Even Yuan Shao couldn't avoid it. The gentle music was like flowing water flowing through the valley, giving off the wonderful sound of spring water. The entire palace was immersed in it. The flawless music gently streaked across the space, bringing about waves that were hard to be seen by ordinary people, melodiously drifting into the distance. After a long time, Chu Yilian slowly stopped playing. Everyone who was still immersed in it only regained their senses after a long time. They couldn't help but shake their heads. Rhythm, no wonder it's one of the top bewitching techniques in the world. Even I couldn't help but be mesmerized by it. Yuan Shao could not help but sigh. Although he could sense the killing intent in the melody, it would still take some effort to break free from the intoxicating melody. At the very least, it could distract him. And Chu Yilian's cultivation was only at the immortal level. Could it affect the gods a little? Fairy Chu's zither music is really wonderful. It's almost at the realm of resonance of 10,000 Daos. Jin Heng and the others also praised. Hearing this, Chu Yilian smiled non-committally and said softly, "In the end, I can't reach that realm." A month ago, the rhythm that floated in the divine sky city was the real roar of 10,000 Daos, accompanied by the performance of heaven and earth. This realm has nothing to do with one's strength or inheritance. It's very difficult to reach it with one's own efforts. Speaking of which, I'm a little unconvinced. Little brother Nuashing, you're the first person who didn't indulge in Yilian's music. Chu Yilian looked at Yin Nuashing and smiled sweetly. In an instant, her elegance was like 100 flowers blooming, bright and moving. Hearing these words that were exactly the same as Xian Yin's, Yin Nuashing was slightly stunned and a little absent-minded. He felt that the beautiful girl sitting in front of him wasn't Chu Yilian, but Xian Yin. After a long time, he regained his senses and laughed dryly. Only then did he realize that there seemed to be a little similar charm between the two girls. He didn't know if it was because they both cultivated music. I have a natural resistance to some bewitching things, so it didn't have any effect, right? Fairy, don't take it to heart. Yin Nuashing smiled and didn't say much. Chapter 285. Chu Yilian sat down gracefully. As she had just sat on the balcony, her body was inevitably stained with water droplets. Her hair was also a little wet, like a beauty who had just come out of a bath. The ethereal Mei Mao blinked slightly, and a faint fragrance wafted from her body. It was like an orchid and musk, and it made a certain person inadvertently sniffle. Little brother Nuashing, Yilian toasts you with a glass of wine. She smiled sweetly, and her jade-like hand gently raised the small wine glass, reaching out to Yin Nuashing. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing suddenly felt a little ashamed. She was a girl, and yet she could drink. No, to be precise, everyone present could drink, and they could drink very well, very well. He didn't know how many bottles they had drunk, but he was the only one who hadn't touched a single drop. Fortunately, no one found out, or else he didn't know if they would think that he was a wet blanket. But now, it seemed that he couldn't refuse anymore. Touching his forehead, Yin Nuashing looked at her and smiled very lightly. Although she was the successor of the drunken immortal house, she had a kind of otherworldly feeling that was untainted by the mud. She had a strange charm that made people involuntarily have a good impression of her. Yin Nuashing really couldn't find a way out now. Chu Yilian's words made everyone look at him, and when they realized that he didn't move, they looked at him curiously. Seeing this, Yuan, she laughed loudly. Nuashing, what are you doing? You're actually unmoved by a beauty's invitation. Yin Nuashing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Little brother Nuashing, since you're not accepting, I'll accept this cup for you. Although Jin Heng didn't know what was going on with him, he could see that he was a little embarrassed. He immediately laughed, picked up the cup of wine in front of Yin Nuashing, and drank it in one gulp. Yin Nuashing's face trembled. Seeing this, Chu Yilian could only take back the wine glass, took a sip, and smiled. Little brother Nuashing, you're the first person to reject Yilian. I'm a very vengeful person. But Yin Nuashing wiped the sweat off his face. His expression was very strange. Anyone could tell that something was wrong with him. It's over. Brother is going to be tortured, Ming muttered softly when he saw this. Ziyin tugged at his sleeve and looked at him worriedly. She transmitted her voice. Xing Xing, are you all right? Little boy, you're sweating a lot. Are you sick? Yuan Xian walked over and placed her hand on his forehead as she asked with concern. No. Yin Nuoxing shook her head stiffly and laughed dryly. Little brother, what's going on? From the beginning, you didn't drink or talk much. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Li also asked. No. Yin Nuoxing was so anxious that her lips trembled. Little brother Nuoxing, drink a glass of wine to calm your nerves. The wine here is also good for treating illnesses. Yuan Qi also raised a glass of wine and placed it in front of Yin Nuoxing as she smiled. Yin Nuoxing's face suddenly turned red. He gritted his teeth, and his handsome face was ferocious. It was as if he had suffered a great pain. Everyone was shocked. Before they could say anything, he shouted, I don't know how to drink. His embarrassed and angry voice sounded like an ultrasonic wave. Even the sound of the wind quieted down. The atmosphere in the palace seemed to have frozen. Only Yin Nuoxing's handsome face was flushed red, and he was panting heavily as he stared at the crowd. Yuan Xian was the first to lose it. Her slender eyelashes trembled violently as she covered her cherry mouth with her hand. However, she was laughing so hard that her entire body was shaking. About that, drinking wine, that's... When the demon heard this, he calmly wanted to say something. However, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He bit his lips hard, and his handsome face was a little red from holding his breath. Nuoxing, actually, it's nothing. You don't drink wine or anything. You're not the only one in the world, right? Yuanqi held his breath for a long time. He opened his mouth and wanted to laugh, but he choked it back. His face was very funny, and his laughter came out from between his fingers. Brother Yuan, your laughter is like farting. Ha 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 ha. Finally, Jin Heng couldn't hold it in anymore and was the first to laugh out loud. It was as if a barrel of explosives had been detonated. The people who were holding it in earlier couldn't help but laugh until the sky turned upside down. Each and every one of them was lying on the ground, hitting the floor and the table. Even Meng Yin and Ziyin, who were naturally quiet, were laughing like flowers. They were like two beautiful scenery that had a different flavor. Seeing everyone laughing so happily, Yin Nuoxing's face was so hot that he wanted to die. He was probably the only one who couldn't laugh. Chu Yin was embarrassed for a while and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, young people, not drinking is also a habit to cultivate one's character. Yuan Shao patted his shoulder and wanted to comfort him. However, he still laughed out loud in the end. You guys, Yin Nuoxing felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. It was the first time in his life that he was treated as a laughingstock. Now his whole body was burning. Even Ming couldn't help but laugh. The loud laughter echoed in the palace and lasted for a full 10 minutes before it gradually subsided. Everyone straightened their faces and smiled faintly. They looked at the blushing Yin Nuoxing and couldn't help but shake their heads. What's so funny? The taste of this wine is so bad. It tastes bitter and astringent. How is it good? I really don't know who invented it. Yin Nuoxing said discontentedly. His face was red, and he simply smashed the pot. Nuoxing, your words have offended all the drinking friends in the world. Yuanqi couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Little boy, you're really... Yuan Xian laughed weakly. At this time, she was hanging on Yin Nuoxing's body. Her face was flushed and her hair was messy, as if she had just woken up. Yin Nuoxing snorted softly and turned his head away in a fit of pique. He ignored everyone, and his arrogant look almost made everyone laugh out loud again. Little boys are quite cute when they're angry. Leaning on Yin Nuoxing, Yuan Xian pinched his face and smiled sweetly. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and ignored her. Speaking of which, little brother Nuoxing, what do you plan to do with the Scarlet Cross? Everyone tidied up their clothes and took a long time to slowly calm down. Then, They talked about the Scarlet Cross. Ah, that. I'm going to use it as a weapon. Yin Nuashing shrugged and said directly, You already have so many weapons, and you still want to use them. Everyone looked at him bitterly. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that he took out a lot of weapons as if they were free. How could he use them as weapons now? I can't help it. The Scarlet Cross is a 12th level material. Only the gods can use it. I'm not a god, so I definitely can't change its appearance or anything. I can only use it as a whole. Moreover, the Scarlet Cross was originally forged into a weapon, but it seemed to be only a semi-finished product. It was discarded before it was completely forged. Yin Nuashing stuck out his tongue. Moreover, although I have many weapons, none of them are comparable to the Scarlet Cross. After listening, everyone suddenly understood. No matter what kind of weapon, the best quality was only 12th level. Now that he had a top-level weapon, he might not use the rest. Jin Hung, how's the 0-degree ice stone? Speaking of this, Yin Nuashing remembered the stone he threw in the Golden Palace. About that, there's no problem. If nothing unexpected happens, the auction will be finished today. Because it's not a grand auction, there probably won't be an unprecedented scene. However, the advertisement is enough. I think there should be a lot of people coming. Jin Hung nodded. Yuan Xian twirled Mei Mao with a mischievous look. She poked Yin Nuashing's face with her lily-white hand and said with a smile, Little boy, do you really want to go to the end of the Pantheon world? Hearing this grand ambition, everyone looked over at him together. They were a little curious. Going to the end of the Pantheon world was not just for show. That distance, that long journey, could scare a god to death. I came from the Taiyuan territory. What do you think? Hearing this, Yin Nuashing agreed very straightforwardly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Then they smiled bitterly. This was really an incredible journey. Hee, I came from the Taiyuan territory with my brother. At this time, Ming stood on a stool with his hands on his waist and said proudly. Then, he burrowed into Yin Nuashing's arms and refused to come down. Yin Nuashing shook his head and said, Well, that's about it. When we're done here, we should be on our way. Little boy, you're leaving? Hearing this, Yuan Xian was a little anxious. Her lily-white hand held Yin Nuashing tightly, as if she was afraid he would suddenly disappear. I have no choice. The road is under my feet. I have to walk it. Sighing, Yin Nuashing patted her head and said, To be honest, I like a quiet life. However, there's a reason for going to the end of the Pantheon world. As for why, I can't say, because every family has its own difficulties. Nuashing, if you can't say it, don't say it. Yuanshi said very understandingly. Okay, little brother Nuashing, when you're leaving, let us know. We'll send you off. Jin Hung stood up and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Of course. Yin Nuashing nodded. The people he knew here were all nice and made him feel a little warm. Although he hid a lot of things during this period of time, although it was rushed, it was also a period of time that was worth treasuring. Little boy, seeing this, Yuan Qian's expression was a little gloomy. She wanted to say something, but couldn't open her mouth. She bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth, and the mischievous look on her face faded away. What was left was a slightly sad expression. Little brother, you're going on your way? Bring me along. I'll go too. Lu Yi heard and smiled. Huh? Yin Nuashing was startled. He looked at him in a daze for a while and said, You're going out with me to gain experience? Yes, there's nothing important to do in Liao Tinga. I wanted to go out for a walk for a long time, but I haven't found a good opportunity. Now that you're going out, I'll go with you. With a companion on the road, I won't be lonely. Lu Yi laughed foolishly. Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How bold. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to go with him to gain experience in the entire realm of the gods. Little boy, sister, just let him be. A man's mind is in the world. If you bind him, it will only be a kind of torture for him. What's more, little brother Nuashing also has his own things to do. Do you want him to leave regrets in his life? Seeing that Yuan Xian wanted to say something, Yuan Qi couldn't help but sigh. He thought that she wanted to keep Yin Nuashing, so he could only persuade her. That's right, sister. Mr. Yin also has his own things to deal with. If you like him, you should like to see him laughing in the outside world instead of imprisoning him by your side. Yuan Shui also tried to persuade her. Hearing that, Yuan Qian smiled sweetly and shook her head. They were a little stunned. However, her next sentence made everyone feel like they were struck by lightning. I want to go with little boy. When Yuan Qian said this, her face didn't turn red and her heart didn't race. It didn't seem like an impulsive decision. Her bright Mei Mao stared at Yin Nuoxing with incomparable seriousness. Cough. Yuan Shao coughed heavily and shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he knew that this little girl had made up her mind and no one could change her mind, he still wanted to say something to calm her down. Everyone, there's no need to say anything. I'm very calm. I'm very serious. I want to go with little boy and the others. Yuan Qian smiled knowingly. Then, she held Yin Nuoxing's hand and said with a smile, Little boy, I'm very serious about this matter. Do you agree? Yin Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. If they didn't hear what she said, they would probably think that this was a marriage proposal. The place I want to go is a forbidden area. Chapter 286. Our destination is a forbidden zone. It's a forbidden zone with a single element theme. It's extremely dangerous. We pass by Divine Sky City on our way to Tana's Water God Temple. We're just here to rest. We've already come out of a forbidden zone. We almost died. We almost didn't see you again. The reason why we're going to the entire realm of the gods is also because of the forbidden zone. After hearing this, everyone was shocked beyond words. They all looked at Yin Nuoxing as if he was crazy. Damn it. How could you just walk into a forbidden zone like that? That kind of place of death, that kind of place of no return, the majority of people are afraid of it like a tiger. Why are you in such a hurry to jump there? Even so, do you still want to follow us? Yin Nuoxing sighed. To be honest, he was a little worried that someone would travel with him. After all, the places he and Yimmergen were all extremely vicious and barren places where even birds did not lay eggs. If they brought one more person, it would be more dangerous. Everyone was silent. They couldn't answer. The Forbidden Zone, with a single element theme, was widely known. Its deterrence was even greater than that of a god. It hadn't been destroyed for so many years. Who knew how many generations of lives had been taken? Many geniuses had died in order to explore the Forbidden Zone. They never came out again after entering. Now, nodding wasn't a matter of courage anymore. It was a choice to risk everything. It wasn't wise or desirable. Everyone looked at each other. Looking at Yin Nuoxing's helpless smile, they suddenly felt that this handsome young man was very mysterious. Yes, that's it. Seeing that Yuan Qian and Lu Yi were silent, Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. You two can stay in Divine Sky City and be a beautiful girl and a handsome man. If we come back alive one day, we'll come back to Divine Sky City to see you. Of course, that's only if we're still alive. Hearing this, Xian patted him and said, Don't say such ominous things. We'll be fine. Yuan Qian bit her red lips. Her eyes revealed a hint of decisiveness. Seeing her like this, everyone knew that they were in trouble. Little girl, you have to think carefully. Even we don't dare to make a trip to that place. Yuan Shao hurriedly advised. Qian, don't be rash. Those places are very dangerous. It won't be a problem for us to go there with some special means. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect you if I bring you along. How can I be at ease if something happens to you? Yin Nuoxing sighed as she patted her head. Little boy. Yuan Qian still wanted to follow him, but she was stunned by his sad eyes. She forgot to speak and let him pat her head without saying anything. You have your own great world, and we have our own world that we have to explore. Even if the road ahead is long and dangerous, and we have a slim chance of survival, we still have to go because this is our different mission. Yin Nuoxing patted her head and suddenly laughed heroically. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns, I will use my hands to cut a path out. At this moment, everyone looked at Yin Nuoxing with a strange gaze. The person standing there didn't seem to be a mischievous young man, but an indomitable giant who was filled with an indelible heroic spirit. Well, it won't be like facing a cliff anyway. Before everyone could sigh with emotion, Yin Nuoxing laughed again. Damn, his style has changed. Everyone was speechless. What's wrong with me now? Yin Nuoxing felt wronged after being scolded for no reason. The next day, Jin Hung sent over a bright golden card. He patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and said with a smile, "Little brother Nuoxing, there's 26 billion in this card." The auction was very successful. 5% of the tax was deducted, and the rest is in here. Where's the 24 billion that we agreed on? Why is there so much more? Yin Nuoxing received the card and felt a little surprised. A big shot came. He surprised everyone with the offer. That's why he bid at such a high price. Jin Hung patted on his shoulder and smiled. Yin Nuoxing watches Jin Hung leave. He takes out a purple golden card and an emerald green card. The former was given to him by Yuan Xian. There are as much as 400 billion in it. Yuan Xian only took less than 100 billion and gave the rest to him. The latter card is surely the part that Xia Ning lost. When he received such a huge amount of money all of a sudden, he felt that it was too unreal and too unreal. It could be said that he got rich overnight. In an instant, he became tall, rich, and handsome. No, tall, rich, and beautiful. In the palace where the Yuan family used to live, Yin Nuoxing turned to glance at the room. He and Xian look at each other and smile. Then, they gently closed the door. They tiptoed to the main hall. As usual, they wanted to sneak out of the house while it was still early, before the first rays of the morning sun faded and no one woke up. The sky was still a little dark, so they didn't want to make anyone sad, especially Yuan Xian. They walked to the door. There was still some distance before the stairs. Yin Nuoxing turned to look at the empty sofa and smiled. "Little boy, where are you going?" However, just when he thought that his plan was flawless and he could leave quietly, a light laugh came from the entrance of the palace. Under the light of the morning sun, a beautiful white figure stood gracefully by the entrance of the palace. It seemed that she had been waiting here for a long time. "Oh!" Yin Nuoxing was shocked. The dark palace suddenly becomes bright. Suddenly, there are over 10 people sitting on the sofa behind him. Everyone gets up so early. Yin Nuoxing finds that almost everyone is here. He gives a hollow laugh and sticks out his tongue. Looks like Ming was right. Little boys like to run away early. Hearing this, Yuan Xian walked over with a faint smile, bringing with her a fragrant wind. She was only a few inches away from him and reached out to flick his forehead. Yin Nuoxing glared fiercely at Ming Ming in his arms, but the latter stuck out her tongue coquettishly and innocently, looking as if it had nothing to do with her. He could not help but pinch her face. Not at all. Parting is so sad. The wind is blowing and the water is cold. A warrior will never return. Benefactor, even if you accompany him for 1,000 miles, you still have to part. Why don't you go back and sleep? Patting Yuan Xian's shoulder, Yin Nuoxing grinned. 1,000 miles your head. Yuan Xian rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously. Nuoxing, you're treating us too much like outsiders. You're leaving and you're not even letting us send you off properly. Didn't we agree to it back then? You're going back on your word now. Yuan Shi helplessly walked up from the side and sighed. Little brother Nuoxing, you were too polite. Jin Hung and Chu Ilian also walked over and said, there are so many stars in the sky and so many white clouds on the ground. Yin Nuoxing looks up at the sky and plays dumb. Everyone rolled their eyes when they saw this. I really feel that parting is very sad. Otherwise, I wouldn't run away in the middle of the night. Walking on the road outside the palace, Yin Nuoxing looks at the 2 rising stars. The morning light has not faded, and he still looks lazy. He sighs and says helplessly, but if we don't say goodbye properly, we will regret it. Yuan Xian shook her head and walked side by side with him. The group of people follows behind them in the name of letting the 2 of them spend some time alone. The morning light shines in this world. The air is still a little moist, and the grass on the side of the road is still stained with rain and dew, reflecting a little bit of light. Hearing the sentence he once said, Yin Nuoxing is a little speechless. Yuan Xian suggested that she still wanted to tag along, but he rejected her suggestion. When it came to exploring the Forbidden Zone, the more people there were, the better. He had already reached his limit by bringing 2 people with him. If he brought 2 more people with him, there might be unexpected accidents. Little boy, Yuan Xian suddenly opens her arms and hugs Yin Nuoxing into her embrace. Her jade-like hands are tightly wrapped around his waist. Yin Nuashing is startled. He turns around and finds that the group is no longer behind him. They went to another road and left the two of them here. If only I didn't meet you, Yuan Qian suddenly says faintly with her head buried in his chest. He doesn't know what to do. His first reaction is that he did something wrong. Yuan Qian. Yin Nuashing is a little flustered. After a long time, he says that you didn't really do that, did you? He didn't think that he will be liked by anyone. However, after spending more than a month together and hearing what Yuan Qian said today, his worldview seems to have been turned upside down. Yuan Qian doesn't say anything. She just nods and hugs him like that. After a long time, she let go of him. She touches his face with her jade-like hands and says with a smile, "Forget it. What happened has happened. Yin Nuashing, listen to me." She suddenly stretches out her jade-like fingers to touch his lips. The soft touch makes his heart flutter. The change in her tone makes him straighten his back. He says in a serious voice, "Go ahead." Yuan Qian smiles sweetly and says, "I will pursue you. So, before you find someone you like, leave a place for me." Yin Nuashing is silent. He stares into her clear eyes. After a long time, he sighs and nods seriously and says, "Okay." Seeing that he agrees, Yuan Qian smiles even more happily. She is so bright and beautiful that the sun in the sky suddenly pales in comparison. She jumps into Yin Nuashing's arms and kisses him lightly on the cheek. Yin Nuashing blushes a little after being sneak attacked at lightning speed. However, when he sees that Yuan Qian's face is also covered in crimson red, he is stunned for a moment. "Let's go." Yuan Qian smiles sweetly. She holds Yin Nuashing's hand and flies towards the entrance of the self-created world. The Yuan family's original address is still some distance away from the northern city gate. Even with the group speed, it takes them 1 or 2 hours to get there. Everyone has a tacit understanding not to ask what the two of them talked about or what happened. They just buried their heads in their journey. Even the curious Ming has his mouth covered by Xian's hand. When they reach the northern city gate, Yin Nuashing and the rest see a group of people gathered at the city gate. The black mass of people's heads is shaking, and the noise is so loud that it seems like it will overturn the city. Moreover, there are many cultivators floating in the sky. They're also shouting something loudly. Their voices are intertwined, causing everyone to frown. They don't know what is going on, so they quickly move closer. "Why did you seal the city gate today? My caravan is still waiting outside. You can't do this. If this deal doesn't go through, I will suffer a huge loss. Why did you close the transportation portal in City Gate? At least leave a path for us to get out. If you don't open the gate, do you believe that I will break into the city and leave?" Amidst the clamor, Yin Nuashing caught something. It seems like the city gate was suddenly closed. In other words, no one can enter or leave the city now. "What's going on?" Yin Nuashing frowns, turned around, and asked. Everyone shook their heads. They didn't receive any news of the city being sealed. Why was the Divine Sky City suddenly sealed? Even the city protection barrier has been activated. Could it be that a great enemy has invaded? Everyone calm down. There is indeed a special situation today. It is hard to explain in a short time. If you want to know more, why don't you go to the square in the city center to take a look? A guard at the gate shouted loudly. "Do you think the Divine Sky City is small? How long will it take to get to the city center?" "No way. You have to explain it to me now. Why should the city be sealed just because you say so?" The crowd was unhappy and started a clamor again. This made the guard feel very troubled. He quickly turned around and shouted something. Oof. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out beside everyone's ears, causing everyone to feel dizzy. The noise instantly disappeared, and they all looked at the city gate in bewilderment. Behind the guard, a young man in a gray robe walked out. His thick eyebrows were furrowed, and he had an imposing aura. He looked very imposing without being angry. He walked to the front of the crowd, cupped his hands, and said in a low voice, "I apologize for the inconvenience caused by the sudden sealing of the city. The chief family will give an explanation later. But now, please wait for a few days. We will catch someone in the city. If you are interested, you can go to the city center to take a look. If you can provide any clues, You will be rewarded handsomely." Although this young man said this, he sounded very arrogant. No matter how people heard it, they didn't like it. Many people frowned immediately, but because of the Chi family's power, they couldn't say much. Although the young man's voice wasn't loud, it echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Some people directly flung their sleeves and left angrily. They flew towards the city center, as if they wanted to find out what had happened that made the Chi family make such a big fuss. The Chi family? Sealing the city? At this moment, Yin Nuoxing had a bad premonition. Chapter 287. The Chi clan, one of the 8 ancient great clans, has given the order to seal the city. How impressive! Yuanshi sneered. The Yuan clan status was on par with the 8 ancient great clans. Now that they had sealed the city with such fanfare, they were naturally displeased. The barrier of the Divine Sky City is very hard and contains a trace of divine might. Even an Emperor God expert might not be able to break it. Furthermore, the sealing of the city should have been approved by a few major forces in the city. Otherwise, the barrier wouldn't have been opened. I wonder what the Chi clan is up to. Jin Hung frowned as he couldn't figure it out. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing's heart pounded. Others didn't know why, but he could guess a little. Back in the Divine Weapon City, he had killed the 2 people from the Chi clan. Later on, the Chi clan announced that they wanted to kill Yin Nuoxing. Although their target was his Ling Hong sword, the order to kill was just to give themselves a legitimate reason. Let's go to the center of the city to take a look. Yin Nuoxing pursed his lips as if he didn't know anything. That's true. Everyone nodded and flew towards the center of the city. The Divine Sky City occupied a huge area. Even if they wanted to reach the center of the city, it would take some effort. On the way, Yin Nuoxing and the others saw many people flying towards the center of the city, not only in the north, but in the other 3 directions as well. It seemed like the entire city was sealed. Everyone wanted to know why. In the square in the center of the city, there was a huge bounty board. On it was a piece of paper with the Chi clan's unique symbol and a portrait. It seemed like the person the Chi clan wanted to capture was this person. The Celestial Master has deduced that this person is in the Divine Sky City. The Chi clan has taken the liberty to seal the city and caused a lot of inconvenience. I apologize to everyone here. Also, if anyone knows anything about this person, you can tell us. The Chi clan will compensate you after this matter is settled. Below the bounty board, a group of people wearing the Chi clan's robes stood. The leader of the group was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He didn't bully others at all. The Celestial Master has deduced it? Impossible. With Ling Hong Jian on me, how could anyone possibly deduce my position? Upon hearing this, Yin Nuoxing felt that it was ridiculous. Ling Hong Jian could conceal his aura, so how could anyone deduce his location? No, wait a minute. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His face froze, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He remembered the day when Ling Hong Jian had broken through. His energy was turbulent, and he had been away for a long time. That was the only chance the Chi family had to find him. That's enough. Don't tell me that you're constantly trying to deduce my position. Yin Nuoxing frowned and sighed. That was indeed the case for the Chi clan. Ever since Ling Hong Jian was born and taken away by Yin Nuoxing, they had been looking for people to deduce Yin Nuoxing's position without stopping. That time when Ling Hong Jian left, they had indeed managed to locate him. However, the journey was long, and the Chi clan's headquarters was in the southern plains of the Divine Lands. Even if they used the teleportation gate, it still took them a long time to reach the Divine Sky City. Looking at the largest portrait that occupied the headlines, Yin Nuoxing could only be thankful that the portrait wasn't drawn clearly. However, he had drawn the 6 black wings. Luckily, he hadn't spread his wings during this period of time. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Looking at the groups of people below, he shuddered. If so many people surrounded him, he wouldn't be able to keep his life. Who is this person? Why is the Chi clan spending so much effort to catch him? Yuanshi couldn't help but ask as he looked at the portrait. Jin Hung frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Do you remember the incident at the Divine Weapon City that caused an uproar a few years ago? It was said that 2 people from the Chi clan died in the Divine Weapon City. After that, the news of Ling Hong Jian's birth spread. The entire divine world probably knew about this. That person took Ling Hong Jian away, and the Qi clan issued a kill order in the name of righteousness. On the surface, they said that they wanted to kill him, but in reality, they wanted to snatch Ling Hong Jian away. Yuan Shao nodded and said, "The birth of a divine weapon is unavoidable, especially the 12 divine swords in the divine weapon ranking, divine sword record. There hasn't been news of their birth for a long time. This time, Ling Hong Jian's birth will make many ancient forces active. Ling Hong Jian is known as the Sword of Time and Space. The first news of its birth was in the ancient times. Originally, it was forged by a certain divine spirit using all his means to condense the power of time and space. After this sword was born, everyone's power of time and space was useless. The time and space within millions of miles were shattered. It can easily tear the void apart. It is also known as the Sword of Time and Space. Ling Hong Jian has been born a few times. Every time, it attracted countless forces and countless experts to fight for it. Every time, blood flowed like a river. However, there was no news of it being subdued. After so many years, I heard that Ling Hong Jian was weakened by someone. Yuan Shao said slowly. This was all recorded in the ancient books. It's not just weakened, its spiritual root is broken and half of its spirituality has dissipated. It's almost crippled. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Now, he still had to repair Ling Hong Jian. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. A divine weapon was forced to such a state. Does the Yuan clan also want to obtain Ling Hong Jian? Yin Nuoxing thought for a while and asked. Of course, everyone has their own thoughts. Of course, everyone has the same idea. Obtaining the Ling Hong Jian is equivalent to obtaining a very solid backing. In the future, when the enemy invades, they will have one more way to deal with it. Moreover, a divine weapon can create an immortal inheritance force. Of course, this is just a thought. The Ling Hong Jian has appeared so many times. Other than fighting for it once, the Yuan clan has never joined in the fun again. That time, the gains did not make up for the losses. So many people in the clan gave up. Yuan Shao nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, "Moreover, Ling Hong Jian should not be subdued now." Why? Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand. Ling Hong Jian left with that person. It might have already recognized its master. Moreover, think about it. Why would Ling Hong Jian leave with that person? In the past, no one dared to make a move against it. In the end, it left by itself. Yuan Shao smiled faintly and said mysteriously. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, they frowned and thought hard. Do they meet each other's eyes? Because it has no strength to resist. It has already been subdued. Everyone thought for a long time and could only think of these few possibilities. They all said it one after another, but Yuan Shao shook his head. Why is that? Sixth uncle, don't keep us in suspense. Seeing him acting mysterious, Yuan Qian couldn't help but pat him. Hee. Yuan Shao smiled and said, Actually, this is also my guess. Or perhaps, it's the guess of most people. It's not impossible for Ling Hong Jian to be subdued. However, there's only hope if those gods make a move. Therefore, I think that person should be the forger of Ling Hong Jian. Or rather, he has some relationship with the forger. The forger of Ling Hong Jian. Everyone was stunned. Then, they all shook their heads at the same time. Sixth uncle, how is that possible? It said that Ling Hong Jian was forged in an era even older than the Archean era. It's been 2 eras. The third. This era is about to end in half an era. How can it be the forger? Is that person still alive? Yuan Shi shook his head. Oh, this is only one of the possibilities. Rather, it's very likely. Other than that, perhaps the only explanation is that Ling Hong Jian and that person met each other's eyes. Yuan Shao nodded and said. Hearing this, everyone was in disbelief. They didn't think that anyone could live for so long. 60 or 70 years. Even the gods have been dead for so long. Could there really be someone in this world who could live for so long? Knowing that they couldn't leave the city for a while, everyone could only return to the palace and wait for the Qi family to open the door. Yin Nuoxing was quite happy. The Qi family couldn't possibly seal the divine Sky City forever. If she didn't appear for a long time, they would open the door sooner or later. Then they could leave. Of course, everyone knew this idea. Yuan Qian was very happy because Yin Nuoxing couldn't leave for the time being. She could spend more time with him. He dragged a group of people out every day to eat, drink, and have fun on the streets. This made everyone helpless and scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was now a serious criminal. It was very scary for him to walk out so casually. Although he had Shui Yan skin and could change his appearance, and the blurry image made it even harder for people to recognize him, he couldn't be sure that he wouldn't be seen through if he kept walking outside. Under the influence of psychological effects, he changed his clothes. He changed out of the black windbreaker that he always wore and changed into a white shirt and a cape. Qian, why don't we not go out? After half a month, the city gates still didn't show any signs of opening. Although some people complained, it didn't say much because of the Qi family's power. Those who had nothing to do started to look for Yin Nuoxing in the Divine Sky City. The small number of search teams increased exponentially. Every day, people could see people flying around in the sky. Many of them couldn't wait to find Yin Nuoxing and asked the Qi family to open the city gate. Under such a tense atmosphere, many people couldn't take it anymore. They couldn't leave, and they couldn't teleport. The angry crowd could only desperately search for people in the Divine Sky City. Of course, there were also people who went for the reward. The Qi family had been heavy-handed, and the reward made many people jealous. Today, when he saw Yuan Qian try and pull him out again, Yin Nuoxing immediately lost his composure. They didn't know, but he knew that the person the Qi family was looking for was him. He was really like an ant on a hot pan now, very worried that he would be caught just like that. What are you afraid of? The Qi family isn't looking for you. Let's play. Yuan Qian smiled. When she said Tianji, he was so scared that his heart almost stopped beating. Qian. Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing could not help but raise his voice a little. He grabbed the soft jade hand in his palm and pulled it back. He looked at the beautiful face in front of him that was filled with confusion and said as if he was begging, "Let's not go out, okay, little boy?" Seeing him like this, although Yuan Qian was confused, she knew that she shouldn't force him. She could only nod obediently. "Okay, let's not go out." Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. The Yuan family and the Qi family weren't friends. Yuan Qi had tried to talk to them, but the Qi family didn't bite at all. They said that they wouldn't give up until they caught Yin Nuoxing. This gave Yin Nuoxing a headache. If this continued, they would be caught sooner or later. Everyone was a little confused when they saw him like this. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Late at night, Yin Nuoxing looked at the scarlet crescent moon in the sky. The cool night sky was filled with tension, which made him feel a little uneasy. Even at night, he could see people flying across the night sky. With a sigh, he called Xian over. Xing, what's wrong? Hearing the call from the soul, Xian almost ran to the top of the palace. Her plump breasts were heaving up and down, but she still said with a smile. Yin Nuoxing was stunned and found it a little funny. He just called her over. There was no need to be like this, right? He didn't say that it was urgent. He looked around and saw that there was no one around. Ming wasn't there either. Then he nodded. Then he suddenly covered Xian's mouth and shushed her to quiet down. Xian was slightly shocked when her mouth was suddenly covered, but she didn't do anything. She believed that he wouldn't hurt her. When she saw his serious expression, she knew that he had something to say, so she nodded. Listen carefully. This is just in case. I haven't told you about this yet. Yin Nuoxing's mouth was close to Xian's ear. He opened his mouth and said in an almost inaudible voice. When she heard this, Xian's Mei Mao widened her eyes. She had been looking around today and didn't hear what others were saying. Now that she heard him say this, she was so scared that she couldn't speak. When Yin Nuoxing finished speaking, she still hadn't recovered. If something happens to me, you take Ming with you. Go, take care of her. Don't worry about me. Go there. No one can touch you. Yin Nuoxing patted her head and smiled. No. Hearing this, Xian came back to her senses. She hurriedly opened her mouth, but Yin Nuoxing covered her mouth again. Don't put on a touching scene of life and death. might not be in trouble. I'm just arranging a backup plan in advance. Be good. Yin Nuashing patted her head again and said seriously. Chapter 288. Yin returned to her room in a mess. Looking at Ming Ming, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, Yin could not help but sigh. Her jade-like hands were tightly clasped together, and she felt a little helpless. All along, it had been Yin Nuashing who had brought her to explore. Whether it was the Earth Grotto or Divine Sky City, she had not helped at all. From the moment they met, she knew that Yin Nuashing had saved her family and prevented the Xian family from being destroyed. He had also given her a new lease of life. Although Yin Nuashing had always said that she had saved his life and that this debt of gratitude could never be repaid, she thought that the debt of saving his life could be repaid with the two things that happened to her and her family. Moreover, she knew that Yin Nuashing wouldn't die at that time. Although she said that she wanted to accompany him on his journey, she actually wanted to help him. Although she wasn't strong enough, she had such thoughts. When she found out that she had the legendary 5 elements body and could continue to cultivate, she was very happy because she could help him a little. She thought so from the bottom of her heart, but the result made her feel helpless. She was still too weak and couldn't help him at all. Now, he was close to a disaster, but she still couldn't help him. She could only listen to his arrangements and couldn't do anything. If only I hadn't lost my powers back then. Her delicate body curled up on the bed. Her small body stretched out her alluring curves. She looked at Ming Ming, who was sleeping soundly, and sighed. In the dark red night sky, his white robe fluttered in the wind and reflected the crimson color. Yin Nuashing looked up at the red crescent moon and couldn't help but smile. The chief family. The next morning, Yin Nuashing woke everyone up and said that he wanted to go out and play. He had been cooped up in the palace for 10 days and didn't go out. Everyone felt that they were going to grow moldy. You're disturbing our sleep. Everyone looked at him bitterly and almost threw a pillow at him. How can you say that? Yin Nuashing put his hands on his hips and grinned. Young people should go out more often. Don't stay at home all the time. Let's go to the stone workshop and play. Damn, you said that we don't go out. Everyone was furious and threw a pillow at him. There are so many stars in the sky. There were so many white clouds on the ground. Everyone was infuriated. Come on. Yuan Xian was also in a daze. When she heard that he wanted to go out to play, she was so excited that she jumped up. She hugged him and spun around a few times before she went to wash up in satisfaction. When Yin was woken up, he had a pair of dark circles under his eyes. His peerless face looked a little disfigured, but it was a different kind of feeling. Yin Nuashing stared at him for a long time without holding back, as if she wanted to remember this scene, which made the girl feel embarrassed. Mama, why are you like this? Was he still asleep? Or are you worried about what I said last night? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yin Nuashing patted her head without blushing and stroking her soft purple hair, and said with a smile, It's really okay. If it's okay, he wouldn't have arranged so many things, Yin muttered when she heard this. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Yin Nuashing channeled his spiritual energy and soul energy into her body to eliminate her fatigue. Her beautiful face returned to its original state. She looked radiant and beautiful, and every frown and smile could soften one's heart. He stared at her for a while longer before leaving. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in the hall. They looked at the unusually excited Yin Nuashing and thought that he had taken the wrong medicine. Why couldn't he let them sleep more? Little Star asked us out to play. Only Yuan Xian was the happiest. She was so excited that her 9 sisters-in-law were speechless. Yin was also very gloomy. No one knew, but she vaguely guessed something. She looked at Yin Nuashing, who was standing at the door with a bright face, and felt a little heartache. The group of people flew directly towards the direction of the Stone Square Street. Because the entire city was in a state of panic from the search, there were not many people on the Stone Square Street. It was no longer bustling with activity. Most of the people had gone to search for the missing person. There were also some elders walking around the Stone Square Street. They did not seem to be interested in the Qi family's matter of sealing the city. Some people's faces turned green when they saw Yin Nuashing walking over. After the previous 2 incidents, almost everyone recognized this young man who had cut out rare treasures. Now that he was here, They wondered if he was going to make a move again. Why are all their faces so dark? Yuan Qian asked curiously. Many people in the stone workshops saw them walking over. They were just short of writing, "You're not welcome," on their faces. How can my face not be dark here? Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing laughed sinisterly. Everyone couldn't wait for him to disappear here, but they were also very happy to have him as a guest. What was surprising was that Jin Heng, Yao Ling, and Chu Ilian were all here. Yin Nuoxing was a little surprised. He didn't know why so many people were here. Yuan Shi asked us to come. Jin Heng patted his shoulder calmly. However, Yin Nuoxing didn't find anything he was satisfied with after walking around a few large manors. Other than Xian crystals, the things he could give away were some materials, herbs he didn't recognize, or things he couldn't see clearly. However, the people behind him didn't have a blacksmith, an alchemist, or of course an alchemist. They avoided the three elements of metal, fire, and gold very well. During this period, he also went to the Yu family stone workshop because he was still thinking about the black stone. However, the result was a little disappointing. The goddess of the Yu family hadn't returned yet. He didn't know where she went with the stone, which made him feel very regretful. "Little boy, you didn't buy anything after shopping for the whole morning." Walking on the street, Yuan Qian couldn't help but complain. Don't you girls go shopping just to look around?" Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Moreover, there are no blacksmiths or alchemists among us. I saw something good, but it's useless to buy it. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it." After saying this, he spread out his hands innocently. Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. However, they also felt that it made sense. Since they couldn't use it, it was useless to buy it. "I can't help it. In the Yuan family, our bloodline is basically made up of wood and earth elements. Only Shui, and Shir have water and wind elements," Yuan Qian muttered. "Then let's just look around." Yin Nuoxing spread out his hands helplessly and continued walking. He entered the Qi family's stone workshop again. When the people of the Qi family stone workshop saw him, it was as if they had seen the plague. They couldn't just close the door and not let him in. The stones were clearly priced and could be bought as long as one paid the price. However, when they saw him, they could only pinch their ears and let him in. The old man and the crystallizer master had already left. Many of the Qi family's upper echelons had also arrived. They had also been urgently called over. The divine manor was empty and there wasn't anyone there. Yin Nuoxing casually bought a dozen stones. He didn't even cut them open. Through the evil spirit eye, he could see that there were good things inside. He directly distributed them to everyone. Then he swaggered out of the stone workshop, causing the people of the Qi family stone workshop to gnash their teeth in anger. However, they didn't know what was inside those stones. Just as they walked out of the Qi family stone workshop, a group of people walked towards them. There were two people behind them. Yin Nuoxing was no stranger to them. Naturally, they were the old man and the crystallizer master. This meant that this group of people was probably from the Qi family. Even Yuan Shao couldn't help but frown when he saw them. There were many young people in this group of people. However, with Yin Nuoxing's extraordinary soul power, he could naturally detect how much power was contained in these young people's bodies. Some of them were even stronger than Yuan Shao's. It seemed that they were a group of god-level old monsters. In the center of this group of people was a white-haired, stooped old man. This old man was leaning on a dragon-headed cane. He looked senile, and his skin was stacked layer upon layer. He was as dry as a skeleton. No one knew how old he was. Yin Nuoxing glanced at them and hurriedly led his people to the other side. At this critical moment, he didn't want to see the Qi family's upper echelons. He didn't want to be recognized. That brat over there. Just as Yin Nuoxing was about to leave, the old man stomped his dragon-headed cane on the ground. His hoarse voice was as unpleasant as the cry of a crow. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing cursed loudly. However, he didn't turn around. His body didn't even show any signs of stopping. He also didn't have any intention of speeding up. He just walked calmly as if he didn't hear anything. Everyone was stunned. "Little fellow, please wait a moment." At this moment, a young man suddenly flashed in front of them. He smiled at him and said, "Senior, you called for me?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing stopped in his tracks. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "May I know what Senior is looking for me for? It's not a big deal. I just want to take up a few minutes of your time." The young man waved his hand and smiled warmly. Yin Nuashing nodded. The immortal energy in his body started to circulate silently. He knew that his identity had been exposed. Elder Qi. Behind him, a young man nodded at the old man and made an inviting gesture. As for the old man, he had opened his eyes at some point in time and was staring at Yin Nua. There was even a formation floating around him, as if he was detecting something. "Senior, may I know what happened?" Yuan Xian asked nervously when she saw this. Yuan Xiao also stood beside Yin Nuashing at her signal. "Haha, it's nothing. I just want to verify something." Hearing this, the young man in front of him smiled and waved his hand. Yin Nuashing sighed. His heart started to beat rapidly. He clenched his fists in his sleeves and quietly gathered his immortal energy. When everyone saw this, they were a little confused. They didn't know when they had offended the Qi family. Moreover, weren't they busy looking for someone in the city? Why did they have the time to stop them? When Xian saw this, she couldn't help but clench her fists. She knew that things might have really come to that point. After a few minutes, the young man waved his hand and shouted, "How is Elder Qi?" When the old man heard the shout, he silently moved his fingers. After a while, he sighed and closed his eyes. He shook his head and said no. When he heard the rejection, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. However, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. He felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that the old man was a celestial master, but he couldn't see through Ling Hongjian's disguise. "Haha, I'm sorry to have disturbed you for so long." When he heard this, the young man smiled apologetically and left immediately. Everyone was puzzled. After waving his hand, Yin Nuashing led everyone away. He was in no hurry, although he couldn't wait to leave this place. If he was in a hurry, someone might notice something. Just as they took a few steps, the old man's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Yin Nuashing and the others and spat out a sentence uncontrollably. The aura of a divine weapon